Chapter 1160. Outside the Afflatus Dominion. Yin Chuan, Dongfeng Bubi, Gongyang Ben Lei, and countless other experts were standing on the surface of the ocean, looking at the Afflatus Dominion. Endless black gas filled the air, causing the Afflatus Dominion's land to crack. Billowing malevolent aura filled the sky as heavenly demons surged out. Countless cultivators were instantly struck and quickly fell to the ground. Once they died, their blood was immediately extracted. The providence and merit of the sacred halls and dojos in the Afflatus Dominion were forcefully extracted. Ah, Shuamiao, you bastard. You seal me for 5,000,000 years, but you still let me out in the end. Evil old demon's arrogant voice rang out. To celebrate the birth of this old demon, all living beings of the Afflatus Dominion, offer your blood. Ha ha! Evil old demon laughed maniacally. This old demon is an ancestral immortal? An ancestral immortal stronger than goddess Ji Qin? Dog God, who is in human form, trembled. Countless experts were present, but none of them dared to charge in. Vile spawn, how dare you? Suddenly, there was a loud roar in the void. Following the roar, the sky above the Afflatus Dominion shone brightly, and a vast heavenly might descended from the sky. Amidst the heavenly might, Yin Chuan saw a huge white pillar that went straight into the depths of the Afflatus Dominion. Boom! The pillar slammed into the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Countless plum blossoms spread out in all directions. Wherever the plum blossoms went, the malevolent aura dissipated. However, there was too much malevolent aura. For a moment, the plum blossoms and malevolent aura clashed. Plum blossoms? It's Sage Sheeman. Dog God was overjoyed. Sage. Yin Chuan's expression turned serious. Yes, Sage Sheeman is here. This evil old demon is doomed. He's a sage, the strongest existence in the world. Dog God clenched his fists excitedly, looking at the vast Afflatus Dominion. Yin Chuan had mixed feelings for a moment. Return. Yin Chuan called to the two dragons. Roar! Roar! 7 fiends and Dragon 5th immediately gave a long howl, then turned and flew towards the east. Evil old demon's world was a dominion, and with the arrival of a sage was there. It would be a pity not to watch such a scene. However, since Yin Chuan had given the order, the two dragons could only helplessly fly towards the east with hidden bitterness. Leave? Why? Dog God was shocked. Yin Chuan shook his head. A battle between saints? Huh. Yin Chuan felt bitter in his heart. Now that his cultivation was too low, what was the point of looking at it? He had to recover to the ancestral immortal level as soon as possible. Yin Chuan felt uncomfortable as he drove back to the imperial court. As for the battle between the saints that countless cultivators were fighting to watch, Yin Chuan was not interested in it at all. No matter how strong his power was, could it compare to his own body? He had to find a way to dispel the ancestral immortal's restrictions as soon as possible. Seeing Yin Chuan insist on leaving, the Dog God stopped arguing. I'm the Dog God. Thank you for saving my life twice. May I know your name? Dog God asked. Yin Chuan of the Great Perfection Holy Court. Yin Chuan nodded. Yin Di? Previously, I was stupid and was deceived by 100 evil old demon. My benefactor suggested it, but I insisted on doing it, causing Goddess Shichin's evil-suppressing golden palace to fail. If not for Yin Di, Goddess Shichin's corpse would have. Dog God said with regret. Shichin? After all, she is the benefactor of the world, so I can't ignore her. Moreover, I also benefited from her this time. Since the tomb has been destroyed, let's move it to my Zhenlong territory. With me here, no one can touch Shichin's tomb. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Dog God opened his mouth and wanted to ask for Goddess Shichin's coffin, but when he thought of his previous mistakes, he was too ashamed to ask for Goddess Shichin's coffin. For a moment, Dog God was dejected. Dog God, what are your plans for the future? Yin Chuan asked. I don't know. Dog God said bitterly. Return to Zhenlong territory with me and continue to guard Goddess Shichin's tomb. Don't let any rascals come near it. At the same time, Invite all the cultivators in the world to pay respects to Goddess Xichen. Regain the gratitude of the world. Yin Chuan said. Hearing Yin Chuan's words, Dog God's eyes lit up. Okay, thank you, Yin Di. Dog God said emotionally. Dog God's biggest dream was to guard Goddess Xichen's tomb. Now, continuing to guard it was the best home for Dog God. Goddess Xichen has been dead for almost 1,000,000 years, right? Are you also trapped in the ancient immortal realm? Yin Chuan looked at Dog God. Dog God smiled bitterly and said, in the spiritual world, I have no chance of becoming an ancestral immortal. Oh, Yin Chuan's eyes lit up. No chance? What do you mean no chance? Yin Chuan asked curiously. Yin Di, you don't know the way to become an ancestral immortal? Dog God said in surprise. When Dog God said that, Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with joy. Roar! The 7 fiends who were pulling the chariot also shouted excitedly. The 7 fiends have been waiting for 20,000 years without finding a way. Could it be that Dog God knew the way? You don't know? Can you tell me? Yin Chuan asked solemnly. Dog God was slightly stunned and said, It's not impossible. It's not a secret. You don't think it's a secret, but there are very few cultivators in the world who know about it. Yin Chuan said with a smile. Oh, I understand. Dog God's expression changed. Yin Chuan looked at Dog God, and the 7 fiends who were pulling the chariot also pricked up their ears to listen. It's indeed impossible for anyone in the world to become an ancestral immortal. However, I heard from Goddess Xichen that when heaven died, its last remnant will gather all the ancestral immortals in the world to swear an oath to the heavenly Tao and place a curse on all living beings in the world, the curse of blood. Dog God said. Curse of blood? Yin Chuan was puzzled. Yes, the curse of blood states that all living beings born in this world have a fixed number of ancestral immortals. Only by killing the ancestral immortals can one become an ancestral immortal. Dog God said. Oh, this is a curse on the fate of all living beings. Only when you kill an ancestral immortal can your curse be lifted. Of course, they're extremely lucky people. If an ancestral immortal kills an ancestral immortal, one dead will be replaced by another. However, this requires great luck for the ancient immortal to encounter it. Dog God explained. Yin Chuan did not pay attention to the latter part of the sentence. However, the first part of the sentence made Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly. In other words, it's not luck. There's a curse of blood on my fate. As long as I kill an ancestral immortal, the curse will be lifted. I can break through to the ancestral immortal realm. Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with surprise. Killing an ancestral immortal as an ancient immortal. If you succeed, the ancient immortal will definitely become a peerless hero. When he becomes an ancestral immortal, he will definitely become a fierce ancestral immortal. Our world, the weakest world, has already collapsed. Heaven also knows how weak the weakest world is, so it thought of this method. In order to strengthen itself and prevent all living beings in the world from being completely destroyed, it placed this curse. It's to change the ancestral immortals of this world. Dog God nodded affirmatively. Although the curse of blood is too vicious, it makes each generation of ancestral immortals stronger than the previous. What a tragic curse. Yin Chuan nodded his head. Roar! Dragon Fifth let out a cry of surprise. An ancient immortal killing an ancestral immortal? Are you kidding? They're not even on the same level. The 7 fiends exclaimed. Roar! Dragon Fifth nodded. I understand now. No wonder the world has never heard of the curse of blood. The ancestral immortal must have deliberately kept it a secret. Which ancestral immortal would be foolish enough to say that killing himself would make him an ancestral immortal? The 7 fiends were enlightened. Yin Emperor, ancestral immortals are not easy to kill. It's too difficult. Even now, I don't have the confidence to do it. Dog God said. Yin Chuan smiled. The gloominess he felt from not being able to interfere in the battle between Fiend and the saints instantly dissipated. Just because you don't have the confidence doesn't mean I don't either. No matter what, this information of yours is extremely useful to me and Great Jun. Yin Chuan thanks you. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Uh, this is nothing, Dog God said blankly. Ha ha ha. To me, this information is more important than mending the heavenly Tao. Yin Chuan laughed loudly. Yin Chuan was in a good mood, but the 7 fiends pulling the carriage in front were conflicted. After waiting for 20,000 years, they actually received such a ridiculous piece of news. Kill an ancestral immortal? What a joke. How could an ancient immortal defeat an ancestral immortal? An ancestral immortal could easily defeat 100 of you. True Dragon Domain. Great Jin Holy Court, Xianyang. At this moment, Great Jun was operating as usual. But at this moment, a group of uninvited guests suddenly appeared in the south of Xianyang. They were all dressed in green and flying high in the sky. There were 21 figures in total, and one of them was the leader. Azure sky, blazing, sun formation. The leader of the group, a man dressed in green, said, "Yes." The 20 subordinates shouted in unison. Whoosh! They quickly surrounded Xianyang and flew up. Who is it? The guards of Great Jun immediately shouted. However, the 20 subordinates were already in position. Formation rise. The leader in green in the south shouted. Boom! A heavenly Tao suddenly shot up from the north. Boom! 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 To the east, south, and west, a huge heavenly Tao emerged from each of them. Boom! 4 heavenly Tao suddenly surrounded the entire Xianyang. Buzz! The 4 heavenly Tao burst out with dazzling light at the same time. Then, as if they were connected, the 4 heavenly Tao connected together to form a huge square heavenly Tao wall that surrounded the entire Xianyang. Million Dragons Formation. Sufu's voice suddenly came from Xianyang. Roar! Roar! Dragon roars came from the ground. The formation rose from all directions of Xianyang. It defended against the attacks of the heavenly Tao outside. All the green and green got into formation. Only their leader remained in the sky. He coldly looked at the skyward palace inside the Million Dragons Formation. A large number of officials quickly gathered. Lu Buwei flung his sleeves and glared. For Tao gods? They were sent by the Great Extinction Holy Court. Tao gods setting up a formation. This is going to be troublesome. This is a formation set up with heavenly Tao. Yifeng said in a low voice. Lu Buwei looked at the sky and said coldly, "Umph. When we were playing with heavenly Tao, these guys were still playing with mud. Minister Lu, look at that person." Meng Tian pointed at the leader in green in the sky. The leader in green reached out and gathered a portion of heavenly Tao in each direction. In his hand, 4 heavenly Taos gathered, forming a huge 4-colored ball of light. The ball of light carried a powerful destructive force, causing the void to tremble. He can mobilize multiple heavenly Taos? An ancestral immortal? Lu Buwei's face suddenly sank. At that moment, above the sea of providence, Yin Chuan's statue suddenly opened its eyes. 2 beams of light shot out. An ancestral immortal? Yin Chuan's statue suddenly spoke. The ancestral immortal in the distance was slightly stunned. The statue spoke? But so what? As long as I'm here, Xianyang will be destroyed today. Lu Buwei. Yin Chuan's statue called out. Here, Lu Buwei replied. You will be in charge of Xianyang's military. If necessary, use the terracotta army. Remember, stall this ancestral immortal for me. Don't let him escape. Yin Chuan's statue called out. Yes, your majesty, Lu Buwei replied. Ancestral immortal. Don't let me escape. Is Yin Chuan's brain damaged? Chapter 1161. Xianyang, Chaodian Palace Square. More and more officials gathered. All of them stare at the sky with solemn expressions. The azure-clothed man with the 4 balls of light in his hand stared coldly at skyward palace. Where is Bai Ditian? Also, where is Yin Chuan? The man in the sky asked in a deep voice. Lu Buwei smiled and took a step forward. I am the Prime Minister of Great Jun, Lu Buwei. May I know who you are? Why did you use this formation to trap my Xianyang? The azure-robed man sneered. The huge ball of light in his hand smashed towards Xianyang. The faces of Meng Tian, Meng Yi, and the others immediately turned gloomy. The group of generals wanted to rush forward in anger. Oh, Lu Buwei opened his arms wide, and his wide sleeves shook violently, blocking everyone as he stared fixedly at the sky. The light ball collided with the great formation of Xianyang. Hong! The great formation of Xian Yang shook violently. In the midst of the shaking, a storm rolled up in all directions. The interior of the formation was no longer as impregnable as before. Instead, the interior of Xianyang was shaking violently. Countless houses collapsed. The array trembled as if it would shatter at any moment. Countless officials had gloomy expressions. Even so, Lu Buwei did not allow anyone to make a move. Prime Minister, the sage monarch allowed us to use the terracotta soldiers. Meng, he said anxiously. Lu Buwei shook his head and said, the Holy King's ultimate goal is to delay them. But Meng Yi frowned. Meng Tian pulled Meng Yi over and told him not to interrupt. Ouch! Some of the injured citizens in Xianyang started to cry out in pain. Disciples of the Eastern Faction Depot, save the people and protect them. Lu Buwei shouted. Yes, Lu Gang replied. High up in the sky, the azure-robed man who had almost destroyed the great formation of Xianyang sneered. Xianyang City? Indeed extraordinary to actually be able to block my 4 strands of origin returning chi. The azure-clothed man sneered. Sir, where do you come from? Why are you making things difficult for me? Great Jun. Lu Buwei shouted again. All right, I want you to know that we are disciples of the Azure Divine Palace of the Absolute Palace. The Azure Divine King is my brother. On the orders of the Azure Divine King, kill Bai Ditian. At the same time, kill Yin Chuan. The azure-robed man laughed evilly. How dare you? The courtiers were enraged. However, Lu Buwei waved his sleeves again, blocking the fury of the ministers. Azure Divine King? I heard that the Absolute Palace has 12 palaces. Is the Azure Divine Palace one of the top 3 palaces in the 12 palaces? Lu Buwei laughed. Oh, you actually know about my Absolute Palace? The azure-clothed man's expression changed slightly. Who doesn't know that the Jew Palace is powerful? They controlled 6 territories in the outer eastern continent and were one of the strongest forces in the outer eastern continent. It's hard not to know, Lu Buwei said with a smile. It's good that you know, the green-robed man said in a deep voice. Since you are the younger brother of the Azure God King, I presume you are the Emperor Greenfire who became an ancestral immortal 3,000 years ago. Lu Buwei laughed. You're quite knowledgeable, Emperor Greenfire said in a deep voice. Emperor Greenfire? It doesn't matter if you want to meet my holy monarch or Bai Ditian. Unfortunately, you've come to wrong time, Lu Buwei said with a smile. Oh, you saw it just now? The holy monarch returned through the statue. He's on a trip outside, and Bai Ditian is with him. They're not in the court. Lu Buwei said. Humph, where did they go? Emperor Greenfire asked in a deep voice. I don't know where exactly. However, you heard what the holy monarch said just now. The holy monarch and Bai Ditian are rushing back at full speed. If you don't mind, you can wait here, Lu Buwei said with a smile. Humph, Pang Tian has said that the courtiers of Great Jun are all cunning. Before I came, I promised Pang Tianhe that I would help him destroy Xianyang and kill Yin Chuan. Since Yin Chuan hasn't returned, I'll destroy Xianyang first, Emperor Greenfire said in a deep voice. Wait, Lu Buwei shouted. Oh, you want to beg for mercy? Emperor Greenfire, I don't care why you agreed to destroy Xianyang. However, have you forgotten something? This is the center of Great Jun. If you have the ability to destroy it, the holy monarch above the Sea of Providence will sense it. Bai Ditian will also know. When that happens, I'm not sure if Bai Ditian will return. Lu Buwei shook his head and said, Oh, Emperor Greenfire raised his eyebrows. The holy monarch asked me to keep all of you here. All you have to wait for the holy monarch to return. Why don't you wait for a while? After a while, when Bai Ditian returns, we can talk about our grievances in detail. Lu Buwei said. Oh, Emperor Greenfire was slightly taken aback. He felt that something wasn't right. However, Lu Buwei's words were reasonable. Yin Chuan and Bai Ditian were rushing back. If he destroyed Xianyang and Bai Ditian escaped, he wouldn't be able to answer to his brother. He would wait for a while. Lu Buwei saw that Emperor Greenfire was tempted and smiled. Since there's still some time, and all of you have to wait for the Holy Monarch and Bai Ditian, why don't you rest and have a cup of tea? Have a cup of tea? Emperor Greenfire looked at Lu Buwei strangely. The Holy Monarch and Bai Ditian won't be back for a day or two. If all of you don't mind, during this time, we can entertain all of you. We can play chess and drink wine while waiting for the Holy Monarch and Bai Ditian to return. Lu Buwei smiled. Emperor Greenfire. The group of experts in green, their murderous intent was completely extinguished by Lu Buwei's words. Play chess. Have a cup of tea? Are we here to have fun? We are here to kill. Emperor Greenfire tried his best to look aggressive. Everyone, I don't mean anything else. I just feel that since we are waiting, there's no point in wasting time like this. Am I right? Lu Buwei smiled. With every sentence that Lu Buwei said, the atmosphere changed a little. As they spoke, they felt that something was amiss. It was as though they were old friends who had met. Lu Buwei's words were just right. They were neither close nor distant. Emperor Greenfire looked at Lu Buwei strangely. He felt that something was amiss. It was extremely awkward. We are here to kill all of you, Emperor Greenfire said coldly again. I know, but we haven't killed anyone yet. Let's wait for the Holy Monarch and Bai Ditian to return. What does drinking tea have to do with killing? Lu Buwei said blankly. Indeed, drinking tea had nothing to do with killing. Emperor Greenfire's brain couldn't handle it. He tried to think of the wrong elements in Lu Buwei's words. Everyone, why don't we do it here? I'll send people to prepare a banquet. Lu Buwei pointed at the square of Skyward Hall. A banquet? The group of people in green looked at Emperor Greenfire strangely. Emperor Greenfire was at a loss as well. He had come with murderous intent. Now that Lu Buwei said that, he seemed to be extremely embarrassed. Humph! Cunning official of Great Jun. Play chess? Drink tea? Leave it for the netherworld. Wait? So what? Trap Xianyang and wait for Yin Xuan and Bai Ditian to return. Emperor Greenfire shouted angrily. As he spoke, he retreated into the array. Lu Buwei sighed slightly, as if he was regretting that he couldn't play chess with Emperor Greenfire. In the array, Emperor Greenfire kept thinking. What went wrong in his confrontation with Lu Buwei? Wasn't he filled with murderous intent earlier? Why did it seem like he owed Lu Buwei something? Why did the atmosphere change so suddenly? What was wrong? He ignored Emperor Greenfire. Lu Buwei and the group of officials quickly entered Skyward Hall. Quang, the doors of the hall slammed shut. Minister Lu is amazing, Yifeng praised. Lu Buwei shook his head and said, let's pacify Emperor Greenfire first. However, this isn't a long-term plan. There are too many variables. Yes, just now, Xianyang almost. One of the officials said worriedly. Lu Buwei shook his head and said, no, I asked Su Fu to do it. Oh, everyone looked at Su Fu in surprise. Su Fu smiled and said, I've worked with Minister Lu for many years. I understood with one gesture. Does this mean that our array can stop Emperor Greenfire? One of the officials said in surprise. Of course. Our array came from Mr. Gigazi, not to mention Emperor Greenfire. Even if there were two more, they wouldn't be able to shake it. Su Fu said proudly. Minister Lu wants to hold Emperor Greenfire back. That's right. Let them think that Xianyang can be destroyed at any time and that there's nothing to worry about. The Sage King wants to hold Emperor Greenfire back. Although I don't know why the Sage King is doing this. It must be very important. Everyone, cooperate with me and hold them back. Lu Buwei said seriously. Yes. Everyone answered. East of Xianyang, at the Yellow Spring Road. The array spread, so Emperor Greenfire and the others didn't notice it. At the entrance of the array, Bai Ditian frowned and looked into the distance. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Bai Ditian. Jindayu. Bai Ditian, the Sage King wants you to enter the Netherworld first. Don't let them see you. He wants me to replace you at the Yellow Spring Road. Jindayu said seriously. Bai Ditian nodded with a trace of doubt. Time passed. The two dragons pulled the dragon carriage and quickly flew towards the true dragon dominion. Along the way, The two dragons didn't dare to delay. Yin Xuan's eyes were filled with excitement. He had just obtained the method to become an ancestral immortal, and an ancestral immortal had already come knocking on his door. He was really lucky. Just as the dragon carriage was speeding, Heavenly Tao combine. Heavenly Tao combine. With two loud shouts, two Heavenly Taos suddenly appeared in front of the dragon chariot. Roar! The two dragons instantly stopped. Yin Xuan raised his eyebrows and looked over. He saw a figure standing in each of the two Heavenly Tao, and they were both Tao integration. Gongyang Benlei. Yin Xuan's expression turned ugly. One of the two Heavenly Tao was Gongyang Benlei, and the other was naturally Gongyang Bentian. The two of them ran all the way and chased after Yin Xuan and the others. In the Hall of Inspiration, Gongyang Bentian had gained nothing. Even Gongyang Benhong had died. He couldn't return to his family. However, if he helped Gongyang Benlei deal with the East Sea Dragon Palace, he might be able to redeem himself. The moment Gongyang Benlei said that, Gongyang Benhong immediately agreed. He originally wanted to watch the battle between the sages, but he didn't expect Yin Xuan to turn around and leave. He didn't get to watch the battle between the sages. If you run, why are you running so fast? Gongyang Benlei shouted as he panted. You almost got away. Gongyang Bentian also panted. Yin Xuan saw the two of them and immediately understood what they meant. At the same time, he was angry. He was in a hurry to go back, and these two were still blocking his way. You can't leave now, right? Gongyang Bentian sneered as he panted. Crash into them. Yin Xuan was also angry at the two of them and directly shouted at the two dragons. Chapter 1162. Crash into them. Yin Xuan was also angry at the two of them, so he directly shouted at the two dragons. The seven demons. Dragon 5th. Gongyang Benlei. Even the dog god, who had been sitting cross-legged on the side, was shocked. Crash. Was this a joke? The two Heavenly Tao in front of him were one with the Heavenly Tao. Is Yin Xuan out his mind? Gongyang Bentian said in shock. Gongyang Benlei didn't know what to say. However, the two dragons quickly carried out Yin Xuan's orders, pulling the carriage towards one of the Heavenly Taos. Crazy. Yin Xuan, are you crazy? I am one with the Heavenly Tao. You can't hurt me at all. Gongyang Bentian roared. Ong. Without any hesitation, the two dragons charged towards Gongyang Bentian's Heavenly Tao. Seeing the two dragons charging at him with such ferocious momentum, Gongyang Bentian's face twitched slightly. The two dragons rushed over. This aura was indeed incomparably majestic. If not for the fact that he was one with the Heavenly Tao, he might have been scared away by this aura. Go ahead. The body is one with the Heavenly Tao. You ancient immortals want to break the Heavenly Tao? Dream on. Bang your head against the Heavenly Tao and die. Gongyang Bentian roared. Seeing that it was getting closer and closer, Yin Xuan widened his eyes. Suddenly, a green Heavenly Tao shot into the sky. The Heavenly Tao enveloped Yin Xuan and the dragon chariot. Immediately, it slammed towards Gongyang Bentian. Two mighty Heavenly Taos collided above the sea. Huge waves rose from the sea, and a huge crater appeared with a loud rumble. The moment the two Heavenly Taos collided. Gongyang Benlei, you lied to me? Gongyang Bentian suddenly roared. Didn't you say that Yin Xuan was only an ancient immortal? Was he just an ordinary ancient immortal? How could he control the Heavenly Tao? It was one thing for him to control it, but he was actually one with the Heavenly Tao. Not far away, in the Heavenly Tao, Gongyang Benlei's eyes suddenly widened. With a huge impact, the two Heavenly Taos immediately clashed. Under the huge impact, the two Tao gods were competing in their control of the Heavenly Tao and their usage of the Heavenly Tao. Competing in control? Gongyang Bentian used a secret technique to fuse with the Tao in a short period of time. As for Yin Xuan, he was the heaven mender of the clear sky Tao. Competing in utilization? To put it bluntly, the clear sky Tao was created step by step by Yin Xuan. How could he not be better than Gongyang Ben Tian when using the Clear Sky Dao? Most importantly, Yin Chuan's Azure Sky Path was the leader of the Thousand Suns. The result of the collision between the two heavenly Daos was obvious. His heavenly Dao exploded with a loud boom. Yin Chuan stretched out his hand, and a huge dragon claw appeared in the void. Boom! Yin Chuan's dragon claw instantly tore Gongyang Ben Tian into pieces. They were both ancient immortals. With Yin Chuan's ferocious nature, he naturally had the strength to kill someone of the same level. Moreover, Gongyang Ben Tian was immersed in this legendary collapse. His heavenly Dao was destroyed by the collision. Before he died, Gongyang Ben Tian only had one complaint. Gongyang Ben Lei, you jinx! Bam! Dismembered corpses filled the sky. The two dragons shuddered and immediately understood what kind of ferocious person the Emperor on by Long's chariot was. The dog god opened his mouth in shock. This didn't make sense. Gongyang Ben Tian was careless. He thought that Yin Chuan was just an ordinary ancient immortal, while he was a Dao unification expert and could instantly kill Yin Chuan. However, things were always unpredictable. In the end, he became an ordinary ancestral immortal after the collision, while Yin Chuan became a Dao unification expert. He was instantly killed. How unlucky! It was also because Gongyang Ben Lei's information was not symmetrical. Yin Chuan turned to look at Gongyang Ben Lei. How could Gongyang Ben Lei dare to stay? He wanted to cry, but no tears came out as he turned and ran. What a monster! How did he encounter such a monster? Clear Sky Dao? It was actually Clear Sky Dao, the heaven mender from some time ago. If you had Clear Sky Dao, you should have said something. If I knew you had Clear Sky Dao, we wouldn't have fought. Gongyang Ben Lei fled in a panic with grief and indignation. As he fled, Gongyang Ben Lei had the urge to cry. What was going on? It was the same last time. They were panting as they chased after Yin Chuan, but they were all killed by Yin Chuan. This time, they were panting as they chased after Yin Chuan, but they were all killed by Yin Chuan in one move. How was he going to explain this to his family? Was he going to die while panting? If those old ancestors of his family knew, wouldn't they spit out tea and die? The more he thought about it, the more wronged he felt. As for Yin Chuan, he stood on the dragon carriage and turned his head to look at Gongyang Ben Lei. In the end, he didn't choose to chase. Full speed ahead to Xianyang City. Yin Chuan said, "Roar." Yes, the two dragons roared. The two dragons sped up again. Yin Chuan, on the other hand, was solemn, because it was not convenient for his zombie body to enter the world of the living. The Jiangshun body was not perfect yet, and it had reached a critical stage. Once it broke through, the power of the Jiangshun body would rise to another level. Thus, it was not convenient for him to fight ancestral immortals now. More importantly, at the peak of his first life, Yin Chuan thought that the Jiangshun body was the most perfect body. However, Yin Chuan also noticed the strangeness of the human bloodline. It was as if his body had terrifying potential, to the point that it was not weaker than the Jiangshun body. The human bloodline came from two places. His father came from Yin Zizai. His mother came from the Kong family. Could the bloodlines from two sides compare to the Jiangshun body that he had created in his first life? Yin Chuan urgently wanted to increase the strength of his body. The two dragons pulled the chariot east. News of what had happened in the True Dragon territory quickly spread. The Great Despair, Holy Court. Holy King, Xianyang City is trapped. Great Jun is everywhere, and we can't contact Xianyang. Now that they have no leader, it's time to send troops. One of the officials said excitedly. Pang Tianhe narrowed his eyes and shook his head. Why? Holy King, Great Jun has no leader. They're like a plate of loose sand. The official said anxiously. A plate of loose sand? Ha! You underestimate Great Jun's officials. I've studied Great Jun. The city lords of Great Jun were all brought up from the Sealed Realm. They're not simple. They're all experts in governing and commanding armies. How can Great Jun have so many talents? Pang Tianhe said with an ugly expression. More importantly, Great Jun's officials are extremely united. They're terrifyingly united. Pang Tianhe said in a low voice. Ah, of course, there's also a flaw. I've studied the information of these officials. Those officials of Great Zhun are all ambitious and ruthless characters. Liu Buwei, Li Si, Wang Jian, Meng Tian, Yi Feng, and so on. Even that eunuch Zhao Gao is an impressive figure. These people are arrogant and unruly. Only Yin Chuan can subdue them. No one can make them bow their heads. In other words, as long as Yin Chuan is alive, these people will always be Great Zhun's officials. However, as long as Yin Chuan is dead, these people won't submit to anyone, and internal strife will definitely rise again. Great Zhun will collapse soon. It's a kind of ability for a country to gather so many strong officials, Pang Tian has said in a low voice. Ah, let's wait for Yin Chuan to return. If Yin Chuan doesn't die, our troops will be useless. If Yin Chuan dies, we won't have to spend much effort. Great Zhun will collapse soon, Pang Tian has said in a low voice. Yes, the officials nodded. Court is dismissed, Pang Tian has said. The officials retreated. Pang Tian has summoned everyone from Zhugong. Master, what instructions do you have? A disciple asked curiously. Pang Tian narrowed his eyes and said, Let's go outside Xianyang and watch the battle. Ah, the people from Zhugong exclaimed in surprise. These days, there's been a huge rock hanging over my heart. I feel like I've overlooked something. Let's go. We'll go to the battlefield and wait. Pang Tian has said in a low voice. Yes, everyone answered. East Sea Dragon Palace. Crystal Palace. The Dragon Emperor sat on his throne. 5 Dragon Kings stood in front of him. One of the Dragon Kings was gloating as he recounted something. Zhugong, ancestral immortal? They trapped Xianyang? The Dragon Emperor frowned slightly. Yes, Dragon Emperor. Yin Chuan is going to be in trouble. Ha! This is what they call, those who are unjust are doomed to destruction. The gloating Dragon King laughed. The Dragon Emperor narrowed his eyes. Yin Chuan wants to hold back Emperor Greenfire, while Emperor Greenfire wants to kill Yin Chuan and Bai Ditian. This is unusual, the Dragon Emperor said in a low voice. Haha, so what if it's unusual? It's better if they perish together. The Dragon King laughed. No, you're oversimplifying. The Dragon Emperor shook his head. Ah, you guys guard the East Sea Dragon Palace. I'm going to Jinlong Dominion. The Dragon Emperor said in a low voice. Ah, what? Dragon Emperor, you're going to Jinlong Dominion? Didn't you say that no matter what happens, you won't leave the East Sea Dragon Palace? Didn't you say that we have to prepare for the battle with all our might? The Dragon King was shocked. No, Yin Chuan is more complicated than I thought. The Dragon Emperor shook his head. Under the surprised gazes of the dragons, the Dragon Emperor left the East Sea and headed straight for Xianyang. 10 days after the Dragon Emperor left. Roar! Above the East Sea, 2 huge waves suddenly split into 2. Yin Chuan's dragon carriage quickly swept across the East Sea and rushed into Zhunlong Dominion. Great Jin Sage Court, Xianyang. 4 Heaven Dao formed a huge array and trapped Xianyang City. Great Zhun's army gathered from all directions. However, in front of the Heavenly Dao array, they could not shake it at all. Not far from Xianyang, Jin Diyu looked at the generals in front of him. Generals, you can only feign an attack. Don't use your full strength. Jin Diyu said in a low voice. Yes, everyone answered. The generals left quietly. Kill! Roar! The 4 armies attacked the array again. However, how could the Heavenly Dao be shaken by ordinary soldiers? At the intersection of the river of the underworld, Zhang, Yi, and the others waited quietly. At that moment, some onlookers were attracted from all directions. They quietly hid in the distance. There were experts from other dominions, Pang Tianhe and the Dragon Emperor. Others might not have noticed anything, but the Dragon Emperor narrowed his eyes and suddenly stared at the mountain array at the intersection of the river of the underworld. The aura of the river of the underworld? It's actually the aura of the river of the underworld. Indeed, Great Zhun is not simple. The origin of the Nether Dragon also makes sense. The Netherworld? I can go to the Netherworld from here? The Dragon Emperor's eyes flickered. In the azure sky sun-burning array, Emperor Greenfire, who had been in the array for many days, appeared again. Over the past few days, Emperor Greenfire had finally thought it through. He had been led into a ditch by Lu Buwei. Bastard, what a treacherous subject of great Jun. How dare you lie to me? Are you stalling for time? Emperor Greenfire looked coldly at Lu Buwei. Emperor Greenfire, what are you talking about? Aren't we stalling for time? Lu Buwei said innocently. Chapter 1163. Bastard, what a treacherous subject of great Jun. You dare to deceive me? Are you stalling for time? Emperor Greenfire looked at Lu Buwei coldly. What are you talking about, Emperor Greenfire? Aren't we just stalling for time? Lu Buwei said innocently. Emperor Greenfire. Emperor Greenfire, I've actually been in love with you for a long time. In a few more days, Sage King and Bai Ditian will be back. Lu Buwei continued to coax him. This time, Monarch Greenfire was not as easily fooled as before. You are indeed cunning. You have deceived me for so long. Emperor Greenfire said coldly. What are you talking about, Emperor Greenfire? Why can't I understand? Lu Buwei pretended to be puzzled. I don't have to destroy Xianying, but I can destroy all of his support in Xianying before Yin Chuan comes back. I can kill all of you important ministers, but Yin Chuan will still come back. I can reduce his support and disturb Yin Chuan's mind. Roar! Emperor Greenfire roared. The ministers around him frowned slightly. Apparently, Emperor Greenfire had seen through Lu Buwei's deception. Emperor Greenfire, you've completely misunderstood us. How could that be? Lu Buwei continued. You think I'm stupid, don't you? Monarch Greenfire said angrily, his eyes ferocious. No, I just thought you were stupid. Lu Buwei said with a smile. Emperor Greenfire was stunned. The 20 experts who had set up the formation were also slightly taken aback. The Dragon Emperor was also surprised by Lu Buwei's attitude. Stupid? Stupid? Lu Buwei's drastic change in attitude made Emperor Greenfire's face turn red with anger. I'm stupid? In the distance, Pang Tiana's expression was extremely dark. How could Emperor Greenfire not realize it until now? Master, why don't we inform Emperor Greenfire? Someone asked. What's the point of informing them? Lu Buwei wants to hold Monarch Greenfire back, but I don't want Monarch Greenfire to leave either. Why should I inform him? Besides, remember, we didn't come to Xianyang today. Pang Tiana said in a deep voice. Didn't come? Aren't we here? Then just pretend that he's not here. Pang Tiana said in a deep voice. The disciples were at a loss, not understanding Pang Tianha's deeper meaning. Pang Tianha did not explain. Instead, he stared into the distance. Roar! Emperor Greenfire roared. I'm so pissed off, you treacherous bastards. Since you want to die, then die. For strands of origin restoration chi. Emperor Greenfire shouted. Boom! Above the 4 heavenly ways, the power of 4 heavenly ways gathered again and rushed toward Emperor Greenfire. In an instant, a huge light ball appeared in front of Emperor Greenfire. It was 3 times bigger than the first one. Break the formation, Emperor Greenfire roared. Boom! A huge ball of light descended from the sky and crashed into the great formation of Xianyang again. For a moment, countless citizens of Xianyang were in a state of panic. After all, the previous shock wave was still vivid in their minds. The entire Xianyang was shaken. Boom! Under the huge impact, the void shook violently, and a huge storm swept out in all directions. Even the periphery of the heavenly Tao was instantly swept by the endless storm. The great formation of Xianyang trembled slightly, but it was not as turbulent as before. I'm fine. The great formation of Xianyang did not shake at all. Xianyang did not shake at all. There was no earthquake at all. The citizens of Xianyang touched themselves and looked up at the sky in surprise. They looked at Emperor Greenfire with surprise, suspicion, confusion, and even disdain. Emperor Greenfire's face twitched slightly when they looked at him. He looked at his palms. Were the 4 strands of origin restoration chi he had just used fake? Emperor? A Tao god called out in a daze. Again, Emperor Greenfire shouted. Rumble! Strands of power of heavenly ways quickly gathered around Emperor Greenfire. Once again, he attacked Xianyang. Boom! There was another loud sound. The storm raged in all directions. However, the great formation of Xianyang could not be shaken at all. Emperor Greenfire looked at his palms and was stunned for a moment. The citizens of Xianyang were relieved. Only then did they stop worrying. Emperor Greenfire turned his head and looked around. The soldiers who came to rescue the emperor from various cities had already retreated far away and left the battlefield. In front of Chaodian Palace, the official of Dejun smiled mockingly. At this moment, how could Emperor Greenfire not know that he had been deceived? He looked at the countless experts around him. Their strange gazes seemed to be mocking him. Was he stupid? Fast or die? Emperor Greenfire was furious. Emperor Greenfire reached out, and a long token appeared in his hand. The token was like a flame. Green Fire Token. 1,000 flames incinerate sun. Emperor Greenfire roared. He waved the token in his hand. The 4 strands of heavenly ways immediately spewed out billowing flames. They rushed toward the great formation with the token. The previous light ball was only 1,000 feet in size. This time, the fireball was 1,000 feet in size. Boom! There was another huge collision. This time, Emperor Greenfire used a Dharma treasure. Xianyang's great formation finally shook. However, it still had no effect on the inside. Lu Buwei looked at the sky with his hands behind his back. His eyes were extremely solemn. Meng-yi, Lu Buwei shouted. Minister Lu. Meng-yi immediately shouted. I've successfully angered Emperor Greenfire. He won't give up for a while. However, we have to be careful. Terracotta Army, prepare the army just in case. Lu Buwei said in a deep voice. Yes. Meng-yi nodded. Meng-yi retreated. Lu Buwei continued to watch coldly. The various armies of Xianyang made preparations. Boom, boom, boom. Emperor Greenfire bombarded Xianyang again and again. However, the great formation of Xianyang was extremely sturdy and could not be shaken at all. In the distance, the Dragon Emperor narrowed his eyes and watched. Pang Tianhe took a deep breath. What a terrifying great formation. Yeah, with such a great formation guarding the city, who can break it? Emperor Greenfire is an ancestral immortal. Even with Dharma treasures, he can't be shaken. A disciple frowned. In the distant valley, Jin Dayu watched the battle from afar and clenched his fists. After all, Emperor Greenfire was causing trouble in Xianyang. Zhang Yi grabbed Jin Dayu and shook his head gently, telling him not to be rash. The sky was filled with flames. Outside Xianyang, the land was barren. In an instant, apart from Xianyang, the entire area had turned into a sea of fire. It was endless and filled with boundless flames. The surrounding cultivators retreated again and again, just as Emperor Greenfire was venting his anger. Roar, roar. Suddenly, 2 loud dragon roars came from the horizon. Then, everyone saw that in the horizon, 2 huge dragons, one golden and one black, were pulling a carriage, quickly flying over. Boom! The moment the dragon carriage entered, the surrounding flames dissipated. Sage King is back. Immediately, the people of Xianyang cheered. Sage King is back. Sage King is back. The entire Xianyang was filled with excited cheers. Although Emperor Greenfire could not break the Great Formation, he was still extremely terrifying in the eyes of the people. If he broke it, he would definitely die. Countless people prayed silently in their hearts, praying for Yin Chuan's quick return. Finally, Yin Chuan returned. Yin Chuan was the spiritual pillar of the people of Dejun. Now that he appeared, everyone's worries instantly dissipated. As for Lu Buwei and the other officials, their expressions relaxed slightly. The Sage King had returned and finally completed his mission. Yin Chuan? In the distance, Pang Tianhe's expression darkened. At the same time, he looked coldly at Yin Chuan. The Dragon Emperor, however, watched with interest. He looked at the mysterious emperor. On the dragon carriage, Yin Chuan looked coldly at the sky above Xianyang. 4 heavenly Tao connected heaven and earth. In the middle, a green-robed man held a token that was long and shaped like a stick. He was constantly spreading the power of the heavenly Tao in all directions. Hey, this person is holding a fire stick. What is he doing? Why is he so happy? Chisha suddenly laughed. Emperor Green Fire, who was attacking Xian Yang's great formation in the distance, suddenly froze. His eyes were red as he followed everyone's gaze and looked at the dragon carriage. He had a ferocious expression. Lu Buwei, what did you do to him? Yin Chuan suddenly asked strangely. Sage King, I only said that he was stupid. Then he was stupid. Lu Buwei laughed. Have they always been short? Ha ha. Countless people in Xianyang burst into laughter. They looked at Tao Lord Green Fire and were instantly much happier. The Sage King had returned. What were they afraid of? Bastard, you are the stupid one. You are the stupid one. Tao Lord Green Fire was ridiculed by the crowd. Emperor, Emperor, the group of Tao gods immediately exclaimed. The Tao gods' hurried cries finally made Tao Lord Green Fire calm down. He quivered and looked at Lu Buwei. There was a lingering fear in his eyes. What happened to him? Why did he lose his composure? Suppressing the anger in his heart, Emperor Green Fire looked at Yin Chuan. Of course, he was still frustrated and uneasy. Change the formation. Don't let Yin Chuan return to Xianyang. Emperor Green Fire immediately shouted. Emperor Green Fire had experienced the power of Xianyang's formation. If Yin Chuan returned to Xianyang, how could he deal with him? Boom! The group of azure-robed people was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the formation changed rapidly and instantly surrounded Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan stood in the center of the formation, but was not too worried. On the dragon carriage, Yin Chuan stared at Emperor Green Fire. Ancestral Immortal? Yin Chuan asked again. It's too late to remember that I am an ancestral immortal. Where is Bai Ditian? Emperor Green Fire said in a low voice. He had waited for so long for Yin Chuan and Bai Ditian to return. However, Yin Chuan had returned. Where was Bai Ditian? If Bai Ditian did not return, what was the point of him staying here? Bai Ditian? Bai Ditian, Yin Chuan shouted with a smile. Here. In the distance, a reply came from outside Xianyang City. Emperor Green Fire's face suddenly twitched as he turned his head to look. He saw Bai Ditian standing in a valley in the distance. He was standing there quietly. Emperor Green Fire. Emperor Green Fire seemed to have realized something. You did not return with Yin Chuan? Emperor Green Fire reprimanded with an ashen face. I have always been here. How can I return with the Sage King? Bai Ditian laughed. Emperor Green Fire. He had been lied to, and he had been lied to so miserably. A great sense of humiliation filled his heart. Thief, you lied to me. You actually lied to me and said that Yin Chuan and Bai Ditian returned together? Bai Ditian has always been outside Xianyang City. He has always been by my side. You actually lied to me? Emperor Green Fire was still depressed as he looked at Lu Buwei with hatred. Lu Buwei smiled and said, Didn't I say that you were stupid? You refused to admit it. Puffed. Emperor Green Fire was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. The weather is dry, and being angry is harmful to the body. It is not your fault that you're stupid. You will feel better if you admit it. Lu Buwei added fuel to the fire. Emperor Green Fire, who had just felt a little better, was so angry that his face turned red again. Lu Buwei was not fooling around. He had done it on purpose. The angrier the opponent was, the easier it was for them to lose their composure. Now the effect was achieved. Chapter 1164. Atlas Studios Emperor Green Fire flew into a rage out of humiliation, but he was still rational. Yin Chuan, Bai Ditian, and you traitor, I won't let you have an easy time. I'll make you wish you were dead. Emperor Green Fire roared angrily. As he spoke, he waved the green fire token in his hand at Yin Chuan. Boom! Within the formation, endless green fire suddenly swept up and surged towards Yin Chuan. The green fire surged in the void, causing it to tremble. Yin Chuan focused his gaze and waved his hand. The green heavenly Tao appeared. Bam! The rolling green fire instantly swept back. Boom! The green fire instantly hit the formation, causing it to tremble slightly. Huh. Emperor Green Fire's expression darkened. Heavenly Tao, you're a Tao god? Emperor Green Fire's expression changed. Grand Emperor, Jade Emperor God. Yin Chuan coldly called out. Xing! 3 long swords flew out from Yin Chuan's sleeves. The moment the long swords appeared, they charged towards one of the Tao gods. The 3 swords brought with them vast, ferocious power and ruthlessly hit the heavenly Taos of the 3 Tao gods. Boom! 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 The 3 Tao gods suddenly trembled. In the outside world, Bai Ditian also made his move. His palm brought with it boundless, baleful aura as it hit the heavenly Tao of the last Tao god. It was a pincer attack from the inside and outside, causing a huge force to burst forth. Boom! Emperor Green Fire's azure sky burning sun formation exploded. The 2 green-clothed cultivators were instantly severely injured. Seeing, the 3 deities instantly transformed into their human forms. Then, they each threw out a sword-shaped pillar that reached the heavens and the earth. Like the heavenly Tao, they ruthlessly hit a Tao god. At that moment, Bai Ditian's baleful aura tornado also hit a Tao god, pushing it further and further away. As for the other 16 ancient immortals, Dejun's soldiers rushed forward and went straight for the 16 ancient immortals. Roar! There was no need for Yin Chuan to say anything. Monarch Green Fire's formation was all entangled by Yin Chuan's subordinates. Stepping forward, Yin Chuan left the dragon carriage. Roar! The dragon carriage flew towards Xianyang. Yin Chuan looked coldly at Emperor Green Fire from midair. The array was broken in the blink of an eye. Anxiety appeared in Emperor Green Fire's eyes. I'll give you a chance to fight me alone. Remember, use your full strength. We're going to kill you, ha ha ha. Yin Chuan suddenly laughed out loud. The citizens of Xianyang all looked on with yearning. Yin Chuan's current insolence looked extremely carefree. Oomph. The grand formation is only used to trap you. Since you want to die, then die. Oomph. Ancient Immortal? Ancient Immortals would never understand the gap between them and ancestral immortals. Heavenly Tao? A mere Tao god dares to court death in front of me? Emperor Green Fire said coldly. Emperor Green Fire waved his long sleeves. Ancestral Immortals' control of Heavenly Tao is not something an ancient immortal like you can understand. Heavenly Tao! Emperor Green Fire shouted. Boom! A red Heavenly Tao suddenly appeared in front of Emperor Green Fire, connecting heaven and earth. Boom! 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 For Heavenly Tao suddenly appeared on the left, right, and back of Emperor Green Fire. The 4 Heavenly Tao slowly revolved around Emperor Green Fire. The terrifying rotation caused the void to distort violently. The storm tore apart, sending gravel into the sky. You can't understand the power of an ancestral immortal. Ha ha! 4 Heavenly Tao gather. Raging inferno. Emperor Green Fire shouted. Boom! The 4 Heavenly Tao suddenly erupted with dazzling light. The surrounding area was instantly enveloped by a sea of fire. The 4 Heavenly Tao spewed out fire dragons that charged towards Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan merged with the Heavenly Tao. Boom! Boom! The fire dragons collided with the Heavenly Tao. The Heavenly Tao remained unmoved. Go! Emperor Green Fire shouted angrily. The 4 Heavenly Tao suddenly collided with the Azure Heavenly Tao. Rumble! On the ground, the mountains and rivers were sent flying by the impact of the Heavenly Tao. The 4 Heavenly Tao collided, causing the void to distort. The terrifying heat was also closing in on Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan's eyes turned cold. The 5 Heavenly Tao collided violently. Boom! After the tragic collision, the world outside Xianyang lit up. The huge light seemed to have covered the radiance of the sun. Rumble! The intense distortion in the void caused countless experts to retreat again and again. Dang! At the Yellow Springs intersection, Jindiyu used the Divine Emperor Bell to prevent the array from breaking. The surrounding area was instantly flattened. Pang Tianhe and the other experts retreated in horror. The strong light was so blinding that no one could see what was inside. That's all you got? Huh? Yin Chuan's voice sounded. How can this be? How can you, a heavenly Tao, block my 4 heavenly Tao? Emperor Green Fire exclaimed. Boom! The surrounding light receded, revealing Yin Chuan again. Yin Chuan stood in the Qing Tian Dao. The Qing Tian Dao was unharmed. However, 3 of the 4 heavenly Tao of Emperor Greenfire were destroyed. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, Emperor Greenfire formed another 4 heavenly Tao. But why? Why couldn't the 4 heavenly Tao of Yin Chuan defeat 1 heavenly Tao of Emperor Greenfire? Emperor Greenfire? You cultivate the young heavenly Tao, right? 4 young heavenly Tao of Emperor Greenfire? The aura is indeed majestic. However, my heavenly Tao is the head of the 1,000 suns. You want to use these heavenly Tao of Emperor Greenfire to shake my head of the 1,000 suns? Yin Chuan smiled coldly. Qing Tian Dao. You're cultivating the Qing Tian Dao. Emperor Greenfire's expression changed. It's good that you know. Now it's my turn. Yin Chuan snorted coldly. Boom! Qing Tian Dao slammed into Emperor Greenfire and tried to crush him. Emperor Greenfire's expression darkened. He commanded the 4 heavenly Tao of Emperor Greenfire to crash towards the Qing Tian Dao. Boom! The 5 heavenly Tao of Emperor Greenfire collided again. The Qing Tian Dao of Emperor Greenfire was unstoppable. Yin Chuan looked ferocious, as if he wanted to use the Qing Tian Dao of Emperor Greenfire to crush him. No, it's impossible. The Green Fire Token. Emperor Greenfire exclaimed. The moment the Green Fire Token appeared, the void trembled slightly. Boom! 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 Suddenly, another 3 heavenly Tao of Emperor Greenfire appeared. Together with the 4 heavenly Tao of Emperor Greenfire, they charged towards Yin Chuan. Boom! The 7 heavenly Tao of Emperor Greenfire finally blocked the Qing Tian Dao of Emperor Greenfire. The 2 sides were in a stalemate. The surroundings were already in ruins. Green Fire Token? This Dharma treasure is not bad. It actually attracted 3 heavenly Tao of Emperor Greenfire. Is it yours? Yin Chuan said coldly. My brother gave it to me. He's the Green Divine King. This is an ancestral immortal weapon. Humph. Emperor Greenfire said coldly. Rumble. The 7 heavenly Tao of Emperor Greenfire exploded with immense power. They surrounded the Qing Tian Dao of Emperor Greenfire from 7 directions and pushed inwards. It was as if they wanted to crush Yin Chuan and the Qing Tian Dao of Emperor Greenfire. Rumble. Faced with the 7 heavenly Tao of Emperor Greenfire, the Qing Tian Dao of Emperor Greenfire finally showed signs of weakness. Ha ha ha! Yin Chuan, you're only an ancient immortal. The strongest ancient immortal is only a Tao god who can use 1 heavenly Tao. I'm an ancestral immortal who can use many heavenly Tao. So what if you have the Qing Tian Dao of Emperor Greenfire? I'll crush it all the same. Once the Qing Tian Dao of Emperor Greenfire shatters, you'll die. Emperor Greenfire said coldly. Ancestral immortal? You think you're worthy of being an ancestral immortal? You've become an ancestral immortal, but you can't merge with the heavenly Tao. Ha! I think the Azure God King must have helped you reach the ancestral immortal realm, right? Yin Chuan sneered. Emperor Greenfire's eyes narrowed. So what? I believe that the Azure God King must have forced an ancestral immortal to his last breath before letting you deal the final blow, right? Yin Chuan chuckled. Emperor Greenfire's face turned ugly. So what? So what? I think you're not qualified to be an ancestral immortal at all. You're wasting an ancestral immortal spot. Yin Chuan said coldly. I'm still stronger than you. Emperor Greenfire said coldly. Can't merge with the heavenly Tao? Haha, then you're the most useless ancestral immortal. Let me show you the wonderful use of Tao merging. Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. Yin Chuan pointed at the sky. Explode. The Qing Tian Dao of Emperor Greenfire suddenly exploded. Hong! The explosion of the heavenly Tao was more than 10 times stronger than before. Under the immense power, the 7 heavenly Tao were instantly blown apart. The world lit up several times brighter than before. The terrifying sound made the ears of countless cultivators ring. From where Yin Chuan was, the explosion spread in all directions. The Qing Tian Dao of Emperor Green Fire brought endless heavenly lightning and blasted the surroundings into chaos. At the center of the explosion, Emperor Green Fire screamed. Boom! The light faded. Emperor Green Fire immediately rushed into the distance. Dragon Emperor stood in the distance, his face twitching. An ancestral immortal was beaten up by an ancient immortal and turned to run. However, an ancestral immortal was an ancestral immortal after all. His speed was shocking. It was so fast that Yin Chuan couldn't catch up to him, even though he was a Dao merging. Roar! Suddenly, Yin Chuan's hair turned blood red and grew rapidly. Rumble! The ground suddenly turned into a surging sea of blood. Yin Chuan didn't give chase. Instead, he used a super divine ability. With the help of the Qing Tian Dao of Emperor Green Fire, the sea of blood instantly expanded to infinity. In an instant, the surroundings of Xianyang became a surging sea of blood. The sea of blood expanded faster than Emperor Green Fire's fleeing speed. Emperor Green Fire, who was fleeing, suddenly realized that the world had turned blood red. Above him were blood clouds, and below him was a boundless sea of blood. Within the sea of blood, Yin Chuan was a god. Boom! Yin Chuan appeared in front of Emperor Green Fire. Oh no! Emperor Green Fire's expression changed. Big brother, save me. Emperor Green Fire waved the Green Fire token in his hand. A huge beam of light burst out from the token. World suppression. Yin Chuan shouted coldly. Boom! The sky-burying coffin fell from the sky and slammed into the light of the Green Fire token. The light shattered and the sky-burying coffin suppressed Emperor Green Fire and the Green Fire token. Rumble! The Green Fire token seemed to be about to unleash its power. However, it was suppressed by the sky-burying coffin. The Green Fire token was unable to unleash its power. He stepped into the sea of blood, and evil power surged from the sea of blood. No, bastard! Emperor Green Fire cried out in shock. Emperor Green Fire couldn't use his feet. Heavenly Tao! Heavenly Tao! Emperor Green Fire cried out in shock. However, the heavenly Tao didn't appear again. An ancestral immortal who hasn't reached Tao integration wants to summon the heavenly Tao from my sea of blood? Here, the laws of heaven and earth listen to my orders. Here I am the heavens. Yin Chuan said coldly. Under the pressure of the sky-burying coffin, the Green Fire token trembled. It seemed like it couldn't hold on any longer. No, no, big brother, save me. Emperor Green Fire cried out in shock. Boom! A light figure suddenly appeared from the Green Fire token. It seemed illusory yet real. A man with a dignified face stood on the sea of blood and stared. Big brother, save me. Emperor Green Fire cried out in joy as if he had found his last hope. The man turned to look at Yin Chuan. Ancient Immortal? You are being suppressed by an ancient immortal? The man looked at Emperor Green Fire coldly. Big brother. Emperor Green Fire cried out in grief. The man looked at Emperor Green Fire with disappointment before turning to Yin Chuan. I don't care who you are. Emperor Green Fire is my younger brother. Release him now. The man said coldly. In the distance, Dragon Emperor narrowed his eyes. Azure Divine King? Projection? In the distance, Pang Tiana's eyes flashed with surprise. Isn't Azure Divine King in seclusion? Release him? Yin Chuan said coldly. That's right. Release him. Otherwise, you will be an enemy of Extinction Palace. Azure Divine King said coldly. Yin Chuan fell silent for a moment. Emperor Green Fire saw Yin Chuan's silence and felt that there was hope. Azure Divine King revealed a look of satisfaction. After a moment of silence, Yin Chuan sneered. So what if you are Extinction Palace? Who do you think you are? Impudent. Azure Divine King glared. Those who stand in my way will die. Yin Chuan's eyes darkened. He waved his hand at Azure Divine King's projection. Bam! Azure Divine King's projection shattered. World suppression. Yin Chuan shouted again. Hong! The blue fire token exploded with a loud bang. No! Emperor Green Fire screamed. Bam! Beneath the sky, burying coffin, Emperor Green Fire exploded. Blood splattered everywhere, but it was drowned in a sea of blood in the blink of an eye. He died without a complete corpse and turned into a meat paste. Dragon Emperor looked into the distance in shock. Sky burying coffin? How can it be so strong? Isn't it an ancient immortal artifact? Dragon Emperor stared in shock. In the distance, Pang Tianhe was inexplicably shocked. Dead. Ancestral Immortal was killed by Yin Chuan. Emperor Green Fire is dead. Pang Tianhe exclaimed. What a terrifying great perfection! What a terrifying Yin Chuan! A disciple shouted. Master, should we return to the imperial court? Another disciple asked in horror. Return to the imperial court? How long could the great extinction holy court last? Ha! We can't stay in Jinlong Dominion any longer. Pang Tianhe said rationally. In the distance, after Yin Chuan's sky-burying coffin killed Emperor Green Fire, he stood in midair. The sky-burying coffin danced around Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan sensed his fate. Crack! 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 There seemed to be a sound coming from within his body. Bam! A loud sound came from Yin Chuan's body. Rumble! Endless heaven and earth yuan qi suddenly gathered from all directions and surged into Yin Chuan's body. Blood-bathing curse. It's broken. It's finally broken. Yin Chuan's eyes flashed. In Xianyang City, the people cheered and the ministers were excited. Dragon Fifth, 7 demons, and Dog God looked into the distance in shock. Holy King is too awesome. Ancestral Immortal? He killed him just like that? 7 demons exclaimed. Roar! Dragon Fifth was also in disbelief. At this moment, Dragon Fifth was no longer unhappy about being captured that day. What was there to be unhappy about? He could kill an ancestral immortal just like that. How could he defeat him? As for Dog God, he was speechless. On the way here, he thought that Yin Chuan was joking. He didn't expect that he would kill an ancestral immortal after returning. Were ancestral immortals that easy to kill? The experts brought by Emperor Greenfire were still fighting, but when they saw Emperor Greenfire being killed in the distance, their combat strength dropped drastically. This can't be real. Everyone looked at Yin Chuan in surprise. Yin Chuan looked at the sky. Ancestral immortal tribulation? Come on. Yin Chuan shouted excitedly. Rumble! Dark clouds suddenly appeared in the sky. Tribulation? So fast. Dragon Emperor was slightly stunned. Chapter 1165. In the sky, rolling dark clouds quickly gathered. In the blink of an eye, the sky was filled with dark clouds. Above the Blood Sea, Yin Chuan raised his head and looked at the dark clouds in the sky. A wild smile appeared on his face. Ancestral immortal tribulation? This is the ancestral immortal tribulation? That's all there is to it. Yin Chuan said with contempt. In his first life, Yin Chuan had never seen an ancestral immortal tribulation in the greater world. Such a tribulation would only appear when the heavenly Tao was incomplete. The dark clouds pressed down on the Blood Sea and set off huge waves. The green heavenly Tao disappeared. At this moment, the heavenly Tao no longer protected the ancestral immortal tribulation. However, did Yin Chuan need to be afraid? Boom! With a wave of his hand, the sky-burying coffin flew out. Gradually, countless shadows of ferocious beasts emerged from the dark clouds. Each of them bared their fangs and roared at Yin Chuan. Roar! Roar! These ferocious beasts brought with them a huge, ferocious aura as they roared and charged down with the might of the heavens. The Black Dragon was the leader. All of them looked ferocious. In the distance, the Dragon Emperor raised his eyebrows. Ancestral immortal tribulation? It shouldn't be like this. The 10,000 beasts stampede picture formed by the black thunder of destruction? This is twice the power of an ordinary ancestral immortal tribulation. Roar! The Black Dragon roared as if he was about to dive down into the Blood Sea. Heaven suppression! Yin Chuan roared. He threw the sky-burying coffin into the sky. As it flew into the sky-burying coffin suddenly turned pitch black and grew bigger. The void around the sky-burying coffin distorted. Roar! With a command, the 10,000 beasts charged down. They collided with the sky-burying coffin. Boom! Under the huge collision, the void suddenly distorted violently. All the ferocious beasts that collided with it instantly collapsed into countless black thunderbolts and were quickly sucked into the sky-burying coffin. Rumble! The sky-burying coffin was unstoppable as it swept through all the ferocious beasts. Roar! Boom! The sky was filled with the sound of explosions and the countless ferocious beasts almost instantly. The sky-burying coffin finally hit the tribulation cloud. Boom! Under the huge collision, the powerful sound of the collision caused the entire blood sea to surge with monstrous waves. The surging sea of blood engulfed the sky. Ka-ka-ka! The huge tribulation cloud was instantly torn apart, turning into countless pieces in the blink of an eye. Rumble! The blood sea engulfed the heavens and instantly sucked the remaining tribulation clouds into the blood sea. Rumble! The shattered tribulation cloud struggled in the sea of blood for a while before slowly dissipating. A rain of blood slowly fell from the sky. Yin Chuan stood in the air. The sky-burying coffin flew back. The blood sea seemed to be breathing all of a sudden. For a moment, the surging blood sea absorbed the yuan qi of the world with a terrifying momentum. The surging qi of heaven and earth was absorbed by the blood sea. Then, it gathered at the center of the blood sea and rushed towards Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan quickly absorbed the heaven and earth yuan qi that had condensed into liquid form. Like a sponge soaking up water, what it asked for was surging. Who? Above Xian Yang, the yuan qi of heaven and earth suddenly stagnated. This stagnation then spread to the entire Dajin world. Before long, all the yuan qi of heaven and earth in the entire Dajin world gathered towards Yin Chuan. The blood sea expanded and expanded, absorbing more and more yuan qi of heaven and earth. This suction force also expanded rapidly. Before long, all the yuan qi of heaven and earth in the entire Jinlong domain was gathering towards Yin Chuan. Others might not have felt it, but Yin Chuan could clearly feel it. Yuan qi of heaven and earth. His bloodline was drawing on the yuan qi of heaven and earth. Yin Chuan's previous super theurgies came from the inheritance of his bloodline. His blood was extremely outstanding, but the power did not come out of nowhere. It was the power sealed in his bloodline during the inheritance. Before becoming an ancestral immortal, he relied on the inheritance to pass it down. After becoming an ancestral immortal, he had to rely on his own power to store it. For example, there was an energy storage space in his blood. Normally, the energy stored inside would explode violently when he used a theurgy. When the energy was exhausted, the energy storage space would continuously replenish it from the world. This was done unconsciously. This was also the reason why Yin Chuan's theurgies were limited and had side effects in the beginning. Now, things are different. Because Yin Chuan was an ancestral immortal now, he could sense this space and automatically replenish it. When the time came, it would explode all at once. However, Yin Chuan now realized that this space was terrifyingly large. It was so large that even he had not been able to open it up to this extent in his previous life. Bloodline inheritance? Yin Zizai? No, it's definitely more than that. The bloodline of a human is indeed no weaker than that of a general. Yin Chuan sighed. Rumble! The yuan qi of heaven and earth gathered. Because of the yuan qi of heaven and earth, the entire sky around the blood sea became filled with multicolored light. Tribulation? That's it. Ancestral immortal? Pang Tianhe smiled bitterly. The Dragon Emperor took a deep breath. What terrifying yuan qi of heaven and earth! How much will Yin Chuan's strength increase? The surging yuan qi of heaven and earth lasted for an entire incense stick's worth of time. Boom! The blood sea receded, leaving Yin Chuan alone in the sky. The sky was filled with rosy clouds. The yuan qi of heaven and earth gathered in all directions. It was incomparably majestic. Ancestral Immortal? The tribulation was over. Ancestral Immortal? The officials of Great Jun were all excited. Congratulations, Holy Ruler. Long live the Holy Ruler. The officials of Great Jun shouted excitedly. Congratulations, Holy Ruler. Long live the Holy Ruler. The citizens of Xianying also cheered. Ancestral Immortal? The eyes of the 7 fiends flashed with envy. As expected, after killing an Ancestral Immortal, they could replace him. But that was an Ancestral Immortal. The 7 fiends were conflicted. First Firmament Ancestral Immortal? Haha. First Firmament Ancestral Immortal? However, I'm still an Ancestral Immortal. I'm finally an Ancestral Immortal. Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with excitement. With this starting point, Yin Chuan felt that it was enough. Next, without needing to transcend the tribulation, Yin Chuan would continue to charge forward. Just as Yin Chuan was feeling satisfied, roar! A deafening dragon roar suddenly came from afar. The dragon's roar was so loud that the earth began to tremble. Not just Xianying, but the entire Great Jun. No, the entire true dragon domain and Xuanzhen dragon domain shook violently. The various cities in the true dragon domain quickly activated their formations. In Xianying, the dragon monarch, Pang Tianhe, and the other spectators all looked toward the east in surprise. That was because the dragon roar had come from the east. Holy King, congratulations, Holy King. A long voice suddenly came from the east. Giguzi. Yin Chuan frowned as he looked toward the east. Congratulations, Holy Ruler, for becoming an Ancestral Immortal. However, it's a double blessing now. Holy Ruler, you've just absorbed the natural energy of the world. I've finally lived up to your expectations and found it. Giguzi's voice carried a hint of excitement. You found it. Yin Chuan's eyes lit up. The primordial dragon vein, the location of the dragon head. Holy Ruler, I've found it. Great Jun's prosperity begins now. Giguzi's voice came from afar. The primordial dragon vein. In a distant mountain valley, the dragon monarch's expression changed. In the south, Pang Tianhe, who was preparing to leave quietly with his disciples, was also shocked. The primordial dragon vein? Pang Tianhe looked toward the east in surprise. Holy Ruler, we've found the dragon head of the primordial dragon vein. Holy Ruler, should we drive it to Xianying? Giguzi's voice came. Open the dragon head and drive it to Xianying. Yin Chuan shouted. Yes. Giguzi's voice came from afar. Roar! In the east, another dragon roar shook the heavens. Beneath this dragon roar, heaven and earth reverberated with the roar of a giant dragon. The earth trembled. The ground of the entire true dragon territory was shaking. Countless commoners and cultivators looked at the earth in shock. In a city in Great Jun. Not good. There's an earthquake. Is the dragon pulse moving? No, not that one. All of the dragon pulses are moving. What's going on? The mountains over there are moving. Which direction are they moving in? The earth is rising. A mountain is rising from the ground? For a moment, cries of shock came from all over Great Jun. The entire earth was shaking and moving. Countless mountains and rivers suddenly rushed away, and countless mountains and rivers rushed back. Some mountains and rivers directly sank into the ground, and some mountains and rivers suddenly emerged from the ground. The entire true dragon domain was going through an earth-shaking change. The people of Great Jun, Yin Chuan shouted. Roar! Yin Chuan's voice instantly spread to every corner of the world. The Holy Ruler's voice. Countless commoners looked up. Great Jun will undergo earth-shaking changes. Our Great Jun's prosperity has begun. During this period, there will be some drastic changes. Everyone, be careful of your own safety. Those who can enter the city should quickly hide in the city. All officials and guards of Great Jun must protect the commoners. Do not cause any disturbances. Yin Chuan shouted. Yes. Countless officials and guards responded to the sky. Great changes were happening in true dragon domain. Boom! In a volcanic region, a volcano suddenly erupted into the sky. Boom, boom. Almost all of the volcanoes in true dragon domain were violently erupting. The sky was filled with flames, and it was incomparably magnificent. The primordial dragon vein? The primordial dragon of the great earth, Pang Tiana said with an unsightly expression. He had been here for many years without finding anything, but Yin Chuan had found it, and even awakened the primordial dragon. The Dragon Emperor looked to the east with a complicated expression. The East Sea Dragon Palace was close to true dragon domain, and they were looking for the primordial dragon. Now, it had appeared, but it was Yin Chuan who had found it. The primordial dragon? The primordial dragon vein is the most powerful in the world. Every continent in the world of the living will have one. The primordial dragon vein in the outer eastern continent has appeared. The awakening of the primordial dragon vein will draw the fate energy of all 36 domains in the outer eastern continent. Yin Chuan and Great Jun can use this opportunity to draw the fate energy of all 36 domains in the outer eastern continent. As long as they can stop the attack, Great Jun will become unstoppable. More importantly, the Yuan Qi of all 36 domains in the outer eastern continent will be centered around true dragon domain. The Yuan Qi of all 36 domains will be more abundant than the other domains. The Dragon Emperor side. Similarly, the awakening of the primordial dragon vein will draw the fate energy of the world. They will definitely become enemies with the world. It seems like true dragon domain will be in for another bloodbath. Chapter 1166. Rumble. The earth in Jinlong Dominion churned violently. Countless living beings narrowly escaped death. However, as long as one was a citizen of Great Jun, even an ordinary citizen, a large number of cultivators were dispatched to rescue and protect them. The earth rose and fell, and the mountain ranges moved. However, everyone suddenly noticed something different. Worldly essence, energy. The worldly essence energy seems to have become denser, a citizen exclaimed. Amidst their shock, the citizens also noticed something different. The worldly essence energy was increasing at a crazy rate. The Sage King said that Great Jun will prosper. Could it be that this is the time? Someone's eyes lit up. Now, immediately, countless citizens were filled with anticipation. Although many buildings were destroyed in the earthquake, it was not difficult for cultivators to rebuild them. Perhaps a dozen complicated spells would suffice. However, the increase in worldly essence energy was what everyone yearned for. With more worldly essence energy, one's cultivation speed would increase. With more worldly essence energy, each generation would become more and more outstanding. Long live! Long live! Countless cheers came from the surrounding cities. At this moment, this scene appeared in Xianyang. Roar! A loud dragon's roar came from the east. The earth rose and fell. Mountains and rivers rose from the ground. In the distance, the citizens saw a huge mountain range slowly moving over. A mountain range? Is that a mountain? That's a dragon head. A dragon head. The citizens exclaimed in shock. Their mouths were agape. A dragon head. It was indeed a dragon head. However, this dragon head was too big. It was so big that everyone was at a loss. A mountain-shaped dragon head. However, this dragon head was at least 10 times bigger than Xianyang. After all, Xianyang City was already the largest city in Jinlong Dominion. In terms of diameter, it was 5,000 miles wide. This was a huge city with a diameter of 5,000 miles. However, the dragon head before them was 10 times bigger than Xianyang City. The huge dragon head reached into the clouds. Clouds had already drifted past the dragon's mouth. The clouds at the lowest level only reached the dragon's mouth. How big did the dragon have to be? That was not all. Some cultivators with good eyesight could see it. After the dragon head, there was a long dragon body. The dragon body was no longer a whole body. Instead, it was made up of countless mountain ranges. It was a vast and endless dragon body. Roar! The giant dragon roared, its voice shaking the void. In the distance, Peng Tianhe watched this scene in a daze. What a terrifying primordial dragon vein, Peng Tianhe exclaimed. Is indeed a huge vein. This dragon's body should be able to stretch across half of the true dragon domain, right? This is too exaggerated, right? A disciple exclaimed in shock. Not far away, the Dragon Emperor's eyes also flashed with excitement. Primordial dragon vein? What a great primordial dragon vein! The primordial earth dragon. If my East Sea Dragon tribe obtains an earthen primordial dragon, we will definitely. The Dragon Emperor's eyes glinted with desire. However, this desire didn't last long before it dimmed. The Dragon Emperor smiled bitterly. East Sea Dragon Palace? If we really obtain the primordial dragon vein, it's hard to say whether it's a blessing or a curse. At the entrance of Skyward Hall, a trace of excitement flashed in the eyes of the great Jun official. Dog God revealed a look of surprise. What is Yin Chuan's background? The 7 fiends and Dragon Fifth were also dumbfounded. Dragon Fifth, is this a dragon? The 7 fiends asked in confusion. Roar? Dragon Fifth looked at the 7 fiends in confusion. The 7 fiends looked into the distance and said, Our bodies are 10,000 feet long, and we are called dragons. If we are dragons, then what is this thing in front of us? It has dragon whiskers. No, even a strand of hair is bigger than us. If this thing is a dragon, then what are we? Dragon hair? Roar. Dragon Fifth didn't know what to say. Dragon hair? From afar, Gigu Zi and a group of feng shui masters were standing on the dragon's head. However, they looked so insignificant that they wouldn't even notice this tiny speck of dust. However, apart from the great Jun officials, the Dragon Emperor and the other experts all looked at Gigu Zi solemnly. This was the primordial dragon vein, and it was attracted by this speck of dust. Roar! As it approached, the towering dragon head roared again. Then, it slowly swam around Xianyang. Rumble! The primordial dragon's body, the mountain range, slowly formed 2 huge circles around Xianyang, as if the dragon was coiling up. Then, the huge dragon head suddenly sank into the ground. The dragon head sank into the ground. What's going on? How can a dragon sink into the ground? Are you stupid? This is the primordial dragon vein, born from the earth. So what if it sinks? Countless people exclaimed. The dragon head sank into the ground and disappeared. However, in the next moment, the entire Xianyang shook. Gigu Zi and about 100 feng shui masters quickly flew into Xianyang City. Rise! Gigu Zi shouted. Roar! A dragon's roar came from the depths of the ground. All of a sudden, Xianyang City floated up. It rose higher and higher. The huge Xianyang City, with a diameter of 10,000 miles and a large amount of land around it, quickly rose higher and higher. Soon, it was above the height of the low clouds. Some busybodies flew up and screamed. Dragon head, under our feet is a dragon head. The dragon is holding up the entire Xianyang. What a huge dragon horn. We are all standing on the dragon head. Countless commoners cried out in surprise. This scene was too magnificent, so magnificent that everyone felt their souls tremble with excitement. Great Jun's capital? I'm a citizen of Great Jun. I'm a citizen of the powerful Great Jun. Countless people were extremely proud at this moment. There is usually a protruding bone on the dragon head, which usually meant holding up the sky. Holding up the sky. At this moment, Chaotian Hall was on the protruding bone, and the entire Chaotian Hall square floated up with the protruding bone. Rumble. Standing in the Chaotian Hall square, one could overlook the world. Roar. The primordial dragon let out another long roar and suddenly came to a halt. Rumble. Endless primordial chi of heaven and earth gathered from all directions. The dragon's mouth inhaled and exhaled primordial chi of heaven and earth. For a moment, the primordial chi of heaven and earth around Xianyang reached an unprecedented level. Countless cultivators felt the primordial chi of heaven and earth and suddenly broke through the bottleneck of their cultivation. So much primordial chi of heaven and earth. If I can cultivate in Xianyang, I don't need to go anywhere. With such a blessed land, is there any other place in the world that can compare? Countless people were amazed. Yin Chuan slowly descended from the sky and landed in the Chaotian Hall Square. Holy King, with the primordial dragon here, you can stabilize Great Jun's providence without losing it. You can also draw the providence of all 36 territories in the outer eastern continent. With the primordial chi of heaven and earth gathering, Jinlong territory will definitely prosper. We don't have such an opportunity in the Great Thousand Domains, Giguzi said excitedly. Long live the Holy King. Long live Dejun. Long live. The officials bowed excitedly. Long live the Holy King. Long live Dejun. Long live. The people of Xianyang cheered. Everything was settled. Millions of rays of light shone in all directions. The top of the dragon head overlooked the world. Outside of Xianyang, countless powerhouses from the outer territories were flying in all directions. They wanted to bring the news to their superiors as soon as possible. In front of Chaotian Hall, Yin Chuan looked down at the world. "Since you're here, come out," Yin Chuan shouted. Boom! His voice suddenly spread to the south. It was loud and endless. Yin Chuan's shout made the officials of Great Jun turn serious. The people of Xianyang also fell silent and looked toward the south. The sound waves were loud, but no one flew out from the south. Ancestral Immortal? Since you dare to come, are you afraid of showing yourself? Yin Chuan said again. Yin Chuan shouted. In the distant forest, the Dragon Emperor raised his eyebrows. Had he been discovered? The Dragon Emperor fell silent. After a moment of silence, he prepared to fly out. Suddenly, a beam of white light shot into the sky from a forest in the distance. A sharp saber chi shot into the sky from the white light. Shing! The saber's edge instantly tore apart the clouds in the void where it passed. A white-robed man was revealed. The man's hair was black and white, and he carried a black saber on his back. A sharp aura shot into the sky as he charged towards Xianyang. The man's expression was solemn, and he looked dignified without being angry. Good, good, good. Great Jun's Holy Hall. Great Yin Chuan. The man laughed loudly. There was no joy in his laughter. Instead, there was a grave tone. Yin Chuan stared at the white-robed man. You are Heavenly Saber Weave Lord, Song Tianzong? Yin Chuan asked. That's right. Not long ago, I received news that the Jinlong territory is in a state of war. Not long ago, I received news that a disciple of the Zhugong, Emperor Greenfire, set up a formation to destroy Xianyang. Out of curiosity, I hurried over. Indeed, I came just in time to see such a good show. Killing the ancestor, shattering the heavenly tribulation, and driving the sure, long, giant vein. Yin Chuan watched coldly. Domain Lord Song, you are really in a good mood. Heavenly Saber Weave borders true dragon weave. How could I not pay attention to it? Furthermore, the Azure Divine King's purplish azure weave is to the south of my Heavenly Saber Weave. My Heavenly Saber Weave is sandwiched between your two weaves. How could I not pay attention? Heavenly Saber Weave, Song Tianzong? In that case, where did the other ancestral immortal come from? Yin Chuan suddenly asked. The moment Yin Chuan spoke, Song Tianzong raised his eyebrows. There was another ancestral immortal? In the valley, the Dragon Monarch looked at Yin Chuan in shock. He thought that he would not have to come out after Song Tianzong flew out. However, the Dragon Monarch smiled bitterly and slowly flew into the sky. A golden-robed old man with long eyebrows flew out slowly. This old man did not have Song Tianzong's soaring aura. Instead, he looked like an extremely gentle old man. However, this appearance made Yin Chuan and Song Tianzong reveal grave expressions. The Eastern Sea Dragon Monarch? Song Tianzong asked. Greetings to the two of you. The Dragon Monarch smiled faintly. Dragon Monarch? Yin Chuan looked at the Dragon Monarch as well. Roar! Dragon Fifth cried out in shock. Yin Chuan, Song Tianzong, and the Dragon Monarch, the three ancestral immortals, stood at the same height and looked at each other. Chapter 1167. Yin Chuan, Song Tianzong, and Dragon Emperor, the three ancestral immortals, stood at the same height and looked at each other. The atmosphere in the sky above Xianyang became heavy. In the distance, the battle continued. The Grand Emperor, Jade Emperor, God of Heaven, and by DTM were fighting four Tao gods, but they were getting further and further away. As for the other ancient immortals, they had already been captured. In the past, the number of ancient immortals who became ancient immortals was counted in the tens of thousands. Great Jun's hidden foundation was terrifying. The four Tao gods, after witnessing what had just happened, were in no mood to fight. They had long wanted to escape, but they were all ancient immortals and couldn't escape. However, the battle was getting further and further away from Xianyang. Yin Chuan brought his officials and looked at Song Tianzong and Dragon Emperor. Since the two of you have come uninvited, may I know why you two have come? Yin Chuan asked coldly. Song Tianzong and Dragon Emperor frowned slightly. Dragon Fifth, who was not far away, suddenly screamed at Dragon King. It was as if he wanted Dragon King to save him from his misery. Are you being silly again? Be careful. Sacred King will punish you. The seven fiends looked at Dragon Fifth with disdain. Dragon Fifth looked at them speechlessly and continued to ask Dragon Emperor for help. Yin Chuan turned his head and looked at him. Under his gaze, Dragon Fifth quivered and opened his mouth, but he didn't dare to shout again. Instead, he looked pitifully at Dragon Emperor in the distance. Dragon Emperor looked at Dragon Fifth, his long eyebrows trembling slightly. What? Dragon Emperor, are you here for Dragon Fifth? Yin Chuan looked at Dragon Emperor solemnly. You worry too much, Emperor Yin. Dragon Fifth made a mistake, so he has to pay the price. It's his fortune to pull your chariot. Dragon Emperor smiled. Dragon Fifth looked at Dragon Emperor in shock. He didn't believe it. The seven fiends looked at Dragon Fifth with schadenfreude. Dragon Fifth wanted to slap them. Yin Chuan wasn't satisfied and looked at the two of them. Are the two of you here for good or evil? Yin Chuan asked straightforwardly. I'm just passing by. It's kind of me. The Dragon Emperor smiled. How about Lai Shan? So what if it is? Song Tianzong sneered. If you are kind, I, Dejun, will hold a banquet to welcome you. If you are evil, I, Dejun, will let your blood splatter the sky. Yin Chuan said with a serious look in his eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, a murderous aura filled the air. Blood splashed across the sky. The Dragon Emperor looked at Yin Chuan with a trace of surprise. He didn't expect Yin Chuan to be so unyielding. Song Tianzong's eyes flashed with fighting spirit. Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. The primordial dragon vein belongs to the outer eastern continent. Only the virtuous cultivators of the outer eastern continent can possess it. Song Tianzong said solemnly. Only the virtuous can occupy it? Could it be that cult leader Song is talking about yourself? Yin Chuan suddenly said with a smile. Me? Ha ha ha. Although I, Song Tianzong, am the ruler of a territory, I am not so arrogant as to be virtuous to the outer eastern continent. Song Tianzong said, while shaking his head. Oh, Yin Chuan frowned as he looked at Song Tianzong. Today, after seeing Dejun's majesty, Tianzong feels deeply moved. Ever since Yin Di killed Azure, Fire's sovereign emperor, I can foresee that in less than 10 days, Azure Divine Sovereign Emperor will personally come to Xianyang. He will come to destroy Xianyang. Song Tianzong said. So what? Yin Chuan did not think much of it. I, Song Tianzong, live for the saber. I traveled the world, sharpening my saber. When I saw Yandi's surging blood sea, I suddenly thought of a person. Sword Demon Yin's eye. Song Tianzong said. Yin Chuan looked at Song Tianzong, feeling confused. Sword Demon Yin's eye is also a powerful person with a surging blood sea. Unfortunately, I have never had the chance to fight him, which is a lifelong regret. Now that I have reappeared at the blood sea, I would like to exchange pointers with him. Song Tianzong said gravely. Blood sea? My blood sea is not his blood sea. Yin Chuan said indifferently. I created the heavenly saber 7 styles. Today, I am not here to stir up trouble in Xianyang. This is my wish. I will only send out one saber strike. If Yin Di can block this saber strike, I, Song Tianzong, will naturally apologize. How about it? Song Tianzong said as he stared at Yin Chuan. Song Tianzong's fighting spirit intensified. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes as he stared at Song Tianzong. One saber strike? If I can block it, you, Song Tianzong, will apologize. If I cannot, won't I, Yin Chuan, be the unlucky one? What is Song Tianzong? While casually speaking, he knows when to advance and retreat. If Song Tianzong could kill Yin Chuan with one saber strike, he would have to compete with the Dragon Monarch for the primordial dragon vein. Furthermore, the Dragon Monarch's attitude was extremely calm. Clearly, he would not fight too hard. Song Tianzong had a high chance of obtaining the primordial dragon vein. However, if Yin Chuan could block this saber strike and display the strength of an expert, Yin Chuan would not pursue the matter any further. Yin Chuan sneered. Song Tianzong was much more powerful than Emperor Greenfire. Both were ancestral immortals, but one knew when to advance and retreat, while the other was rash and brainless. Yin Di, what do you think? Song Tianzong asked aggressively again. Yin Chuan could tell what Song Tianzong was thinking. He suddenly smiled. Heavenly Saber, 7 styles? Do you know that this is the true Dragon Dominion and Zion Ying? If Yin Di wishes to mobilize the power of Great Zenith, it is not impossible. Tianzong will wait and see. Song Tianzong smiled. Shaking his head, Yin Chuan said, Heavenly Saber, 7 styles? You only need to send out one saber strike, at most one strike. My Great Zenith is filled with talents. I may not need to do it personally. Oh, Song Tianzong's face darkened. Song Tianzong wanted to test Yin Chuan's strength. Whether he succeeded or not was not important. What was important was that he could understand Yin Chuan. However, Yin Chuan did not want to fight him. Did Yin Chuan mean to let an official fight with him? Wouldn't that be lowering his status? This was Yin Chuan's counterattack. Although it was a simple move, it was extremely effective. The Dragon Emperor looked at Yin Chuan with a hint of surprise. Very well. Let's see which subject of Great Zenith is so respected by Yin Di. Song Tianzong laughed. Emperor Greenfire could not compare to Song Tianzong. Although he was the ruler of a dominion, he was extremely open-minded. Yin Chuan looked at Giguzi. Giguzi nodded and stepped forward. Giguzi, Jian Zheng of Great Zenith's Imperial Astronomer, would like to exchange pointers with Sect Master Song's Heavenly Saber. Giguzi smiled. Song Tianzong's expression changed as he looked at Giguzi. Untalented? Song Tianzong naturally did not think that Giguzi was untalented. It was amazing that an ancient immortal dared to challenge an ancestral immortal. Moreover, Giguzi had controlled the primordial dragon vein earlier. Good. Song Tianzong's eyes revealed a meaningful smile. The Dragon Emperor flew to the side. South of a dragon's head, Song Tianzong stood in the void and looked at Giguzi. Giguzi, watch carefully. Heavenly Saber's first move, meet me at full edge. Song Tianzong shouted. Suddenly, a vast saber light soared into the sky from Song Tianzong's body. The saber light was like the heavenly Tao, piercing through heaven and earth. Of course, it was still slightly weaker, but not by much. The moment the berserk aura appeared, the ground rumbled loudly. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of loud explosions, huge saber lotuses suddenly exploded on the ground. They looked like lotus flowers, but the petals were saber-shaped. Countless saber lotuses bloomed, and for a time, the ground was completely corroded by the saber lotuses. Buzz. Horrifying saber chi spread out in all directions, surrounding that vast saber light, as though it was supporting that saber light. Meet me at full edge, Song Tianzong shouted. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sky-piercing saber light erupted with resplendent white light, instantly illuminating the world. It truly looked like a blunt saber opening its edge. As the saber light opened its edge, the boundless white light suddenly turned into strands of saber chi, chopping down on Giguzi. Boom! The vast saber light chopped down vertically, and the boundless saber chi rushed over. The saber lotuses on the ground spun, stirring up the saber sea and causing it to chop down even faster. The scene was extremely majestic. The sky to the south turned into a world of sabers. This scene was like a small valley facing an ocean pouring down from the sky, and its might was vast to the extreme. Countless ordinary people felt a chill in their hearts as they looked at the saber sea in the south. Giguzi did not show any fear. Instead, he took a step forward. "Ignite the earth fire, howling heavenly wind," Giguzi shouted. Then he waved his palms at the ground below. The primordial dragon's head, which had been settled, suddenly opened its eyes wide and roared. Roar! The primordial dragon's roar shook heaven and earth. On the ground, where the saber lotuses covered the south, huge volcanic craters suddenly appeared. Boom! Boom! The volcanoes erupted one after another, blasting the saber lotuses into pieces. As the primordial dragon roared, the void shook. The intense shaking caused a dragon head-shaped spatial distortion to appear in front of the primordial dragon. The distorted spatial distortion went straight for the saber light of the heavenly saber. The dragon head and the saber light collided in the distance. Boom! Tens of thousands of sabers in the sea of sabers crumbled under the impact of the dragon-shaped void. The vast saber light collided violently with the dragon's head, causing the heavens and earth to lose their color. The entire southern void shook violently. Looking over from Xianyang, the entire southern sky turned dark. One could only hear the sounds of energy colliding with each other. The sky shook violently. After an incense stick's worth of time, the shaking slowly disappeared, and heaven and earth returned to normal. The dragon-shaped spatial distortion disappeared, and so did the huge saber light. Song Tianzong stood quietly in the void, looking at Giguzi with a shocked expression. More importantly, he looked at the primordial dragon giant meridian below Xianyang. He didn't draw his saber just now. It was only the first form of the heavenly saber, but it wasn't something ordinary ancestral immortals could block. Giguzi did it with the primordial dragon giant meridian. A roar from the primordial dragon giant meridian could block an attack from an ancestral immortal. Song Tianzong looked at the primordial dragon giant meridian and suddenly felt a sense of eagerness. However, he quickly suppressed this desire. Good feng shui dragon roar. Tianzong has learned from you. Song Tianzong was adaptable and immediately praised. Following that, his figure flashed and went straight into the distance. Boom! A loud sound came from afar, and a heavenly Tao in the distance instantly collapsed. The Tao god that Bai Ditian was fighting was instantly severely injured by Song Tianzong. Boom! 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 Following the same pattern, the four Tao gods were quickly defeated by Song Tianzong. The Grand Emperor, Jade Emperor, God, and Bai Ditian captured four Tao gods in the blink of an eye. Song Tianzong's defeated Tao god flew over again. Four Tao gods. This is my apology to Great Zhun, Song Tianzong said solemnly. Yinchuan smiled slightly. Yifeng, set up the banquet. The two of you? Please. Yinchuan smiled slightly. Chapter 1168. Atlas Studios, 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 Atlas Studios Xianyang. Inhentian was holding a jade pendant in his hand. He looked at the jade pendant and then at the dog deity, his eyes filled with surprise. Subsequently, Inhentian looked at the Dragon Emperor, who was a short distance away, and a look of amazement flashed across his eyes. What a coincidence! Inhentian exclaimed. Yifeng arranged a banquet, and Yin Chuan led the two ancestral immortals into a banquet hall. Before they entered the hall, Inhentian immediately stepped forward. Sage King, the dog demon, and the Dragon Emperor that you brought back are special, just like by Ditian and Rinshu. Inhentian said. Oh! Yin Chuan's eyes lit up as he looked at the Dragon Emperor. Without a word, Yin Chuan led everyone into the banquet hall. Yin Chuan sat at the main table, and two ancestral immortals sat on the left and right of the main table. A group of officials accompanied the guests at the tables below. Both of you, Yin Chuan gestured for them to sit. The two ancestral immortals swayed their robes and slowly sat down. Congratulations, Yin Di, for becoming an ancestral immortal. De Zhen is full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons, and prosperity is just around the corner, Song Tianzong said with a smile. Yin Chuan smiled and stared at Song Tianzong. That will have to wait 10 days, right? Yin Chuan naturally understood why Song Tianzong only used one slash. There were only two possibilities. First, he did not want both sides to suffer, and then let the Azure Divine King or the Dragon Emperor reap the benefits. It was better to go with the flow and let the Azure Divine King fight, and then he would reap the benefits. Second, he was afraid of the Azure Divine King. Haha, Yindi, what are you saying? This is Yindi's home ground. Song Tianzong smiled and did not show any discomfort. With a faint smile, Yin Chuan raised his wine goblet and said, "Please." The Dragon Emperor smiled and raised his wine cup. Song Tianzong also nodded and raised his wine cup. The three of them raised their cups and drank. De Zhen has only been in this world for a short period of time, so he doesn't know much about the world. I wonder what the two of you think of the outer eastern continent? Yin Chuan asked with a smile. Yin Chuan naturally had some information about the outer eastern continent. Moreover, in the past, he also had some understanding of the heavenly fate dream. However, at this banquet, Yin Chuan naturally wanted to see other people's opinions. The outer east continent. Song Tianzong's expression changed slightly. Yin Chuan smiled and said, "Cult Master Song, you've roamed the world for many years, so I'm sure you're familiar with it." Song Tianzong nodded and said, "If Yin Di is willing, I can give you my humble opinion. I'm all ears." Yin Chuan nodded. In the outer east continent, there are 36 dominions and various powers. There are emperors and sect masters. Although there are no saints in the outer east continent, there are three top powers. They are Zhu Gong, Deity Sword Villa, and Rock Clan, Song Tianzong said. Oh, Zhu Gong, I'm sure Yindi understands. They occupy the southern part of the outer east continent and occupy 6 dominions. They are the overlord of the outer east continent. Song Tianzong said. Deity Sword Villa is in the north. Heh, I'm sure Yindi is familiar with it. Song Tianzong smiled slightly. Yin Chuan's expression turned serious. Cult Master Song, that's a good move. This is not a secret. Yindi was one of the emperors of Jinlong territory in his previous life. Unfortunately, Yindi's enemy, Zhan Xiong, is currently in Deity Sword Villa. Yindi is broad-minded and might have forgotten Jin Xiong, but I'm sure Jin Xiong wouldn't dare to forget Yindi. Song Tianzong smiled. As for the Rock Clan, although they no longer roam the world, they were incomparably glorious in the past. Rumor has it that they were the first batch of living beings born in the world. They are located in the easternmost part of the outer east continent, Song Tianzong explained. Rock Clan? I haven't seen him before. Yin Chuan nodded. The Rock Clan is somewhat xenophobic. Perhaps it's because of some other reason that they don't allow outsiders to enter their territory. Song Tianzong nodded. However, speaking of which, you and I are going to face Zhu Gong the most now. I'm sure Cult Master Song knows more about Zhu Gong. Yin Chuan smiled. Face? Yin Di, you must be joking. I'm not the one facing Yin Di, but Yin Di. Song Tianzong shook his head and smiled. Is that so? Yin Chuan stared at Song Tianzong with a smile of disbelief. The Dragon Emperor looked on, with interest from his side. Song Tianzong smiled. Yin Di, you're worrying too much. I've heard that Zhu Gong is divided into 12 divine palaces. In the beginning, they only occupied one territory. Later on, the 12 divine palaces grew stronger and expanded outwards, seizing 2 more territories. After many years of recuperation, they once again gathered enough resources and seized 3 more territories. Today, they control 6 territories. 2 divine palaces are stationed in each territory. This time, they have cultivated for many years. Presumably, their resources are gradually becoming sufficient. The third expansion shouldn't be too far away. Heavenly Knife territory is close to them. Perhaps they will be the first to bear the brunt? Yendi said with a smile. Yendi, you're thinking too much. Ha! Song Tianzong laughed loudly and raised his cup. Yin Chuan smiled faintly and raised his glass. As Song Tianzong drank, a light flashed in his eyes. Clearly, Yin Chuan's words were indeed Song Tianzong's sore spot, but he did not want to say it out loud. Yin Chuan saw that Song Tianzong did not want to say more, so he turned to the Dragon Emperor. Dragon Emperor? I've been looking forward to the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace for a long time. Yin Chuan raised his cup and smiled. The Dragon Emperor immediately raised his cup and said, Yin Di, you're too polite. If you have time, feel free to visit the Eastern Sea at any time. Ha! All right, since the Dragon Emperor invited me, I will naturally go. However, aren't you afraid that the Dragon Palace will be lost in Jinlong territory? Yin Chuan asked with a smile. The Dragon Palace will be lost? The Dragon Emperor's eyes suddenly narrowed. Song Tianzong also looked at the Dragon Emperor in surprise. Indeed, why do you say that? The Dragon Emperor shook his head. I'm sure the Dragon Emperor is aware of the dangers of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. I just want to ask if the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace is ready. Yin Chuan asked again. The Dragon Emperor raised his eyebrows, and his previous indifference disappeared. He looked at Yin Chuan with a trace of caution in his eyes. Yin Di, you can't do anything about the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, right? There was a trace of melancholy in the Dragon Emperor's voice. He was also dissatisfied with Yin Chuan's words. After all, the Dragon Emperor was facing a force stronger than the three superpowers of the Outer East Continent. It was the Great Zhou Imperial Court. Would Yin Chuan dare to do anything about it? Yin Chuan smiled and said, The Dragon Emperor has never tried. How would you know that I can't do anything about it? Huh? The Dragon Emperor's eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of surprise. Obviously, he didn't want Yin Chuan to interfere. Ha 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 ha. Dragon Emperor, Great Jun doesn't have any other intentions. I just feel that the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace is just waiting for death. Why haven't you thought of forming an alliance? Yin Chuan smiled. Song Tianzong narrowed his eyes and looked at Yin Chuan and the Dragon Emperor in surprise. Yin Chuan was trying to rope in the Dragon Emperor? Wasn't he trying to get the Dragon Emperor to help him deal with the Azure Divine King? Alliance? Ha ha ha. The Dragon Emperor laughed. He had naturally thought of this too. Great Jun does want to form an alliance with you, Dragon Emperor. However, don't worry. I want to form an alliance with the Dragon Emperor after defeating the Azure Divine King. You don't have to worry about me using you. Yin Chuan said honestly. The Dragon Emperor blushed slightly and took a sip of wine. If you form an alliance with Great Jun, I hope that the Dragon Emperor will have a title in Great Jun. Just like by Di Tian, you will be the supreme beast of Great Jun. You and I will not be under any control. We will form a close alliance and help each other. If Great Zhou attacks, Great Jun will help you, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yin Di, the dragon race does not like to form alliances. I appreciate Great Jun's good intentions. The Dragon Emperor sneered. Ha ha, Dragon Emperor, you don't think that I am interested in your ECCI, right? Yin Chuan laughed. CI the East Sea? Song Tianzong's eyes lit up. What was that? Phew. The Dragon Emperor suddenly stood up in shock. How did you know? The Dragon Emperor's eyes were instantly filled with intense killing intent. Yin Chuan looked at the Dragon Emperor and smiled, waiting for him to calm down. After a while, the Dragon Emperor finally calmed down. However, his eyes were still filled with uncertainty. CI, this was the Dragon Emperor's secret. Less than 10 people in the world knew about the Sea Eye of the East Sea. In the East Sea Dragon Palace, even the Dragon Kings had never heard of it. How could Yin Chuan expose the Dragon Emperor's secret? Dragon Emperor, I said it to let you know that although I know about the Sea Eye, I do not care. I only hope to form an alliance with the East Sea Dragon Palace. Don't worry. I will not have any designs on your Sea Eye. I will not touch it. I can even help you defend it, Yin Chuan said with a smile. The Dragon Emperor's eyes kept changing. Even after many years of maintaining his composure, he could not maintain his composure at this moment. Dragon Emperor, you should know that your East Sea Dragon Palace is in the East Sea. If you do not form alliances, you will be destroyed when the great calamity arrives. Can you stop it? Haha. You know best that if you cannot, many of the East Sea's dragon race will die with you. You will not be able to protect the Sea. Dragon Emperor, you should be clear about my, Yin Xuan's, reputation. Yin Xuan repeated. At the side, Song Tianzong narrowed his eyes. Yin Xuan's words revealed too much information. A great enemy of the dragon race? The Dragon Emperor could not resist? Who? Also, what was that, Ci? Thank you for your kind intentions. Yin Emperor, it's getting late. I have to go back. The Dragon Emperor shook his head. Yin Xuan looked at the Dragon Emperor and smiled. No hurry. The East Sea Dragon Palace is close to the true Dragon Dominion. You can go back and think about it. I am sincere in wanting to form an alliance. All right. Thank you, Yin Emperor. I will think about it. The Dragon Emperor shook his head. Goodbye. The Dragon Emperor's mind was in a mess. He did not want to stay. Yin Xuan stood up to send him off. I hope the Dragon Emperor will remember my words. The Dragon Emperor nodded and flew out of the hall. After sending the Dragon Emperor off, Song Tianzong also stood up to leave. Yin Emperor, thank you for your hospitality. I will not stay any longer, Song Tianzong said with a smile. All right. Yin Xuan smiled. Whoosh. Song Tianzong also left. Watching the two ancestral immortals leave, Yin Xuan could tell that the Dragon Emperor was really going back, while Song Tianzong was just avoiding suspicion. At this moment, Song Tianzong must still be hiding somewhere outside Xianyang, waiting for the Azure Divine King's arrival. Sage King, what should we do with the 4 captured Dao gods? Lu Gang walked up. Lock them in the prison. Yin Xuan said. Yes. Yin Xuan stood with his hands behind his back and looked toward the south. Yin Xuan looked proud. So what if the Azure Divine King was here? South of Xianyang, in a valley. Pang Tianhe and his disciples were still in shock. Master? Leave? Why? The Azure Divine King will be here soon. What are we afraid of? A disciple said in surprise. Pang Tianhe shook his head. It's because the Azure Divine King is coming that we have to leave quickly. It's not like you don't know how angry the Azure Divine King is. We are related to him, after all. Let's not provoke the Azure Divine King now. Yes. The disciples thought about it and quickly left. Chapter 1169. 10 days passed very quickly. During this period, the group of captured Taoist gods, under Lu Gang's torture, had completely confessed everything. The Great Extinction Holy Court? Yifeng was in charge. Meng Tian led the army to attack the Great Extinction Holy Court, and Zhang, he was in charge of persuading the city lords to surrender. The Great Extinction Holy Court's army aggressively charged into the territory of the Great Extinction Holy Court. None of this was important to Yin Xuan. What was important was the rage of the Azure Divine King. Standing in the square of the Skyward Palace, Yin Xuan looked coldly at the south. The officials stood behind him respectfully. Yin Xuan paid special attention to the south through the Sea of Providence and found a target in one of the cities. The loud sound of something breaking through the air shocked the people in the city. Yiguzi, protect Xianyang, Yin Xuan said in a low voice. Yes. Yiguzi nodded. Rumble. A large number of formations were quickly set up to protect Xianyang. They waited patiently for a while. Boom, boom. The first 2 sounds of something breaking through the air exploded, and a gust of wind blew in all directions of Xianyang. In the southern sky, the originally clear sky suddenly turned into 2 colors. One side was filled with purple light, while the other side was filled with green light. The southern sky was filled with purple and green light. 2 figures were standing in the air above them. One was green, while the other was purple. They were both dressed in luxurious robes and had a majestic look on their faces. The man in green looked furious, while the man in purple looked at the huge dragon head in front of him in surprise. Boom! Boom! Behind the 2 of them, there were 10 more figures, all of them green and purple. Rumble! As soon as the 10 figures arrived, each of them shot into the sky, forming a heavenly Tao that connected the heavens and the earth. As soon as the heavenly Tao appeared, a majestic aura spread out. 10 Tao gods. Judging from their posture, the 10 Tao gods were just subordinates. The 2 leaders were green and purple. Who is Yin Chuan? Give me back my brother's life. The man in green robes shouted angrily. Boom! A loud roar shook the void. In a valley in the west of Xianyang, Song Tianzong was hidden within. Seeing the 12 silhouettes in the south of Xianyang, his eyebrows twitched. It looks like Yin Chuan is really doomed this time. Purplish-green weave? The Azure God King and Violet God King had actually all come? 10 more Tao gods? These are the palace lords of the 2 divine palaces of the Absolute Palace. Song Tianzong looked on with a complicated expression. Although Song Tianzong was proud, he still had to be careful of the Absolute Palace's experts. Naturally, he understood the strength of the 2. Azure Divine King, Violet Divine King. Yin Chuan coldly looked into the distance. The 2 God Kings stared at Yin Chuan at the same time. Violet Divine King sneered and said, Heroes indeed come from the youth. In less than 10,000 years, you actually became an ancestral immortal. Unfortunately, you found the wrong person to be your stepping stone. Today is the end for you. The Azure Divine King's eyes turned cold. You are Yin Chuan? Kill yourself. I will leave your soul to be reincarnated so that my younger brother can slaughter you again after he is reincarnated. Kill myself? Yin Chuan sneered. This was something that Yin Chuan had always said to others. Someone actually dared to say it in front of him. The Azure Divine King sneered and said, To be able to kill my younger brother and become an ancestral immortal, you are indeed extraordinary. Moreover, this is your capital. You can mobilize the power of the world. I naturally understand that. Perhaps if I am alone and you mobilize the power of the world, I might be able to resist for a while. However, I am not brainless like my younger brother. I have already called the Violet Divine King here. I will not be able to save you. Is that so? Yin Chuan said coldly. The Violet Divine King smiled faintly and said, Azure Divine King is right. Yin Chuan, kill yourself. After that, I can guarantee that I will not kill your officials and relatives. The Violet Divine King's tone sounded like he was giving alms. 2 ancestral immortals with 10 Tao gods came aggressively to force Yin Chuan to kill himself. Yin Chuan's eyes flashed fiercely. He naturally understood that the 2 were not trying to scare the crowd. The 2 of them did have the strength. However, how could I, Yin Chuan, be judged by you? Netherworld, Great Qin City. Zombie Yin Chuan slowly walked out and looked at the Yellow Springs Road in the distance. There was a flash of light in his eyes. One Yin Chuan might not be able to stop the 2 Divine Kings, but what about 2? Zombie Yin Chuan stepped out and appeared at the Yellow Springs Road. Looking at the Yellow Springs Road, he was about to step into the world of the living. Suddenly, Zombie Yin Chuan's brows twitched slightly, and his footsteps stopped, because there was a sudden change in the world of the living. At the entrance of the Skyward Palace, Yin Chuan looked coldly at the 2 Divine Kings. There was no fear at all. Ha ha, you came just in time. A loud shout sounded. The experts in the surroundings immediately revealed puzzled expressions. A man in golden clothes flew over from the north. Whoosh! The man stood in midair and looked at the huge dragon head in front of him. Origin Dragon Vein? Haha, Yindi, you are really lucky. The man laughed loudly. Yin Chuan looked at the man, and his fierce expression softened slightly. Great Qi Sage King, why are you here? Yin Chuan asked, puzzled. The person who came was one of the Sage Kings of the True Dragon Domain, Sun Wukong. However, he later gave up the True Dragon Domain and left. Sun Wukong looked at the Purple and Azure Divine Kings in the distance and sneered. I went back to report to my benefactor. He said that the Origin Dragon Vein of the Outer East Continent is about to rise, and you will definitely face trouble from all sides. Thus, he said that he is willing to lend you a hand and let me bring you his sword. He will lend you his sword for a year to help you protect your territory, Sun Wukong said. With that, Sun Wukong flew towards the Skyward Palace Plaza. Gigu Z activated the formation and did not stop Sun Wukong. In the blink of an eye, he was close. Sword? The Azure Divine King, Purple Divine King, and Song Tianzong in the distance were all confused. Xing! Sun Wukong waved his hand, and 4 swords suddenly floated in the air. 1 purple, 1 red, 1 green, and 1 black. The moment the 4 swords appeared, a soul-stirring, murderous aura spread out. It was extremely ferocious, making one's heart skip a beat when looking at it from afar. Even the expression of Song Tianzong, who was standing in the valley in the distance, changed. What ferocious swords! Song Tianzong exclaimed. The Azure Divine King and Purple Divine King's expressions sank in the air. They also noticed the ferocity of the 4 swords. The moment the 4 swords appeared, a bone-chilling cold filled the air. Many of the Great Zhen's officials revealed horrified expressions. Sun Wukong's benefactor? Who is it? Only the old officials from the Great Qin Empire understood the meaning of these 4 swords. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows and said, "The immortal extermination 4 swords? Didn't they remain in the Great Thousand Realms?" Lu Buwei raised his eyebrows and said, No, these are the death swords." The death swords? The officials looked over again. There are no sword souls? These 4 swords do not have sword souls. Lu Buwei asked after taking a deep breath. That's right. The 4 swords in the great wide world are only sword souls. The sword bodies have never appeared. The sword body was brought here. Guei Guzi's expression changed. Immortal slaying sword, immortal slaughtering sword, immortal trapping sword, immortal exterminating sword. It used to be the most ferocious sword in the great wide world. Although it no longer has a sword soul, it now has an aura of death. Sun Wukong said with a smile. Yin Chuan nodded his head and said, I understand now. Back then, Tong Tian faked his death and stripped the 4 swords of the sword souls to accompany his corpse. His own spirit was entrusted to the 4 swords of the immortal slaying swords and came here. Sun Wukong was slightly surprised and said with a smile, Yin Di is indeed wise. Yin Chuan looked at Sun Wukong and said, Since Tong Tian asked you to bring the 4 swords here, it's obvious that you're going to set up the formation. That's right. Goku nodded. Yin Chuan pondered for a moment as he looked at Sun Wukong. It was as if he was considering whether to accept Tong Tian's help. After all, if he accepted it, then he would be tied to Heavenspan's karma again. Yin Di, Sun Wukong asked in confusion. All right, then I'll have to trouble you. Yin Chuan said with a solemn expression. Tong Tian's kindness. How could he not dare to accept it? All right, today, let me help you block the attack. Sun Wukong laughed heartily. Sun Wukong took a step forward and flew out of Xianying again. The 4 swords of the immortal slaying sword followed closely behind. High up in the sky, the Azure Divine King revealed a cold smile. The sword is a ferocious sword, but it's just a death sword. An ancient immortal dares to get involved in this mess. The Azure Divine King said coldly. Death sword? Yin Chuan revealed a cold smile. How about Tong Tian's sword? Yin Chuan naturally knew it best. In the great wide world, Hong Jun taught the 3 pure ones. Among the 3 pure ones, Tong Tian's sword Dao was the most domineering. He was so domineering that Tai Ching and Yu Qing were ashamed to use swords in the end because Tong Tian's sword Dao talent was too fierce. The immortal slaying sword formation was the most ferocious sword Dao formation, the immortal slaying sword formation. In the 3 pure ones era, no one could compare to Tong Tian in terms of sword Dao. Even Yin Chuan guessed that Tong Tian's sword Dao was comparable to Hong Jun's. Tong Tian was reluctant to abandon the 4 swords when he came to this world. It was clear how strong the 4 swords were. Death sword? This might be the first time the immortal slaying sword formation was displayed in this world. Sage King? Gigu Zi frowned. Yin Chuan shook his head and said, I understand Tong Tian's plan. However, Tong Tian won't change for anyone. No one can change it, not even Tong Tian. Gigu Zi smiled when he heard Yin Chuan's determination. I'm thinking too much. Yin Chuan nodded. Gigu Zi retreated again. In the distance, Sun Wukong had already brought the 4 swords to the group of experts. The Purple Divine King and Azure Divine King narrowed their eyes. The Azure Divine King sneered and said, Yin Chuan, are you going to let this person die for you? Yin Chuan looked coldly from afar. Sun Wukong glared and said, Die? Ha! We don't know who will die. As he spoke, Sun Wukong grabbed the immortal ending sword and hung it in the northern void. Buzz! The immortal ending sword suddenly trembled. In the northern sky of the Azure Divine King, a black sky curtain suddenly appeared. The moment the sky curtain appeared, it was connected to heaven and earth. The Purple Divine King and Azure Divine King's eyes narrowed. A feeling that could sever one's soul was emitted from the black curtain. At a glance, it was as if endless sword intent was rushing into one's mind. Rumble! The 2 ancestral immortals' consciousness could naturally block this sword intent. However, at the same time, they felt an unprecedented sense of danger. From this black sword, the 2 ancestral immortals could only feel a kind of intent. Kill, 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 kill. Chapter 1170. With the end immortal sword hanging, a domineering killing intent rushed in all directions. The domineering killing intent caused Song Tianzong's expression to change drastically. How is this possible? This killing intent? It's comparable to Yin Zizai's infinite pain sword? Song Tianzong was shocked. Song Tianzong was shocked. Purple God King and Azure God King focused their attention. This was the first time they saw such a ferocious sword. Sun Wukong hung the end immortal sword and flew to the west. The second sword, immortal trapping sword, hung in the west. Boom! The sky and earth turned green. The same killing intent as the end immortal sword rushed towards the crowd. The same killing intent. No, when the 2 swords hung, the effect seemed to have increased. The killing intent was several times stronger. Something's wrong. Azure God King. Purple God King's face sank. What a ferocious sword. Something is wrong. You go and take it. Azure God King looked at a Tao God and said, Yes. The Tao God took a step forward cautiously. The Tao God also felt the terror of the end immortal sword and did not dare to be careless. He took a step forward and attacked the heavenly Tao. Rumble! The huge heavenly Tao rushed towards the end immortal sword. When the heavenly Tao was 10 zhang away from the end immortal sword, the end immortal sword seemed to have sensed the attack and its killing intense sword. Boom! Around the end immortal sword, a storm of black sword chi swept up. Bang! The Tao God counterattacked and shattered the heavenly Tao. At the same time, a black light flashed and the Tao God quickly dodged. Xing! Ah! The Tao God suddenly screamed. The Tao God's right arm was cut in half by the black light from the end immortal sword. My right arm! My right arm! Ah! The Tao God grabbed his right arm and fled with a hoarse roar. Ah! My right arm! The Tao God was still screaming. What are you shouting for? Just reattach it. Azure God King's face sank. No, Azure Divine King, my right arm, this sword light not only cut off my right arm, it also cut off my divine soul. My soul was cut off an arm. So painful, my soul is in so much pain. The Tao God roared in shock. Soul? Even souls could be severed? Moreover, it was merely a sword light. At this moment, Sun Wukong suddenly hung the immortal culling sword in the south. Xing! A beam of blood-red light soared into the sky, and the killing intent in all directions surged again. It was 10 times stronger than before. Holding the last immortal slaying sword, Sun Wukong sneered. Something's not right. Azure Divine King, this sword formation is too demonic, too demonic. Don't wait anymore, attack. I'll deal with that brat. You quickly break the formation and destroy Xianyang. The Violet Divine King's expression changed. Good. The Azure Divine King shouted. Boom! The two great god kings pounced forward at nearly the same time. The azure divine king rushed towards the extinguishing immortal sword, while the violet divine king rushed towards Sun Wukong's exterminating immortal sword. The two of them each wielded a long sword and slashed at immortal extermination and immortal extermination. Ha ha ha! Sun Wukong sneered. The immortal exterminating sword in his hand slashed out. Similarly, there were two purple swords. They collided with each other. The purple sword of the violet divine king erupted with a dazzling purple light, as if it was a gigantic sword astral that was surrounded by rolling purple mist. As for the immortal extermination sword, its sword astral appearance was merely an enlarged version of the immortal extermination sword. The two swords clashed. Boom! A great destructive sword intent rushed over. The mist on the violet divine king's purple sword dispersed with a loud bang. The purple sword aura was instantly shattered. Within the purple sword, there was an explosive lightning aura. A killing sword intent rushed into the violet divine king's body. Boom! The violet divine king retreated 10 zhong, his face full of shock. On the other side, the azure divine king's sword slashed at immortal extermination sword. Boom! The immortal extermination sword's sword intent collided with the violet divine king's sword intent. Boom! The azure divine king hurriedly retreated 10 zhong as well. The two god kings returned empty-handed. In the distant valley, Song Tianzong watched this scene in shock. How is this possible? It was just two swords. The violet divine king and the azure divine king were ancestral immortals who were stronger than him. They couldn't even defeat two swords? And the death sword? This is impossible, Song Tianzong exclaimed. The two god kings were the same. Ha ha ha! Sun Wukong laughed arrogantly. At this moment, the void suddenly shook slightly. Buzz! As the void shook, an illusory figure slowly appeared. The moment the illusory figure appeared, a vast aura spread out. Sun Wukong raised his eyebrows. The azure divine king and the violet divine king were surprised. Greetings, Palace Lord. The two god kings immediately bowed. After the two deity kings bowed, the 10 Tao gods came to their senses. Greetings, Palace Lord, the 10 Tao gods shouted. In the distance, Song Tianzong's eyes flashed with shock. Palace Lord Zhu Palace? His projection? Why would his projection appear here? Song Tianzong said in shock. The projection was dressed in a black robe and wore a black, ferocious mask on his face. No one could see his face clearly. Palace Lord Zhu Palace? In Skyward Palace, Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. All these years, Yin Chuan had collected a large amount of information and knew that Zhu Palace had a palace lord. However, no one had seen him before. Other than the 12 palace lords of Zhu Palace, the others who had seen Palace Lord Zhu Palace were all dead. Celestial slaying sword formation? Palace Lord Zhu Palace looked around. His voice was hoarse. You recognize it? Sun Wukong was surprised. Azure Divine King, Violet Divine King, how did you offend him? Palace Lord Zhu Palace asked in a deep voice. The two god kings looked at Palace Lord Zhu Palace in shock. Him? The two naturally knew that he was the owner of Celestial Slaying Sword. However, we didn't offend him. It was just a coincidence. Azure Divine King explained immediately. A coincidence? Palace Lord Zhu Palace asked in a hoarse voice. Yes. Violet Divine King nodded immediately. Since it's a coincidence, leave immediately. Go back. Palace Lord Zhu Palace said. After speaking, the illusory figure of Palace Lord Zhu Palace gradually disappeared. There was only an order. Violet Divine King and Azure Divine King looked at each other. Azure Divine King's eyes flashed with unwillingness. However, Violet Divine King said helplessly, Palace Lord has given the order. Let's go. Azure Divine King looked into the distance, and his face turned ugly. Go. Azure Divine King turned around and shouted. Song Tianzong looked at this scene blankly from afar. It's over? At the entrance of Skyward Palace, Yin Chuan sneered. Azure Divine King? Is my great Zhan a place where you can come and go as you wish? Yin Chuan's shout reverberated through Xianyang. Song Tianzong looked over and was surprised. What was Yin Chuan doing? Azure Divine King and Violet Divine King are leaving. Instead of rejoicing, you want to cause trouble? Do you know how strong they are? Azure Divine King looked at Yin Chuan coldly. Azure Divine King was naturally unwilling. However, Palace Lord Ju Palace had given the order and he had to follow it. Go! Azure Divine King ignored Yin Chuan. Humph! Yin Chuan snorted coldly. Then, he waved his hand, and an azure-colored soul suddenly appeared in his palm. Big brother, save me! The azure-colored soul suddenly screamed. Azure Divine King, who was about to leave, showed a sullen expression. He suddenly looked over. The soul in Yin Chuan's palm was none other than the Azure Fire, Sovereign Emperor's soul. Azure Fire? Azure Divine King's expression changed. In the distance, Song Tianzong's eyes goggled. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That day I saw it clearly. After the Azure Fire Sovereign Emperor died, his soul definitely entered the Netherworld realm. How can it be here? Could it be that Yin Chuan went to the Netherworld realm? He even found the Azure Fire Sovereign Emperor's soul in the vast Netherworld realm? Song Tianzong exclaimed. Song Tianzong did not understand. Both the Yang realm and the Netherworld realm were under Great Zhen's control. Dead? If one died in Great Zhen's territory, their soul could not escape Great Zhen's territory. In the Netherworld realm's myriad ghost domain, Azure Divine King sent troops to search and quickly found the Azure Fire Sovereign Emperor's soul. Although the Azure Fire Sovereign Emperor's soul was stronger than ordinary souls, he did not bring his strength with him when he was alive. Hence, he was quickly captured. While Azure Divine King was still in shock, Yin Chuan clenched his fist. Boom! The Azure Fire Sovereign Emperor's soul was instantly crushed and scattered. In the distance, Song Tianzong looked at Yin Chuan in a daze. Was Yin Chuan going to become enemies with Azure Divine King? Was Jiang Yi crushing the Azure Fire Sovereign Emperor's soul in front of him? You bastard! Azure Divine King flew into a rage. Also, aren't you looking for Bai Diqian? Bai Diqian, Yin Chuan shouted. Whoosh! A white figure suddenly flew close to him. Bai Diqian had a baleful aura as he looked at Azure Divine King with hatred. This was the hatred of stealing one's wife and killing one's son. After the interrogation over the past few days, everything was revealed. Bai Diqian's wife had been trapped in the purple-green weave by Azure Divine King. Although he had not forced her to do anything, he had forcefully made her his concubine. He had forced her. How could Bai Diqian not feel hatred and resentment? Hatred? From the moment he received this news, a hatred had been formed. Bai Diqian hated that he could not eat Jiang Yi's flesh, bones, blood, and skin. At this moment, Yin Chuan naturally expressed his stance to Bai Diqian. De Zhen will always be on your side. Bai Diqian was extremely grateful. At this moment, Bai Diqian completely approved of De Zhen. Bai Diqian? Azure Divine King's eyes hardened. Azure Divine King, the Palace Lord has ordered us to return immediately. Purple Divine King said with a frown. Purple Divine King looked at Yin Chuan meaningfully. He suddenly knew what Yin Chuan wanted to do. However, this Yin Chuan was too arrogant. How dare he? Yin Chuan was not afraid of them. Instead, he was worried that they would escape. Did he want them to stay? Didn't he just become an ancestral immortal? Why did he have to make all of them stay? Great Qi Sacred King, please hang up the Immortal Slaying Sword. Immortal Slaying Sword Formation. Yin Chuan shouted. Boom! Yin Chuan stepped up. As Yin Chuan stepped up, De Zhen's group of strong practitioners immediately flew into the sky. Bai Diqian, Heavenly Emperor, Jade Emperor, Grand Emperor, Jin Diyu, and a large number of strong practitioners cooperated and charged towards the sky. Sun Wukong was slightly stunned. Then his eyes flashed. All right, Let's hang up the immortal slaying sword. Quick, get out. Purple Divine King's expression changed. He waved his sleeves and brought the 10 Tao gods out of the range of the 4 swords. World suppression. Boom! The heaven-burying coffin collided, and Purple Divine King immediately retreated. However, the 10 Tao gods flew out of the formation. Boom! In the distance, the immortal slaying sword formation was finally set up. Kaboom! Boundless 4-colored sword Chi burst out in all directions. The 4 divine swords pierced through heaven and earth. They were like 4 heavenly Daos that trapped and guarded the 4 directions. Within the immortal slaying sword formation, Yin Chuan, Sun Wukong, Azure Divine King, and Purple Divine King were trapped. Outside, the 10 Tao gods escaped. However, in the blink of an eye, they were surrounded by a large number of strong practitioners of Dejun. Chapter 1171. Boom! When the immortal slaying sword formation was deployed, the entire dragon head of Xianying seemed to be trembling. Countless mountain rocks seemed to have escaped from the Earth's gravity and slowly floated upwards. Sword Chi raged. The 4-colored sword Chi enveloped everything in the formation, making it impossible to see what was inside. In the sky, the immortal slaying sword formation pierced through the 9 heavens. Countless clouds revolved around the sword formation, causing the sky to darken. The entire Xianying was filled with a murderous aura. Wherever the slaughter passed, some small lakes and rivers were instantly frozen. In a valley in the west, bewilderment flashed across Song Tianzong's eyes. No wonder the palace lord of the Jew palace was unwilling to clash with the master of this sword formation. Just a magic treasure is already so ferocious? Song Tianzong said in shock. Wrong? What did Yin Chuan mean? He wanted to kill the Violet God King and Azure God King on the spot? Earlier, he did not allow the 2 of them to leave because he wanted to kill them? Song Tianzong exclaimed in shock. The Azure God King was a character that even Song Tianzong feared. But now, Yin Chuan actually wanted to kill the Azure God King and Violet God King? Didn't he just become an ancestral immortal? Song Tianzong found this rather unbelievable. At this moment, he turned to look in all directions. There were 10 Tao gods in all directions, and there were 10 experts surrounding each of them. Rumble. For a moment, the 10 Tao gods did not reveal their ferocity. On the contrary, roar. Bastard. I am a Tao god. Ancient immortal? Why are they all ancient immortals? 10 ancient immortals besieged a Tao god. Great Jun sent out 100 ancient immortals at once. In the distance, the group of Tao gods could not merge with the Tao. At most, they were peak ancient immortals. Indeed, fighting 1 ancient immortal would not be a problem. Fighting 2 or 3 ancient immortals would not be a problem either. More importantly, he was fighting 10 of them. Furthermore, the Song Tianzong did not have information on many of these 10 ancient immortals. To be able to casually take out 100 ancient immortals, did that mean that Great Jun still had ancient immortals? Right, there were definitely more. At the very least, Meng Tian and Wang Jian weren't among them. Song Tianzong's heart skipped a beat. Is this still the newly promoted Holy Court? So many ancient immortals had appeared in a world of mortals? Boom! With Bai Ditian and the others in the lead, they slaughtered crazily. Bai Ditian hated the fact that his wife had been snatched away, so he was naturally furious. Inside, the immortal slaying sword formation, the 4 swords sealed off the void. Yin Chuan, Sun Wukong, the Azure God King, and the Purple God King were sealed within. As soon as he entered the formation, Yin Chuan looked around. Sword Chi surged in all directions, as well as endless black fog. This made Yin Chuan unable to see through the immortal extermination sword formation. Immortal slaying sword formation? Was there a change? Ha! Tong Tian is actually still on guard against me. Yin Chuan revealed a faint smile. The 2 ancestral immortals stared at the sky in shock as well. Immortal slaying sword formation? Isolating the inside from the outside? I can't feel the heavenly Tao. The Violet Divine King's expression changed drastically. Heavenly Tao? Me too. The Azure Divine King's expression was extremely ugly. Within the Immortal slaying sword formation, you still want to sense the Heavenly Tao? Yin Chuan revealed a cold smile. Yindi, are you really going to kill them? Sun Wukong frowned. Looking at Sun Wukong, Yin Chuan smiled. I know what you're worried about. There's no need for you to do anything. Just help me hold one of them back for now. I'll take care of them one by one. Sun Wukong's expression changed slightly as he nodded. All right. Looking at the Azure Divine King in the distance, Yin Chuan's hair suddenly turned blood red. A violent aura erupted as an endless sea of blood surrounded Yin Chuan and swept towards the Azure Divine King. Bastard! The Violet Divine King's expression darkened as he slashed with the purple sword in his hand. Boom! In the void, a sword energy suddenly appeared and charged towards the Violet Divine King. The Violet Divine King's expression changed as he immediately met the sword. Boom! The Violet Divine King retreated slightly. However, this was not the end. As the Immortal Extermination sword energy appeared, hundreds of sword energy appeared from the Immortal Exterminating Sword, Immortal Slaughtering Sword, and Immortal Trapping Sword, and swept towards the Violet Divine King. Rumble! The four swords were ferocious as they erupted with a vast might. The Violet Divine King was instantly trapped by the swords and was unable to support the Azure Divine King. The Azure Divine King waved the azure sword in his hand. A sea of azure flames suddenly appeared around him and charged towards Yin Chuan's sea of blood. Boom! The sea of fire and the sea of blood collided and fused together. The fire and sea enveloped the two of them. Humph. So what if I can't use the Heavenly Tao? I'm still an ancestral immortal after all. I've been an ancestral immortal for tens of thousands of years. Who knows where you've reincarnated? The Azure Divine King slashed with his sword. Yin Chuan revealed a cold smile. I should be the one saying that to you. The sky-burying coffin in his hand collided with the sword. Boom! The sea of blood and the sea of fire exploded violently. The two formidable figures fought fiercely. Outside, Song Tianzong looked at the Immortal Extermination sword formation in shock. Who is it? In this world, other than those sages and heavenly emperors, is there anyone stronger? Song Tianzong's expression was extremely complicated. He could not see the inside of the Immortal Extermination sword formation clearly, so he turned to look at the four Tao gods. Song Tianzong's expression became increasingly strange. This was because Gigazi, whom Song Tianzong thought to be a peerless expert, was standing calmly at the entrance of Heavenward Palace as if he was not worried at all. How can Great Jun be so confident? Song Tianzong's expression became even more conflicted. Before he came, Song Tianzong had obtained information about Great Jun. According to the information, Great Jun was a newly ascended holy court and was rather weak. Rather weak? Which bastard compiled this information? How could this be called rather weak? Clang! Suddenly, a bell rang in the distance. A loud sound reverberated through heaven and earth. The sound of the bell was extremely unique, and it made Song Tianzong shudder. What a strange bell! Song Tianzong's expression changed as he looked over. He saw one of the heavenly Taos instantly shatter. A Tao god was sent flying while vomiting blood. Boom! A golden-robed man struck out with his palm. A bird claw appeared and stabbed into that Tao god's chest. Ah! That Tao god screamed in shock. The golden-robed man held a huge bell in one hand and grabbed that Tao god with the other. He flew toward the plaza of Heavenward Palace. Go deal with the other Tao gods. Jin Diyu shouted to the other 9. Yes, the 9 ancient immortals replied. Jin Diyu flew to Heavenward Palace and threw that Tao god aside. Instantly, a group of guards came forward. I have already sealed his cultivation and sent him to the celestial prison to await Sacred King's judgment. Jin Diyu said solemnly. Yes, in the distance. Boom, 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 boom. Another 4 loud sounds rang out as 4 heavenly Daos collapsed. The ancient immortals brought by the Grand Emperor, Jade Emperor, Deity, and by Detian heavily injured him. The 4 of them brought the restrained Tao god to the plaza of Heavenward Palace and sent him to the celestial prison. In the sky, the Tao gods were struggling. Each of them was filled with endless disbelief. In the plaza of Heavenward Palace, the officials looked at the immortal slaying sword formation in the distance. Gigazi looked at the Grand Emperor, Deity, and Jade Emperor. "The 3 of you," Gigazi said softly. "Mister." The 3 of them greeted Gigazi respectfully. When ancestral immortals forge divine swords, they will erase the consciousness of the sword's soul, leaving only its instinctive consciousness behind. "The 3 of you should know this, right?" Gigazi said plainly. The 3 of them had solemn expressions as they nodded in the end. "Sacred King is benevolent and has left you with your own consciousness. He doesn't want to lead you in a certain direction, so you can make your own choices. Countless divine swords have given birth to sword souls, but very few can reach the peak. It's not innate, but acquired through hard work. You will gradually understand everything about Sacred King in the future. However, I want to tell you that everything about Sacred King is the strongest. It's everything. Sacred King forged the 3 of you and gave you the chance to grow on your own. I hope you will cherish it." Gigazi said solemnly. "Yes," the Grand Emperor, Deity, and Jade Emperor replied. Sacred King wanted son Wukong to set up the celestial slaying sword formation mainly for you guys to observe. Gigazi explained. "Ah." The 3 emperors were shocked. "Then why didn't he let us in?" the Grand Emperor asked in shock. "That's right. If we entered the formation, it would be clearer for us to observe from the inside." Jade Emperor frowned. "That's right." Deity nodded. Gigazi shook his head. "Enter? You guys are still far from it. Sacred King is worried that you will be assimilated by the celestial slaying sword formation." "Ah." The 3 of them were shocked. "Observe carefully. Sacred King is stalling for time. Don't waste this opportunity," Gigazi said solemnly. "Yes," the 3 emperors said solemnly. The 3 of them stood at the side and stared at the celestial slaying sword formation. They were all swords, so they naturally comprehended more than others. The more they looked, the more shocked they became. At this moment, a woman in purple suddenly appeared in the square of facing Heaven Hall. "Greetings, Empress," the officials said respectfully. It was Zizi. When she appeared, she looked into the distance in shock. "What's going on? What happened while I was in seclusion?" "Empress, there are enemies attacking. Sacred King is fighting with ancestral immortals. Those Tao gods are here to invade," Yifeng said immediately. "Oh." Then, Zizi revealed a hint of worry. "Empress, don't worry. Sacred King should be fine. Otherwise," Yifeng said. After Yifeng said that, Zizi understood. If something happened, Yan Xuan from the Netherworld would definitely come out immediately. However, even so, Zizi did not treat the group of Tao gods in the distance well. She waved her hand, and a ray of black light shot toward a Tao god in the distance. "Book of life and death. Curse the heavenly demon to devour his heart," Zizi said coldly. Boom! The black light seemed to ignore the heavenly Tao and rushed into the Tao god's body. That Tao god was suddenly in a trance. This trance was too fatal. More than a dozen ancient immortals attacked at the same time. Boom! Ah! When the Tao god came back to his senses, he was severely injured by more than a dozen ancestral immortals. He spat out blood and was immediately captured. In the distance, Song Tianzong looked at ZZ in confusion. What's going on? ZZ's curses were getting more and more vicious. As long as they had not reached Tao unification, ZZ could successfully curse even Tao gods. In an instant, the Tao gods who were still struggling were captured. Some wanted to escape, but how? Not long after, the group of Tao gods was wiped out. Song Tianzong looked at the great perfection expert strangely. You call this weak? Inside the celestial slaying sword formation, under the siege of the 4 immortal slaying swords, the purple divine king was incomparably frustrated. Roar! Yin Chuan and Green Divine King were locked in battle. The two great Divine Kings were shocked and furious. The biggest disadvantage here was that they couldn't use the Heavenly Tao. Otherwise, the two in front of them would definitely die. However, would Yin Chuan's use of the Heavenly Tao be weaker than the two of them? At the entrance of the heavenly-facing hall, Sword Qi slowly appeared around the Grand Emperor, Jade Emperor, and God. It was as if they had gained great enlightenment from their observation. Chapter 1172. Within the Immortal Extermination Sword Formation, the sea of fire and blood enveloped the Azure Divine King and Yin Chuan. On the other side, Sun Wukong controlled the Immortal Extermination Sword Formation to delay the Violet Divine King. Rumble. The Violet Divine King was in a sorry state, but this was only delaying. It's been 20 hours. What a powerful Immortal Extermination Sword Formation. It's so powerful even when hidden. The Violet Divine King's eyes flashed with shock. You should be honored. In the current world, you're number one in the Immortal Extermination Sword Formation. Sun Wukong laughed. He turned his head to look not far away. Clearly, he was puzzled. Why was Yin Chuan fighting for so long? 20 hours had passed, and the victor was still not decided? And in this split second, the Violet Divine King seemed to have found an opportunity and swung the purple sword in his hand. Boom! After clashing with the four swords, the Violet Divine King shot towards the sea of blood. Break for me! The Violet Divine King slashed at the sea of blood. Boom! The sea of blood split apart, revealing Yin Chuan and the Azure Divine King. The sky-burying coffin clashed with the Azure Divine Sword. Both of their clothes were slightly tattered, and their other hands were facing each other's palms. Yin Chuan's eyes were ferocious. The Azure Divine King's eyes were also filled with shock. Boom! The sea of blood and the sea of fire were split apart by the Violet Divine King. Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. His right hand suddenly turned into a claw and grabbed at the Azure Divine King's right arm. Not good. The Azure Divine King's face changed. Shit. The Violet Divine King's face also changed. The Violet Divine King's palm struck towards Yin Chuan, wanting to force Yin Chuan to give up on the Azure Divine King's claw. But at this time, how could Yin Chuan give up? His right claw broke through the Azure Divine King's palm strike at an even faster speed and grabbed his right arm. Rip! With a fierce aura, Yin Chuan tore it apart. Roar! The Azure Divine King roared in pain, and the Violet Divine King's palm was also close. Hastily, Yin Chuan met the attack with his left palm. The power of the sky-burying coffin weakened, but it still managed to block the green sword. A purple light rushed towards Yin Chuan's left palm. Boom! Yin Chuan paused. He turned his head and glared at the Violet God King. Roar! The Azure Divine King howled in pain. The Azure Divine King's right arm was torn off by Yin Chuan. Fresh blood instantly drenched his azure robes. Yin Chuan, the Azure Divine King roared. The Violet Divine King repelled Yin Chuan with a palm strike, but he was unwilling to continue fighting. The situation is not right. Let's go back first. Purple-green confluence. The Violet Divine King shouted. The long sword in his hand stabbed towards the Azure Divine King. The Azure Divine King's azure sword also stabbed over. When the two swords collided, a dazzling light suddenly burst out from the tip of the swords. Boom! A huge force erupted, and the sea of blood and the sea of fire exploded. The Immortal Extermination Sword Formation suddenly shook, and a crack was suddenly exposed. Whoosh! The Violet Divine King and the one-armed Azure Divine King were instantly sent flying. Not good. Sun Wukong's face sank. Yin Chuan looked at the outside world through the crack. Yin Chuan, I will be back. I will turn Xianying into a living hell. Roar. The Azure Divine King held onto his severed arm and roared at Yin Chuan. All the Tao gods outside were gone. The two of them naturally understood the result. At this moment, they fled towards the south with an intense unwillingness. Yin Chuan lifted the severed arm of the Azure Divine King and squeezed it. Boom! The severed arm of the Azure Divine King turned into dust. Roar! The Azure Divine King roared with hatred from afar. Yin Chuan has been poisoned by my purple demon divine poison. He won't be able to get away with it. Just use your magic power to grow your right arm. The Violet Divine King shouted. The Azure Divine King turned his head and no longer looked at Xianyang with unwillingness. Swish! The two of them turned into streams of light and disappeared. Yindi, are you all right? Sun Wukong looked at Yin Chuan's left arm. His left arm had already turned purple. I'm fine. Remove the array, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Sun Wukong nodded. As the array was being removed, Yin Chuan looked up at the black fog above the array. He was deep in thought. Rumble! The array was removed. In the blink of an eye, the sky was clear. Yin Chuan stood in the void. His left arm turned more and more purple. Yin Chuan's eyes turned cold as he looked at his left arm. Ka. Countless stars appeared on his palm. It was as though billions of stars were revolving around him. They formed a stirring force that rapidly drew the purple light from his left arm into his palm. Purple demon divine poison. In just a short while, it was all extracted. Oomph. Yin Chuan snorted. He clenched his hand, and the purple demon divine poison instantly dissipated. Yin Chuan defeated the Azure Divine King. Song Tianzong, who was watching the battle from afar and preparing to reap the benefits, gaped in shock. Did I see wrongly? Yin Chuan did not use the power of the world to tear off the Azure Divine King's arm. The Violet Divine King and Azure Divine King fled in panic. Song Tianzong said in shock. That's not right. This is completely different from what I expected. In Song Tianzong's mind, the Azure Divine King should have easily destroyed Xianyang. However, was that the case before his eyes? Yin Chuan had just become an ancestral immortal, a first-stage ancestral immortal. The Violet Divine King and Azure Divine King were fourth-stage ancestral immortals. The difference was so huge. How could it be reversed? Could it be that immortal vanquishing sword formation? Song Tianzong's heart skipped a beat as he looked at Sun Wukong, who was beside Yin Chuan. Reap the benefits? That's not easy. Although Yin Chuan's clothes were somewhat tattered, they were fine. After all, the Azure Divine King had lost an arm. Sect Master Song. Yin Chuan suddenly turned his head to look at Song Tianzong in the west. Song Tianzong's face froze. He was discovered again? How did Yin Chuan discover him? Since Yin Chuan noticed him, Song Tianzong naturally could not hide anymore. Ha! Congratulations, Yin Emperor, for showing off your might. Song Tianzong flew out and laughed. Yin Chuan stared at Song Tianzong without smiling. Yin Chuan knew that if he lost this time, Song Tianzong would definitely take advantage of the situation. Sect Master Song, I plan to head to the purplish-green weave to kill the Violet Divine King and Azure Divine King immediately. What do you think? Yin Chuan suddenly asked. Song Tianzong was slightly stunned, as if he did not hear clearly. What? You plan to wipe out the purplish-green weave? When? Song Tianzong said in shock. Immediately, Yin Chuan said directly. Song Tianzong. At this moment, Song Tianzong finally understood what it meant to be arrogant. Yin Chuan was too arrogant. Even he did not dare to touch the purplish-green weave. Yet Yin Chuan, who had just become an ancestral immortal, said that he wanted to wipe out the purplish-green weave? What kind of joke was this? Song Tianzong could be considered someone who did great things, but he had never seen someone so arrogant. Immediately? Yin Emperor, you are so bold. This song wishes Yin Emperor victory. Song Tianzong immediately ignored himself. Yin Chuan looked at Song Tianzong with a faint smile. This smile made Song Tianzong shudder. I know. The Heavenly Saber Weave has formed an alliance with the other 7 weaves to deal with the purplish-green weave. I hope that you will immediately inform them to prepare to attack together and wipe out the palaces. Yin Chuan said sullenly. What? Song Tianzong's expression changed. How did Yin Chuan know? Yin Chuan stared at Song Tianzong. Naturally, Yin Chuan was not very friendly to Song Tianzong. Yin Emperor, you must be joking. Song Tianzong shook his head. Joking? I'm not joking. Inform them as soon as possible and attack together. I don't want all the palace masters of the Absolute Palace to show up while we are dealing with the purplish green weave. I want the 6 Absolute Palace weaves to attack from all sides. I will kill the Violet God King and the Azure God King to get rid of this evil for you. How about it? Yin Chuan looked at Song Tianzong intently. Haha, Yin Emperor, you misunderstand. Song Tianzong shook his head and laughed. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. The Holy Court of Great Zhen already has enmity with the purplish green weave. The heavenly saber weave is in the middle. If you still want to be the Oriole, you will be making an enemy out of Great Zhen. As Yin Chuan spoke, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Song Tianzong looked at Yin Chuan in shock. Has this Yin Chuan really gone crazy? Is he biting everyone he sees? However, the battle just now had given Yin Chuan the right to speak to him as an equal. Naturally, Song Tianzong could not ignore him. Sectmaster Song, this is also a good thing for you. Why not? Yin Chuan smiled. Song Tianzong was speechless. Not only had he not become the Oriole, but he had also gotten himself into trouble. What do you think? Yin Chuan looked at him intently again. Song Tianzong looked at Yin Chuan with a complicated expression and then at the Shurlong giant vein. After a while, he took a deep breath and suddenly smiled. Yin Emperor, you are so bold. I, Song Tianzong, will not be unreasonable anymore. Ha ha ha, good. Yin Chuan nodded in satisfaction. Sage King of Great Qi, since Sect Master Tong Tian has borrowed the fairy slaying sword formation for a year, can I trouble you to make a trip to the purplish green weave with me? Yin Chuan smiled. Sun Wukong looked at Yin Chuan in shock. This Yin Chuan was too aggressive, wasn't he? Yin Emperor, they escaped in the end because I had too little control over the fairy slaying sword formation. This is your home ground, so it's fine. The place we're going to next is their home ground. They can mobilize more power. I'm worried that when the time comes. Sun Wukong frowned. No worries. The power just now was enough. Yin Chuan nodded. Okay. Sun Wukong nodded. Meng Yi, gather the troops. The Terracotta Army will follow me into battle. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes. Meng Yi replied loudly. Song Tianzong was stunned. So fast. Just like that? It was really right away. Wasn't this too right away? Yin Chuan swept his gaze across the ministers. His Majesty, Jade Emperor, and the Grand Emperor were all sitting cross-legged as if they had comprehended something. Goe Guzi, by Di Tian, follow me in a battle, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes, the two of them replied. When he saw ZZ, Yin Chuan's solemn gaze softened slightly. ZZ looked at Yin Chuan and knew that since Yin Chuan had spoken, he couldn't change his mind. Be careful, ZZ said worriedly. Yin Chuan smiled and said, Yes, don't worry. Only then did ZZ's expression relax. Don't worry, I'll be back, Yin Chuan said again. Yes, ZZ nodded. Swish, swish, swish. Soon, under Meng Yi's command, the 100,000 Terracotta Army gathered. Greetings, Sacred King, the Terracotta Army said respectfully. Song Tianzong's face twitched slightly. He had underestimated Great Zhen. What kind of Terracotta Army was this? Why were the weakest of them great immortals? Why was Great Zhen so terrifying? Cult Master Song, let's go to your heavenly knife weave first, Yin Chuan said. Song Tianzong was speechless. He had gone for wool and come home shorn. This wasn't just a loss of rice. It was a loss of an entire granary. All right. Song Tianzong was forced to lead the way unwillingly. Chapter 1173. Bai Qi returns to his position. The dragon chariot pulled Yin Chuan south. The terracotta soldiers surrounded the area as the army advanced toward Heavenly Saber Weave. 100,000 soldiers came with great momentum. The terracotta soldiers were not ancestral immortals. Naturally, they were not as fast as the Azure God King. However, they did not stop and finally arrived at Heavenly Saber Weave. Yi Guzi by Di Tian, Meng Yi, Sun Wukong, and Song Tianzong stood on the balcony in front of the chariot. Song Tianzong looked at Yin Chuan's majestic dragon chariot and then looked at the large saber he rode on every time he traveled. No matter how he looked at it, Song Tianzong felt shabby. He looked at Yin Chuan speechlessly. Did all emperors like to show off? Yin Di. Song Tianzong frowned. Yin Chuan was puzzled. You're leaving just like that? Xianyang is empty. Aren't you worried that someone will cause trouble? Not to mention others. If the dragon monarch goes, what will happen to Great Jun's primordial dragon vein? Song Tianzong asked. Yin Chuan and Yi Guzi were here? What if an ancestral immortal went to Xianyang? Ancestral immortal? There's no need to worry. Yin Chuan shook his head and said with certainty. Oh, Song Tianzong narrowed his eyes. Yin Chuan's casual attitude was not fake. Ancestral immortal? There's no need to worry? Could it be that Great Jun had the strength to fight an ancestral immortal? When he thought of this, Song Tianzong's heart churned. Which bastard collected the information on Great Jun? Was this considered weak? The group moved extremely quickly. The army of 100,000 quickly arrived at a training ground. The training ground was surrounded by blade-like mountains that pierced into the clouds. A sea of virtuous clouds churned in the sky. Above the virtuous clouds, thousands of avatars could be seen. Heavenly Saber Training Ground, Yin Chuan said solemnly. As the army of 100,000 flew over, hundreds of experts suddenly flew over from afar. Stop! How dare you? A loud shout came from afar. Where did this army come from? How dare you be so impudent in my Heavenly Saber Training Ground? A shout exploded in the air as a powerful aura pressed over. Ancestral immortal again. Yi Guzi's expression changed. Whoosh! A white-robed man suddenly appeared in front of the 100,000-strong army. Second brother, it's me. Song Tianzong called out. Oh! The white-robed man paused slightly. Swish! The white-robed man approached and looked at the crowd in surprise. This is my younger brother, Song Tianren. Song Tianzong introduced. This is the great perfection sage king, Yin Chuan. Song Tianzong introduced. Song Tianren was slightly surprised. Why was Big Brother so serious? However, Song Tianren wasn't as rash as Monarch Greenfire. He immediately bowed and said, Greetings, Sage King Dejun. Yin Chuan smiled and nodded. Big Brother, you guys are? Song Tianren asked in confusion. Yin Chuan looked at Song Tianzong and said, Sec Master Song, I hope that we can officially battle the Azure God King and Violet God King within a month. Song Tianren was slightly taken aback. What was going on? Against the Azure Divine King? Purple God King? Song Tianzong's face twitched slightly. However, he still nodded and said, All right, I will inform the other Weave Lords. Half of them have already made up their minds, but the other half are hesitant. If I gather them, they will be more confident that we will succeed. All right, I will wait for your news. Yin Chuan nodded. There is still a month. Why don't you rest at the Sky Saber Dojo for a while? I will let my younger brother entertain you, Song Tianzong said. There is no need. I still have matters to attend to in the Sky Saber Weave. Yin Chuan shook his head. He still had matters to attend to in the Sky Saber Weave? Song Tianzong's eyes suddenly narrowed. This was his own weave. Did he still have matters to attend to? Haha. In that case, let my younger brother accompany you. After all, this is my home ground. If there are any unnecessary troubles, my younger brother can easily resolve them. Song Tianzong said. And Yin Chuan did not object. Song Tianzong called Song Tianren to the side and gave him some instructions. As he spoke, Song Tianren's face kept twitching. Big brother, do you tell stories? Song Tianren asked in confusion. How could that be? Didn't the disciples say that Great Jun was rather weak? How could this be called rather weak? Song Tianzong was also speechless when he heard Song Tianren's words. Who did you send to investigate Great Jun? I will teach him a lesson when we return. Song Tianzong said angrily. Song Tianren nodded speechlessly. Wasn't he just spouting nonsense? That disciple would definitely be punished when he returned. Song Tianzong left. Song Tianren stayed behind. Yindi, where are we going? Song Tianren asked. To slaughter the world's sect. Yin Chuan said. Oh. Song Tianren was slightly stunned. Under Meng Yi's command, the army quickly flew in a certain direction. Slaughter the world's sect. Sun Wukong was slightly stunned. However, Bai Ditian's body suddenly trembled, and a trace of nervousness flashed in his eyes. Song Tianren looked at Sun Wukong. He had just learned that this person was in charge of the fairy eradication sword formation, so he was naturally very polite. My brother is the leader of the Heavenly Dao Dominion, and the Sky Blade Dojo is the largest sect in the Dominion. However, our sect does not rule the world and gives other blade cultivators space to live. Some of the more talented blade cultivators can even be recommended to join the Sky Blade Dojo. Song Tianren explained. With competition, the Sky Blade Dojo can be guaranteed to flourish. Sun Wukong nodded. The Slaughter the World sect is one of the sections. The sect leader is called Bai. 5,000 years ago, he made a name for himself in the Heavenly Dao Dominion. His blade was domineering, and his killing intent sword. I originally wanted to take him in as a disciple, but my brother also took a fancy to him. My brother and I competed for a while, but who would have thought that Bai would suddenly go into seclusion for 5,000 years? Song Tianren said, Bai, slaughter the world sect? Slaughter the world sect? The Holy King. Bai Ditian suddenly looked at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan nodded and said, There is one. When we entered the Heavenly Dao Dominion, you wanted to fight alone and left us. At that time, I had the opportunity to meet him. A bitter smile suddenly appeared on Bai Ditian's face. The army of 100,000 quickly arrived at a mountain gate. Outside the mountain gate, a large number of tiger tribe elites were roaming. There were also many blade cultivators fighting each other. Here, killing intent soared into the sky, and there were countless skeletons on the ground. This is... Sun Wukong raised his eyebrows. This is an ancient battlefield. Before the Sky Blade Dojo was established, 2 holy halls fought here. No less than 100 million people died. This is a place of great danger, but Bai established his sect here. Song Tianren said, Roar! As the crowd approached, a tiger's roar suddenly came from afar. Many of the elites who were fighting each other immediately stopped fighting and faced the outside together. Who are you? A blade cultivator asked coldly. Deputy Sect Leader Song? I already said that my sect leader is still in seclusion. Another blade cultivator said. At the same time, he looked strangely at the army of 100,000. What was going on? At the side, Gue Guzi suddenly took out a token from his pocket. Whoosh! He threw the token, and the leading blade cultivator immediately caught it. That person glanced at the token, and his expression changed. You are, that person exclaimed. Meng Yi, guard the surroundings. Yin Chuan said. Yes. Meng Yi answered. Yin Chuan, Gue Guzi, and Bai Ditian flew into the air and headed inside. At this moment, with the token leading the way, no one dared to stop them. The sect leader has instructed us. Everyone, this way please. The leading blade cultivator said respectfully. The 3 of them flew to a side hall. Meng Yi ordered the army to guard the surroundings and be on guard against everyone, including Song Tianren and Sun Wukong. There was a hint of curiosity in Sun Wukong's eyes. Naturally, Song Tianren was even more curious. Yin Chuan knew Bai? Judging from his tone, they had known each other for 5,000 years. Furthermore, they had been to the Heavenly Blade Weave before. Back then, weren't they in the Sealed Realm? For a moment, Song Tianren was even more resentful of the disciple who was collecting information. Clang! Yin Chuan, Gue Guzi Bai Ditian entered a large hall. Inside the main hall, there were 11 coffins placed there. Beside the coffins was a huge black banner. Sage King, did you set this up back then? Bai Ditian asked curiously. Back then, I met Bai Tushur and acknowledged him. At the same time, I entered the heavenly secret dreamscape for him here. Yin Chuan nodded. Gue Guzi. Yinchuan looked at Gue Guzi. Gue Guzi nodded. Outside, a hint of urgency flashed in Song Tianren's eyes. He desperately wanted to know what had happened in the hall. However, at this moment, Meng Yi and the Terracotta Army were blocking him, so it was not easy for him to investigate. At this moment, a long shout suddenly came from the hall in the distance. It was Gue Guzi's voice. Soul, return. Rumble. For a moment, the weather outside the world-slaughtering sect changed, and a strong wind blew. Song Tianren and Sun Wukong were both confused. Inside, a large number of souls gathered from all directions. 11 coffins, 11 people, and all the souls returned to their original positions. Rumble. The souls kept surging into the 11 coffins. Yinchuan stood at the front and watched. Gue Guzi and Bai Ditian stood together. Bai Ditian thought for a moment and said, Bai Tushir, my son Bai Tushir. Bai Tushir's 200 souls did not travel with the Sage King. I wonder if there will be any conflict when the time comes. Ha ha. Supremacy Bai, you don't have to worry. Besides being your son, Bai Tushir has another identity. He is the Sage King's favorite general and the best warrior. The heavens are very kind, and he is the most loyal person to the Sage King. Gue Guzi laughed. Huh. Bai Ditian was deep in thought. All the souls entered the coffins. After entering the coffins, Yinchuan waited patiently for 5 minutes. Boom! The lid of the first coffin suddenly exploded. A man with a scar on his face slowly sat up. Yinchuan reached out and removed a black jade talisman from the man's forehead. The black jade talisman seemed to have a mind of its own. As soon as the talisman was removed, a violent killing intent was released. The water in the air instantly condensed into frost and fell. The violent killing intent even spread out of the main hall. The expressions of the guards outside the hall changed drastically. Crack! 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 The lids of the other 10 coffins also slowly opened from the inside. Slowly, the 11 people regained their consciousness. The scarred man opened his eyes. 2 rays of saber light seemed to shoot out from his eyes, tearing through the void. Turning his head, the scarred man suddenly saw Yinchuan, Gue Guzi, and Bai Ditian. The man's killing intent suddenly retracted. Boom! After the coffins exploded, the man knelt on one knee. His eyes were filled with excitement. I, Bai Qi, greet the Heavenly Emperor. Heavenly Emperor, we are alive again. Heavenly Emperor, I did not fall behind. The man's eyes were filled with tears of excitement as he almost shouted. This shout seemed to be able to affect everyone. Gue Guzi's eyes also became slightly moist. Good. Bai Qi, from today onwards, Bai Qi will be the 9th Army Commander of the Great Zhen Holy Court. He will be the Marquis of Wuan, Yinchuan said happily. Above the Sea of Providence in Xianyang, there was a sudden roar. Countless officials looked up in shock. Who is it? Why is he so generous? Bai Ditian looked at this scene in shock. Bai Qi, the Marquis of Wuan? He was conferred the title of Marquis without any achievements? In the Great Zhen Holy Court, Bai Qi was the only one. Also, he called Yinchuan the Heavenly Emperor. Is this my son from my previous life? Bai Tushir. Chapter 1174. Outside the World Massacre Sect, Yinchuan, Bai Ditian, and Gue Guzi returned to the dragon carriage. Song Tianren and Goku looked curiously at the 11 people at the entrance of the hall. Each of them was wearing a suit of armor. They looked up at the sky. The leader had a scar on his face, making him look extremely ferocious. Tribulation clouds rolled in the sky. Ancient immortal tribulation. Song Tianren was shocked. These 11 people wanted to become ancient immortals? The tribulation clouds rolled, and the sky darkened. Bai Qi stared at them. Roar! With a loud roar, the ground beneath his feet trembled. The long saber in his hand shot up into the sky, and a huge saber light rushed towards the tribulation clouds with monstrous killing intent. The killing intent condensed into blood lotuses that accompanied the saber light. Killing evil and condensing lotuses? Song Tianren's face sank. Boom! The vast tribulation clouds were cut in half by Chi's saber. The pitch-black tribulation clouds seemed to have been dyed red by Chi's saber. Breaking the tribulation with one saber? Song Tianren's face darkened. "I'll leave the rest to you," Bai Chi said. "Yes, my lord," the 10 of them replied. The 10 of them raised their sabers and rushed into the sky. The tribulation clouds that had been cut in half were instantly destroyed. Rumble. In a short while, the tribulation clouds completely disappeared. Is this the ancient immortal tribulation? Fuck. Are you guys cutting cucumbers? Song Tianren was speechless. This was the ancient immortal tribulation. Why did it look so easy? After cutting through the tribulation, Bai Chi brought his 10 subordinates to Yin Chuan. "Sage King, it's over. What do we do next?" Bai Chi smiled. Song Tianren wanted to take off his shoes and throw them at Bai Chi's face. "It's over? What do we do next? What kind of tone is this? Is this tribulation a piece of cake?" Thinking back to his own tribulation, Song Tianzong looked at Bai Chi as if he was looking at a monster. "Wait for another month. After 1 month, we will destroy the purple-green weave." Yin Chuan said, "Yes." Bai Chi nodded. Bai Chi turned to look at Bai Tian and frowned. Finally, he sighed. "Sage King, I wish to kill the Azure Divine King." Bai Chi said. Song Tianren was speechless. "What do you mean you want to kill the Azure Divine King? Azure God King is an ancestral immortal, while you are just an ancient immortal. You want to kill Azure God King? Do you think you can kill me just because you want to? All right, I'll leave the Azure Divine King to you, father and son." Yin Chuan nodded. "Yes." Bai Chi and Bai Tian replied. Bai Tu sure? Since he had regained the memories of his first life, Bai Chi was prepared to use his original name, Bai Tu sure. In the past, Bai Tu sure had held grudges and hatred toward Bai Tian. However, after experiencing so much, he had gotten over it. Bai Tian might not be his father anymore, but his wife was his mother. He could only acknowledge this father. "Meng Yi, give half of the terracotta soldiers to Bai Chi," Yin Chuan ordered. "Yes," Meng Yi replied. "General Meng, don't worry. I'll try my best to reduce the losses of your soldiers." Bai Chi smiled. "Haha, I naturally believe in one marquee ability to lead troops. Among the generals of Dejun, you are definitely the best." Meng Yi laughed. Bai Chi smiled. "Purple Green Weave, Purple God Palace, and Azure God Palace, one in the east and one in the west. Bai Chi, Bai Tian, you two will be in charge of Azure God Palace." Yin Chuan said. "Yes." The two replied. "Sage King of Chi, I'll have to trouble the immortal slaying sword formation to accompany you to Azure God Palace." Yin Chuan looked at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong nodded. "All right, Gue Guzi, Ming Yi, and I will head to Purple God Palace to kill the ancestral immortal and replace him." Yin Chuan said. "Yes." Gue Guzi and Meng Yi replied. At this moment, Song Tianren's pupils shrank. At this moment, Song Tianren finally understood why Yin Chuan was so eager to destroy the purple-green weave. For the ancestral immortal? To kill the ancestral immortal and replace him? To achieve this goal? Song Tianren looked at this scene in a daze. He suddenly had a better understanding of Dejun's strength and dominance. What was Dejun's background? What kind of nonsense did the disciple in charge of gathering intelligence gather? Weak? Weak your sister. East Sea Dragon Palace, Crystal Palace. The Dragon Emperor sat on the main seat with 8 Dragon Kings beside him. In front of him was a Dragon King in Azure. Is Yin Chuan dead? Xianying destroyed? What about Dragon Fifth? Where's Dragon Fifth? A Dragon King asked anxiously. The Dragon King in Azure hesitated for a moment before saying, "Azure God King, Purple God King, and Tindao gods have arrived in Xianying. Purple God King is here too, and Tindao gods? Dejun is really finished this time." Dragon, he said. "What about Dragon Fifth? Tell us quickly." The Dragon Kings asked anxiously. The Dragon King in Azure hesitated. "Quiet, listen to him." The Dragon Emperor shouted. Yes. Everyone looked at the Dragon King in Azure. The result is different from what we expected. Oh, the Dragon Kings were puzzled. 10 Tao gods were completely annihilated. The Purple God King was injured, and the Azure God King had an arm torn off by Yin Chuan. The two of them fled in panic. Great Jun did not suffer any casualties. The Green Robe Dragon King said, "The Dragon Emperor, the Dragon Kings. How could this be? Azure God King is extremely domineering." Yes, Azure God King and Purple God King are two ancestral immortals. They are extremely fierce. They have always been the ones bullying others. I have never heard of them being bullied so badly. Old Six, did you see wrongly? The Dragon Kings were doubtful. The Dragon King in Azure also thought that he had seen wrongly, but the result was too obvious. How could he see wrongly? This is not normal. Yin Chuan has just become an ancestral immortal. How could he defeat Azure God King? Let me ask you, what did Yin Chuan do after the battle? Did he go into seclusion to heal? No, he would not say it. He probably did not show himself. And when to heal secretly? The Dragon Emperor said in a low voice. No, Yin Chuan gathered 100,000 troops and charged towards the Indigo Weave. He said that he would destroy the Indigo Weave. The Dragon King in Azure said, "The Dragon Emperor, the Dragon Kings, destroy the Indigo Weave?" What did I just hear? The Dragon Kings looked at the Dragon King in Azure speechlessly. The Dragon King in Azure smiled bitterly. He was telling the truth. But this was too strange. A month passed quickly. Sky Saber Dojo. The two brothers, Song Tianzong and Song Tianren, were chatting. "Big brother, how could you do this?" Song Tianren's face darkened. Song Tianzong shook his head. "It's not that I'm not benevolent, but I have to think for the Sky Saber Dojo. What about the other 7 weaves?" Song Tianren asked with a complicated expression. They have already agreed. Some people even use tricks to get the palace lords to come out and prepare for a sudden attack. Song Tianzong said, 8 weaves, no, 9 weaves if we include the true dragon weave, are attacking Absolute Palace at the same time. They have a high chance of winning. Moreover, aren't the palace lords of Absolute Palace wary of the 4 immortal exterminating swords? Song Tianren said anxiously, "The master of the 4 immortal exterminating swords isn't in the outer eastern continent. Moreover, we're only borrowing the swords this time. Have you thought about the fact that the Indigo Weave is Absolute Palace's home ground? Their home ground can mobilize endless power of merit. Moreover, do you think the Indigo Weave only has 2 ancestral immortals? Are there no other ancestral immortals? Are Yin Chuan and the others sure they can win? What if they return empty-handed?" Song Tianzong said solemnly, "Return empty-handed? If Yin Chuan and the others fail, they will still have the protection of the 4 immortal exterminating swords when they return. But what about us? Our Sky Saber Dojo will have to bear the wrath of Absolute Palace. Do you know that?" Song Tianzong said solemnly, "But you can't leak the news to the Indigo and Indigo Divine Kings." Song Tianren said anxiously, "No, there's no harm in telling them. Who knows what I said? This way, at least we won't offend either side. Besides, I only said that Yin Chuan is attacking. I didn't say that the alliance is targeting Absolute Palace." Song Tianzong said solemnly, "Big brother, don't offend both sides in the end." Song Tianren said anxiously, "Enough. What's done is done. We're about to set off for the Indigo Weave. Don't talk so much." Song Tianzong said solemnly, "Big brother." Song Tianren looked anxious, but there was nothing he could do. Indigo Weave. Azure God Palace. The Indigo Divine King's arm had been restored with magic power, but it would take many years for it to recover to its former state. Currently, 5 figures were seated in Azure God Palace. Indigo Divine King, Violet Divine King, and 3 others were seated below him. One was leaning on the Indigo Divine King, while the other 2 were leaning on the Violet Divine King. Clearly, they were their respective subordinates. "Ha ha ha ha. Good, very good. Yin Chuan? What gall. He actually dared to chase after us." A cold light flashed in the Indigo Divine King's eyes. A glint flashed in the Violet Divine King's eyes. "That's right. This is our home ground. Humph, this Yin Chuan is indeed crazy. Immortal slaying sword formation? It worked the first time. Do you think we'll walk right in his trap the second time? Huh. Not to mention our 10 million disciples. We have 10 Tao gods and 5 ancestral immortals. A cold light flashed in the Azure Divine King's eyes. Palace lords, if Yin Chuan and Gigazi are here, doesn't that mean that Zion Yang? One of the subordinates said. Zion Yang? The 2 Tao gods' eyes lit up. Indeed, Zion Yang is empty. That's the primordial dragon vein. What if we can move it here? The Azure Divine King's expression changed. The Violet Divine King frowned. The two exchanged glances. After all, there was only one primordial dragon vein. They needed to split it between the two of them. Let's move it back first. We'll talk about the rest later. The Azure Divine King said. The Violet Divine King nodded. Although Zion Yang is empty, we can't treat it lightly. The Azure Divine King said. That's right. Each of our palaces will send an ancestral immortal. Let's move it back first. The Violet Divine King said. Your subordinates are willing. The 3 ancestral immortals shouted in unison. 2 will do. You and you. The Azure Divine King said. Yes. The 2 responded in unison. While the 2 ancestral immortals of the Indigo Weave were heading to Zion Yang, the Heaven Blade Weave, Yin Chuan led the army to attack the Indigo Weave. Roar! Roar! The 2 dragons pulled the chariot with a grand momentum. 100,000 terracotta soldiers charged toward the Indigo Weave with soaring, killing intent. Chapter 1175. Purplish-green weave. The terracotta soldiers charged in. A large number of cultivators flew out from the coast. Where did you come from? Do you know where this is? Did you come to the wrong place? This is the purplish-green weave. Which weave are you going to? Since you came to the wrong place, don't even think about leaving. Each of you will get 1 immortal stone as compensation for your offense. 1 immortal stone is enough? They offended my Zhugong. Each of them should get 10 immortal stones. While the disciples of Zhugong were scolding them, Song Tianzong had a strange expression. These people were about to die, but they didn't know. Put the arrows on the bows. Meng, he shouted. Kakaka. 10,000 terracotta soldiers pulled their bows and arrows. What are you doing? What are you doing? Are you rebelling? Courting death. While the disciples of Zhugong were still in shock, Meng Yi shouted, Fire! Boom! 10,000 divine arrows quickly killed the disciples of Zhugong. Bai Qi, here. Bai Qi stepped forward. You, Bai Di Qian, and the Sage King of Great Qi go to Azure Deity Palace. Yin Chuan ordered. Yes, Bai Qi replied. Sun Wukong nodded. The 3 of them led the 50,000 terracotta soldiers and quickly headed to the southwest of the purplish-green weave. Yin Chuan looked at Song Tianzong. Song Tianzong smiled and said, Indeed, it's not that my Sky Blade Dojo is not doing its best. After all, there are 6 weaves, and it's a waste for my Sky Blade Dojo to come here. I asked my younger brother, Song Tianren, to lead the other experts of the dojo to the other weaves to fight. Yin Chuan looked at Song Tianzong and nodded. It's fine. No matter what, Sect Leader Song has done a lot to deal with Zhugong. I, Yin Chuan, am not an unreasonable person. After we take down the purplish-green weave, I'll give it to the Sky Blade Dojo to settle the grudge. Song Tianzong was stunned. Giving the purplish-green weave? Of course, it would be best if he could give it to her. However, can you really succeed? Song Tianzong had some doubts in his heart, but his expression was very natural as he said, Thank you very much, Yin Di. Sect Master Song, where do you want to go? Help me destroy the Purple God Palace, or help Bai Qi destroy the Azure God Palace? Yin Chuan asked. Me? With Yin Di's help? There's no need for a burden like me. I'll stay around and act as a lookout for you. After all, anything can happen during a battle. If there's any external interference, I'll be responsible for blocking it. Song Tianzong said. Song Tianzong clearly did not want to contribute. Yin Chuan said nonchalantly, All right, Meng, let's go. Yin Chuan said. Yes, rumble. The 50,000-strong army headed toward the Purple Divine Palace in the southeast. Song Tianzong stood in the air, his eyes narrowed as he watched Yin Chuan's group leave. Magnanimous. Yin Chuan is indeed magnanimous. Unfortunately, this is the Purple God King's home ground. Difficult, difficult, difficult. If you had been famous for more than 100,000 years, I might have been on your side. Unfortunately, I can only not help either side, Song Tianzong said in a low voice. At the same time, Xianyang, Wang Jian had just returned after escorting Meng Rongrong and Meng Wenrua back. As soon as he returned, he was greeted with an invasion. In the south of Xianyang, two experts, one azure and one purple, stood between heaven and earth. The heavenly Tao circled around them as they pressed down on Xianyang. The officials of Great Jun once again gathered in the plaza of Skyward Palace. These two are first-level ancestral immortals, at most second-level ancestral immortals, Li Si said with narrowed eyes. There was no fear in Lu Bui's eyes. Instead, he said excitedly, "The heavens are protecting Great Jun." In the distance, the two ancestral immortals looked on coldly. The heavens are protecting Great Jun? Have the people of Great Jun gone mad? Yin Chuan's whereabouts have been exposed. You want to go to my purple-green weave to deal with the two palace lords? Dream on. Since Yin Chuan is gone, Great Jun is no longer worthy of possessing the primordial dragon vein. The azure-robed ancestral immortal said coldly. Today will be the nightmare of all of Xianyang. Go regret it in the netherworld. Ha ha ha. The purple-robed ancestral immortal said coldly. The two ancestral immortals came aggressively. Although they were arrogant, there was a hint of displeasure in their eyes. That was because they did not see fear or regret in the eyes of the officials. Instead, they were happy to see this. They were all grinning from ear to ear. Were these people out of their minds? Lu Bui said with a smile, "The primordial dragon vein is really good stuff. Ignoring its function, just its effect alone can continuously attract ancestral immortals." That's right. The information obtained by the Sage King might be a nightmare to other dynasties, but it's too important to Great Jun. Now that we have the primordial dragon vein, we can kill an ancestral immortal and take his position? Huh. Li Si's eyes narrowed. But who should we give these two ancestral immortal positions to? Lu Bui suddenly said with a smile. The officials looked at each other. Some of them did not have any thoughts, but some of them who had followed Yin Chuan from the Great Qin were eager to give it a try. Li Si thought for a moment and said, "Minister Lu, you and I are officials. Great Jun has yet to conquer the world. We should give this opportunity to the generals." All right. Lu Bui nodded. The two looked at each other. Wang Jian, Jin Dayu, I'll leave these two ancestral immortals to you. Point out the experts of your armies and prepare to attack. Don't let them escape. Lu Bui said. Meng Tian was attacking the Great Despair Holy Court. He could only give this opportunity to the two of them. Escape? How can we? Wang Jian sneered. Don't worry, Jin Dayu said with a smile. The two generals waved their hands. Immediately, their subordinates flew into the sky. They charged at the two ancestral immortals. A bunch of ancient immortals want to kill us? Ha! The people of Great Jun are indeed crazy. The two ancestral immortals said coldly. Kill! Wang Jian and Jin Dayu roared. Violet Domain outside the Azure God Palace. The Azure God Palace was an extremely glorious palace complex. Above it, there was a sea of merit and a sea of fortune. Yin Chuan led everyone to a hidden valley. In front of Yin Chuan, a black-robed figure knelt on one knee. The Skymender Guard greets the Sacred King. Sacred King, the Violet God King, is in the Violet God Palace. There were originally two ancestral immortals in the palace, Z1 and Ziwu. Ziwen established the Holy Court, while Ziwu established a Dao Field. They both listened to the Violet God King's orders. Ziwen disappeared, leaving only Ziwu to accompany the Violet God King. There are 5 Dao gods in the Violet God Palace. 2 million disciples, and 3 million soldiers. The black-robed figure said respectfully, 2 ancestral immortals, 5 Tao gods, and 5 million disciples and soldiers? Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Yes, go. Yin Chuan nodded. The black-robed figure bowed respectfully, then shot into the distance and disappeared. Meng Yi, Yin Chuan called out. Here. Meng Yi stepped forward. This Violet God King is a first firmament ancestral immortal. Whether you can kill him and seize his position will depend on you. Yin Chuan said. Yes, thank you, Sacred King. Meng Yi immediately smiled. The 5 Tao gods will be dealt with by the Terracotta Army. Gue Guzi and I will kill the Violet God King. Yin Chuan said. Yes. Meng Yi replied. Meng Yi went to arrange the troops, while Yin Chuan and Gue Guzi stood at the peak of a mountain. Gue Guzi, I will protect you. You will be the one to kill the Violet God King. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Yes, but Sacred King, do we really have to do this? Tong Tiani, Gue Guzi frowned. It's fine. Tong Tian sent us the immortal exterminating swords for mutual benefit. He wants to see my universe in palm. Great Void Arcane Art. Just show it to him. Tong Tian is arrogant, but he is trustworthy. He will not see it for nothing. Yin Chuan said. Yes. Gue Guzi nodded. As he spoke, Gue Guzi quickly flew away. 2 days later, outside the Purple God Palace, the earth was churning. In these 2 days, Gue Guzi had found countless earth dragon veins and gathered them from all directions. The churning earth immediately attracted the attention of the disciples of Ju Palace. What's going on? A large number of disciples of Purple God Palace rushed to the sky. In the Purple God Palace, the Purple God King sat on a huge throne, and 6 people sat below him. Finally can't take it anymore. The Purple God King sneered. Palace Master, Yin Chuan, and the others really dare to come? One of them also sneered. Since they are here, no one can leave. The Purple God King said coldly. Yin Chuan stepped out and flew to the outside of the Purple God Palace, looking at the huge and glorious palace from afar. Yin Chuan gently stretched out his hands, and countless stars began to revolve around his palms. The stars spread out in all directions, increasing in number. Whoosh! The void around the Purple God Palace was distorted. In the midst of the distortion, the Purple God King's pupils suddenly shrank. All of a sudden, stars appeared out of nowhere in the distorted void. You all go and deal with the others. I'll take care of this. The Purple God King said in a deep voice. Yes. Everyone quickly retreated. The Purple God King looked coldly at Yin Chuan in the distance and stepped out. Boom! A heavenly Tao suddenly shrouded the Purple God King. This was an ancestral immortal. An ancestral immortal who could merge with the heavenly Tao and use the power of heavenly Tao was not comparable to an ordinary Tao god. Merging with the heavenly Tao, the Purple God King waved his hand. Behind him, other heavenly Tao suddenly appeared. 1, 10, 20. A total of 20 heavenly Tao, like soldiers in a formation, slowly trembled behind the Purple God King. Controlling 21 heavenly Tao, the current Purple God King's strength was not comparable to that of Xian Yang. This was an ancestral immortal, the power of an ancestral immortal. The surrounding stars were still increasing in number, and they were getting bigger and bigger. Boom! Outside Ju Palace, many disciples were instantly sent flying. The stars that appeared out of nowhere were incomparably vast. Each one was 10,000 feet in diameter, and they were getting bigger and bigger. The surrounding space was quickly filled with countless stars. Yin Chuan stood on top of one of the stars, opened his arms, and manipulated the countless stars around him. The enlarged version of a universe in the palm, the great heavenly void arcane art, and far to the west, outside the Azure God Palace, the immortal slaying 4 swords surrounded the Azure God Palace. Outside, the Terracotta Army was engaged in a massacre. The immortal slaying 4 swords were fierce, and far away in the sky, there was a thick fog surrounding it. Within the fog, 2 eyes slowly emerged. two eyes that were 10,000 feet in size. They were embedded in the fog. Eyes, the Tao god exclaimed. How could the immortal slaying 4 swords have eyes? The Tao god did not hesitate. He rushed into the sky and waved his sword, about to stab the eyes. The eyes seemed to have sensed something, and suddenly he turned to look at the Tao god. Boom! The Tao god's body swayed, and he fell from the sky. Ah, senior brother, what happened to you? An ancient immortal flew over and quickly checked. My soul was destroyed, the ancient immortal exclaimed. The pair of eyes outside the immortal slaying 4 swords could destroy a Tao god soul with just a glance. The ancient immortal stared at the huge pair of eyes in the sky with a horrified expression. The huge eyes were looking to the east, at the place where Yin Chuan was fighting, and at the countless stars that surrounded the purple god palace. Although they were billions of miles away, the eyes could see clearly. They remembered the trajectory of the stars, and the surrounding sword chi was imitating the rotation of the stars in the east. Chapter 1176. Purple Divine Palace. Ancestral immortal Zi Wu led his 5 million disciples in battle against the Terracotta army. In Zi Wu's eyes, Yin Chuan had only displayed his prowess in Xianyang, but this was not Xianyang after all, and there were no 4 immortal swords. The Violet Divine King was completely capable of killing Yin Chuan. Now that the Violet Divine King had merged with the Heavenly Tao and controlled 20 Heavenly Taos, just this majestic aura was enough to make Zi Wu feel at ease. Outside the Purple Divine Palace, Yin Chuan unleashed the universe within his palm, unleashing the great heavenly void arcana technique. Countless stars appeared. A trace of disdain appeared in the eyes of the Violet Divine King. Ha! With a single palm strike, hundreds of stars instantly shattered. Ha! And here I was wondering what kind of powerful technique you had. To think that it could not even withstand a single blow. The Purple Divine King's original seriousness instantly dissipated by half. Is that so? Yin Chuan smiled faintly. Not only did the number of stars in the surroundings not decrease, there were more and more of them. The area they occupied was getting wider and wider, and the war between the two armies was getting pushed further and further away. In the distance, Gue Guzi had moved countless dragon veins over. Enter my body. Gue Guzi suddenly thrust his palms into the ground. Ong. The dragon veins on the ground were like millions upon millions of yellow dragons that shot toward Gigazi. However, it only took a moment for the millions of yellow dragons to be sucked into Gigazi. Golden light shot out from Gue Guzi's body as waves of surging power emanated from him. The terrifying power caused the ground around him to tremble. Roar! Gue Guzi raised his head and roared, causing the void to tremble. Giguzi's eyes were shining with a golden light, and his robe was fluttering due to the uncontrollable power. Holy King, I've already drawn the dragon vein into my body. There's too much power, and I can't control it anymore. I need a vent. I need to fight and vent this power. Gue Guzi roared. In the distance, the Violet Divine King's eyes flashed with a trace of bewilderment, while Yin Chuan's eyes focused. As you wish, great void, great void, great void. Countless stars suddenly spun 10 times faster than before. Rumble. Around the Purple Divine Palace, there was a sudden distortion in the void. The distortion became more and more intense. Something's wrong. The Violet Divine King's expression changed, as if he had discovered something different. In an instant, they charged towards Yin Chuan. 21 heavenly Daos charged towards him with immense heavenly might. Clear sky Dao, Yin Chuan shouted coldly. Boom! The 22 heavenly Daos collided with a loud boom, erupting with a tremendous impact force. The earth trembled. Yin Chuan brazenly did not move, and the Purple Divine King also brazenly did not move. The heavenly Daos of the two great experts were in a deadlock. Qing Tian Dao, you've only just become an ancestral immortal. How can your control over the heavenly Daos be so strong? The Violet God King's face changed. Obviously, this didn't make sense. However, Yin Chuan was not staring at the heavenly Tao. Instead, he was looking at the countless stars. Great void, great void. Crack. A crack suddenly appeared in the surrounding space. Boom. With a loud bang, the void within the range of the stars shattered. The 22 heavenly Taos crumbled and disappeared in an instant. What's going on? Purple Divine King exclaimed. Whoosh, whoosh. The stars spun wildly. Many things inside seemed to be crushed into pieces and then pushed out. At this moment, in the outer North Continent, there was a huge hall. Above the hall, there were the words roaming Jade Palace. Within the hall, black fog surrounded. One could vaguely see a black-robed figure sitting cross-legged, as if he was comprehending something. Great void arcane art? Great void? What a great nothingness. Using the stars to seal this space and then shattering it, squeezing out the spatial fragments. This place no longer belongs to heaven and earth. The immortal slaying sword formation is a world within it. Are you trying to turn this entire region into nothingness? So this is the trajectory? Even the heavenly Taos were pushed out of the void. Great void arcane art? No, there's also the heavenly mysteries. This isn't pure nothingness. If it was pure nothingness, it would have already begun to disintegrate the Purple Divine King. Now, Purple Divine King has only lost the power to borrow the heavenly Taos. This is more like the heavenly demon world, the black-robed figure said solemnly. Within the star area, the heavenly Taos collapsed, and heaven and earth no longer existed. Gui Guzi, Yin Chuan shouted. Roar! Gui Guzi, who was covered in golden light, pounced towards Purple Divine King. Boom! Gui Guzi, who was filled with power, punched out. When he punched out, his fist seemed to emit a dragon's roar. It was extremely powerful. Roar! Why is it the same as the immortal slaying sword formation? There's no heavenly Taos? Purple Divine King suddenly revealed a trace of panic. After exchanging blows with Gui Guzi, the Purple God King was actually beaten back? No, it shouldn't be like this. Merit energy, fate energy, come. Purple Divine King shouted in shock. Haha, no need to shout. In the great void arcane art of the Sage King, you have already escaped from the weakest world. Here, everything is nothingness. Gui Guzi laughed. Rumble. Gui Guzi crazily attacked. For a moment, Purple Divine King panicked. Still want to escape? Humph, come back for me. Thousand Dragon Explosion. Gui Guzi shouted coldly. Thousands of yellow dragons rushed out of Gui Guzi's body and rushed towards Purple Divine King. They surrounded him in the center and suddenly exploded. Boom! The huge explosion burst out millions of golden light. The two experts inside continued to attack each other crazily. Outer North Continent. Roaming Jade Palace. Huff! Tong Tian let out a long sigh. As expected of the sacred art jointly created by Bai Wang and Ying, no one can create it without great wisdom and courage. Ying, no, you should be called Yin Chuan in this life. Since you have shown me the sacred art, I will repay you. Tong Tian said in a deep voice. Purple Divine Palace. Gui Guzi fought Purple Divine King for an entire day. Boom! A claw grabbed Purple Divine King's head, and countless yellow dragons rushed into Purple Divine King's body. The battle stopped. Why? You are an ancient immortal. Why is your will stronger than mine? Why? Even if I have lost the heavenly Tao, I am still an ancestral immortal. I am unwilling. Why? Purple Divine King howled in grief. I used to be an ancestral immortal too. Gui Guzi said indifferently. Boom! The Violet Divine King exploded. His body instantly exploded. Huff! Gui Guzi let out a long sigh. Victory! Wong! Countless stars quickly converged into Yin Chuan's palm. Rumble! Heaven and earth rumbled. The void that was shattered by Yin Chuan suddenly filled up automatically. Yin Chuan's forehead was sweating. What he did just now was very tiring. Thank you, Sage King, Gue Guzi said respectfully. Yin Chuan nodded and turned to look at the void in the west. Azure Divine Palace in the west. In the sky above the immortal slaying sword formation, the huge I met Yin Chuan's gaze from afar. Slowly, the huge I slowly disappeared into the black fog. Then, it slowly disappeared. Within the immortal slaying sword formation. In front of Bai Qi and Bai Ditian was a man with both arms and legs chopped off. It was the Azure Divine King. No, you can't kill me. If you kill me, you will be attacked by the entire palace. You can't kill me. The Azure Divine King screamed. Father, do it. Mother is waiting for you outside the formation. Use the Azure Divine King's head to welcome her back. Bai Qi said in a low voice. Kill the Azure Divine King? Vent his anger for his wife? Bai Ditian's eyes were bloodshot. He couldn't wait to cut the Azure Divine King into pieces. However, his bloodshot eyes couldn't hide his last bit of rationality. No, Bai Ditian gritted his teeth. What? Bai Qi frowned. I owe you and your mother too much. You need the cultivation of an ancestral immortal more than me. You kill him and give me his corpse. Bai Ditian shook his head. You should do it. The resentment and anger in your heart can only be removed by killing the Azure Divine King. I'm not in a hurry to kill an ancestral immortal. Bai Qi said in a low voice. Bai Ditian shook his head. He looked at his son in front of him and suddenly smiled guiltily. Great Qi Sage King, let me out. Bai Ditian said to son Wukong, who was nearby. Son Wukong nodded. Bai Ditian stepped out of the immortal slaying sword formation. Bai Qi looked at his father's departing figure, and a trace of warmth flashed in his eyes. Then Bai Qi looked at the Azure Divine King coldly. No, you can't kill me. The Azure Divine King screamed. Slash! The Azure Divine King's corpse was cut in half. The powerful Azure Divine King died on the spot. Sun Wukong looked at Bai Qi and sighed. Boom! The immortal slaying sword formation was retracted. In the outside world, the battle had ended. The terracotta army had won. Corpses were strewn all over the ground. Although the terracotta army had suffered casualties, they weren't many. At this moment, 2 million cultivators were tied up densely in an empty space. We have already surrendered. Please let us go. The tied-up cultivators shouted worriedly. The 2 million cultivators kneeling on the ground were being guarded by the terracotta army. Bai Qi stepped forward and appeared before the terracotta army. My lord, these people are afraid of us. They can't escape, so they surrendered. My lord, how should we deal with them? A terracotta army general asked. Bai Qi narrowed his eyes. My lord, we have surrendered. We were wrong. We are willing to join the great Jin nation and redeem ourselves. My lord, we have surrendered. Please forgive us. My lord. Amidst the pleas, Bai Qi said coldly, the great Jin nation does not keep idle people. Locking them up is a waste of resources. Kill them all. No, my lord. We have surrendered. My lord, please treat the captives well. My lord, we have surrendered. Kill. Bai Qi said coldly. Rumble. The terracotta army mercilessly killed the cultivators with all their might. Another 2 days passed. At the border of the purple-green weave, Yin Chuan and Bai Qi met up again. They met again with Song Tianzong. Song Tianzong was petrified. Sect Master Song, the Purple Palace and Azure Palace kings offended my Xianying Empire and were killed by us. The purple-green weave is yours now. To make it easier for you to manage it, we killed all the absolute palace disciples at the headquarters of the 2 palaces. Quickly, take the purple-green weave, Yin Chuan said. After saying that, Yin Chuan led everyone away, leaving Song Tianzong alone, sweating profusely as he digested this news. 10 days? 10 days? Are you joking? Chapter 1177. Song Tianzong watched Yin Chuan leave, feeling horrified. Even after Yin Chuan disappeared into the horizon, Song Tianzong still broke out in a cold sweat. When Song Tianzong arrived, How could he have imagined that Yin Chuan's group would be so ferocious? The Purple God King and the Azure God King should have worked together to kill them. How could they be killed instead? How could it be like this? Giving the Azure God King the Purple God King? Did he dare to accept it? Song Tianzong suddenly thought of something. Song Tianzong returned to the Heavenly Saber Dojo in a daze. The moment Song Tianzong returned to the dojo, he heard mournful cries coming from all directions. Master, you died so miserably. This disciple swears that he will take revenge for you. My son, roar. Father let you down. I failed to protect you. Cries came from everywhere. Song Tianzong's expression changed as he looked over. He immediately saw many coffins in the plaza. Many of the Heavenly Saber Dojo's disciples were crying over the coffins. Sect Master, a white-clad saber cultivator, immediately called out respectfully. What's going on? Song Tianzong glared. Sect Master, we fought with the Black God King and returned in defeat, the white-clad saber cultivator said with a sorrowful expression. Bastard, didn't I already tell you? Killing the Black God Palace's people was just for show. You were not allowed to take action. Just leave it to the people of the other territories. Who told you to take action? Song Tianzong roared. Yes, Vice Sect Master, the white-clad saber cultivator said with a conflicted expression. Tianren? Song Tianren? Impossible. Song Tianzong glared. It was the Vice Sect Master. The Vice Sect Master was injured by the Black God King in the Heavenly Saber Palace. The white-clad saber cultivator said bitterly. Song Tianzong's expression turned unsightly as he flew to the Heavenly Saber Palace. Greetings, Sect Master, the guards at the palace entrance said respectfully. All of you withdraw, Song Tianzong said sullenly. Yes, the guards retreated, and Song Tianzong immediately walked into the palace. Song Tianren sat cross-legged in the palace. Black chi circled his face as though he was circulating his energy to force the black chi out of his body. Boom! Song Tianzong slapped his palm on the black chi's back, forcing it out. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the black gas on Song Tianren's body was completely forced out. Phew! Many thanks, big brother, Song Tianren said with a smile. Why? Second brother, why did you attack? Didn't I tell you? Song Tianzong said angrily. Song Tianren shook his head and said, Big brother, how are things on your side? At the mention of the violet-green weave, Song Tianzong's expression suddenly turned complicated as he said, Yin Chuan has already killed the Violet God King and Azure God King. Furthermore, he has gifted the violet-green weave to me. Really? Haha. Indeed, didn't disappoint me. Great, Song Tianren said excitedly. Okay, got my ass, don't you know? Next, we will face Zhu Gong's full counterattack. Full counterattack, do you know? Roar. Song Tianzong roared. So what? Big brother. At worst, we can ally with Yin Chuan and fight them again. Song Tianren said. What do you know? What do you know? Don't you know how powerful the palace master of the Zhu Gong is? Do you know how powerful he is? Song Tianzong shouted with an unsightly expression. Powerful? Yes. He alone can destroy my Heavenly Saber Dojo. As long as he is alone, you have not seen his means. You're in big trouble. Previously, I leaked the news to them because I did not want to start a grudge with them. Even if something happened to the Violet Green Weave Kings, we already informed him. The Palace Master will not blame us. However, Song Tianzong shouted anxiously. In that case, big brother, hand me over. Let me die in exchange for your safety. Song Tianren said angrily. When father and mother died, they entrusted you to me. How can I let you die? However, this time we really... Song Tianzong said with a dispirited expression. No, big brother, you have changed. This is not you. Song Tianren shouted. What? Big brother, back then you were so proud. Back then, you dared to challenge the world. Back then, you set the Sage of Battle as your goal. Back then, you looked down on the heavenly Dao domain. Back then, you were insufferably arrogant. Now, Why are you so fearful because of the Zhugong? This is not you. Where's your ambition? Where is your undefeatable saber heart? Didn't you say that a saber cultivator should have the ambition to challenge the world? Why did you become like this? Song Tianren called out in disappointment. When Song Tianren called out to him, Song Tianzong suddenly retreated, showing an unsightly expression. Big brother, this is not the first time. Back then, in Xianyang, if it were you in the past, you would have directly fought Yin Chuan. You would not have thought too much or used too many schemes. You only used one saber strike. This is not your style. This is not you at all. I did not dare to believe it. However, I could not help but think that back then, big brother, you were afraid. Were you afraid of anyone who might be stronger than you? Did you not dare to fight him? Why? Song Tianren called out again. Song Tianzong took a step back after being questioned. Panic appeared on his face. Heavenly Saber Song Tianzong, you are the Heavenly Saber. Back then, you had the tyranny to challenge the world. Why? Song Tianren pressed. Song Tianzong suddenly closed his eyes, showing some pain on his face. Seeing his big brother in pain, Song Tianren suddenly showed some pity in his eyes. Big brother, why? Song Tianzong asked slowly. Huh? Song Tianzong sighed softly and opened his eyes. This is a secret of mine from back then. Unfortunately, huh? Actually, your big brother can no longer raise his cultivation. Song Tianzong said in pain. What happened? Someone broke my saber heart and Dao heart. That battle left an unforgettable shadow in my heart. That saber strike, that saber strike. Song Tianzong said bitterly. Whose saber can compare to big brother's? It's not that it can compare. It's just that it is on a completely different level. The difference is too great. Who? That person by Yin's eyes sighed back then. The saber demon. The saber demon. Yes, that group of people passed by the Heavenly Saber Dojo. Back then, I was a saber fanatic. As long as there was a strong saber cultivator, I would want to exchange pointers. When I saw the saber demon, I pestered him to fight. However, the saber demon ignored me and even looked down on me. After pestering him many times, I returned empty-handed. Then, I sneak attacked him and used his daughter to force him a fight. You don't know this. That night, the saber demon was angry at me for pestering him, so he sent out a saber strike. That saber strike broke my saber heart and Dao heart. Although it spared my life, Song Tianzong said bitterly, your saber heart and Dao heart are broken. You will never be able to make a breakthrough in this life. Song Tianren showed an unsightly expression. Yes, I killed the saber demon. However, do you think that I could do it? I can only stay at this height for the rest of my life. Hence, I hope that you will be strong. Hence, everything I do is for you. I want to support the Heavenly Saber Dojo until you can surpass me. However, Song Tianzong sighed. Big brother, I don't know. Song Tianren suddenly said, feeling ashamed. Reporting. A shout came from outside the hall. A disciple rushed into the hall. How is it? Song Tianren asked. Reporting to the two sect masters, 7 weaves ambushed the Absolute Palace. In the end, they failed at the last step. Only the Center Gate Weave and the Divine Capital Weave won. God King Zhao and White God King returned with heavy injuries. However, the other weaves lost, and the Absolute Palace won. However, because the 2 God Kings were heavily injured, the Absolute Palace counterattacked. The Center Gate Weave Lord and the entire dojo were slaughtered. Before this disciple returned, 8 God Kings worked together and surrounded the Divine Capital Weave, that disciple said. The Song Tianzong brothers' expressions changed. God King Zhao and White God King were only injured, and they wanted to kill 2 Weave Lords? In that case, Yin Chuan killed 2 Weave Lords. How angry would the Absolute Palace be? My Heavenly Saber Dojo is also. Song Tianzong suddenly trembled. When Song Tianren saw his big brother's panic, he immediately felt sad. His saber heart and Dao heart were all broken. Was there no hope for his big brother? There's no other way. My Heavenly Saber Dojo is also finished? Finished? Song Tianzong muttered. Suddenly, a fierce light flashed across his face. No, the Heavenly Saber Dojo can't be Great Jun's scapegoat. Absolutely not. I already informed them from the start. I already told them. Second brother, you were also bewitched by Yin Chuan. Remember, you were deceived. If you want to protect the Heavenly Saber Dojo, the only way is to join forces with the Absolute Palace and draw their anger to the Holy Court of Great Jun. Draw all of their anger to us. Song Tianzong glared. No, big brother. This will break our trust. No, it has to be like this. It's better for him to die than me. It's better for him to die than for us to die. Big brother, we might not die. Big brother, don't be afraid. We might not lose to the Absolute Palace. No, we can't win. You don't know how strong the Absolute Palace is. Apart from the Palace Lord, there are 30 ancestral immortals, 100 Tao gods, and countless ancient immortal disciples. They are really angry this time. No one can stop them. No one can stop them. The news from the Indigo Weave hadn't yet spread to the world, but the news of the primeval dragon veins' appearance was quickly spread to most of the outer East continent through spies from various weaves. In a weave's holy court's imperial court, a holy king was in the middle of a court meeting. A subject stood respectfully before him. What did you say? The primeval dragon veins' appearance? Yin Chuan? The newly risen Great Jin? The holy king exclaimed. Yes, Yin Chuan has also just become an ancestral immortal. He's at the first level of ancestral immortal. The court was abuzz with discussion. The subjects were all shocked. The primeval dragon vein? Absorbing the outer East continent's providence? Good. The primeval dragon vein belongs to the virtuous. Yin Chuan has just become an ancestral immortal. He doesn't have the right to possess it. I want you to follow me to the true dragon domain and bring back the primeval dragon vein. This subject is willing to go. This subject is willing to go. This subject is willing to go. For a time, the hall was filled with excited voices. In a weave's dojo. Ha! The primeval dragon vein? Yin Chuan doesn't deserve it. Everyone, follow me to the true dragon domain. Yes. The weave lords of the outer East continent were all excited when they heard the news. How many years had it been since the primeval dragon vein appeared? How could Yin Chuan deserve it? A storm was brewing in the outer East continent. A large number of ancestral immortals set their sights on the true dragon domain. Most ancestral immortals and Tao gods dropped everything they were doing and led their subordinates to the true dragon domain across the ocean in an aggressive manner. A storm was brewing in the true dragon domain. Heroes from the outer East continent were marching toward Xianyang. Chapter 1178. The terracotta soldiers led the way, and Yin Chuan's dragon carriage finally returned to True Dragon Dominion a month later. Roar! Along the way, the twin dragons were especially excited. Not only them, but the terracotta soldiers were also very excited. Of course, there were some casualties, but war was unavoidable. The harvest was great. Bai Qi was born. Gue Guzi, Ming Yi, and Bai Qi each killed an ancestral immortal and passed their tribulations to become ancestral immortals. Bai Qi drove the dragon carriage with a high-spirited look on his face. Sun Wukong didn't say a word, but his brows were slightly furrowed. After entering True Dragon Dominion, their speed was even faster. A few days later, they arrived outside Xianyang. Far away, the flames of war soared into the sky. There were 10 heavenly Daos in all directions. It was as if a certain force was trying to take over Xianyang by force. Ming Yi stopped the terracotta soldiers. Bai Qi said respectfully, "Sacred King, there's a change in Xianyang." Quang. The door to the main hall opened. Yin Chuan slowly stepped into the carriage and looked into the distance. There was indeed a battle in Xianyang, but it wasn't a big scene. The invaders were only an ancestral immortal, 2 Tao gods, and 10 ancient immortals. They were currently fighting with the soldiers of Xianyang. Sacred King, this is the neighboring dominion to the north, Barbarian Dragon Dominion. This is the first army commander of the Barbarian Dragon Holy Court, Barbarian Bull. He's a second stage ancestral immortal. He clearly didn't understand the situation and rushed to Xianyang. Gui Guzi laughed. Meng Tian? Isn't he leading an army to conquer Great Void, Holy Court? Yin Chuan frowned. The one fighting Barbarian Bull was Meng Tian. Meng Tian was leading a group of ancient immortal soldiers in a crazy battle. Above the sea of fate clouds, Meng Tian's statue of fate descended and merged with Meng Tian. Meng Tian's strength suddenly increased. Barbarian Bull was anxious, but Meng Tian was getting more and more excited. Seeing Yin Chuan frown, Meng Yi immediately opened his mouth and said, "Holy Monarch, Big Brother's speed of leading troops is extremely fast. Perhaps the Great Extinction Holy Court's various major cities have already been taken down." Yin Chuan nodded, his brows relaxed. Ha ha ha. Sage King, I think General Meng Tian is jealous of Wang Jian and Jin Deyu's ascension to ancestral immortality. That's why he quickly subdued all the cities in Great Despair Holy Court. He didn't want to fall behind. Sage King, look, aren't Jin Deyu and Wang Jian both staring at Barbarian Bull, not allowing the Barbarian Bull to escape? From the looks of it, they're all ancestral immortals. Giguzi laughed. Haha, that's right. Although Meng Tian is a little rash at times, she has definitely completed all the tasks that we have given her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have returned. Yin Chuan nodded in satisfaction. The terracotta soldiers were waiting in the distance. He was waiting for Meng Tian to succeed. Lord, you rushed to Xianyang as soon as you arrived. I didn't even have time to tell you that Xianyang is not to be trifled with. Barbarian Dragon, Holy Court's scouts, Jiahu voice came from a distant valley. In the distance, Barbarian Bull was also speechless. Why didn't you say so earlier? General Meng Tian, I, Barbarian Bull, have offended you. Let's spar again in the future. Barbarian Bull shouted. Meng Tian spat and said, Bah, who wants to spar with you? It wasn't easy for you to come to me. How can I let you run away? If I don't kill you this time, I don't know when the next time will be. Barbarian Bull's face turned red. Bastard with the primeval dragon vein here. There will be an endless stream of ancestral immortals coming. You have plenty of opponents. Don't go too far. Barbarian Bull shouted gloomily. Because Barbarian Bull could already feel Meng Tian's ferocity. It was definitely not the same as last time. So what if I go too far? Didn't you come to Xianyang to go too far? Didn't you think of being killed before you killed? Roar. Meng Tian shouted. Rumble. Outside Xianyang, the sky darkened. This battle lasted for 2 days. Boom. 2 days later, Meng Tian finally broke through the heavenly Tao. Now, he could show off his strength. Meng army formation. Meng Tian shouted. Roar. Hundreds of soldiers attacked at the same time. For a moment, the world was filled with endless spear light, covering the sky. Boom! A loud sound echoed, scattering all the spear light. The void distorted, and then the scene inside was slowly revealed. Meng Tian's spear stabbed into Barbarian Bull's head, and with a huge force, half of Barbarian Bull's body was shattered. Lord! Barbarian Bull's subordinates shouted in Jiaohu. It's useless. Your lord is already dead. Men, take down the other traitors. Kill anyone who dares to resist. Meng Tian roared. Yes. Meng Tian's army instantly pounced on the remaining ancient immortals. The terracotta army slowly flew back to Xianyang. Meng Tian, Jin Deyu, Wang Jian, Lu Buwei, and the others saw from afar. Welcome back, Sage King. The officials bowed respectfully. At this moment, everyone understood that the Sage King would definitely win in the purple-green weave. Yin Chuan nodded. Lorbai. Meng Tian's eyes lit up in surprise. Not only Meng Tian, but Lu Buwei, Zhang Yi, and the other officials all revealed a trace of excitement. Bai Chi, everyone long time no see. Bai Chi revealed a rare smile. Meng Tian, has the Great Extinction Holy Court been destroyed? Yin Chuan looked at Meng Tian again. Yes, when I received news that the ancestral immortals had invaded, I was lazy and did not use my army to take the city. Instead, it was my Meng army that quickly arrived at the city and used their individual strength to forcefully take the city. Sage King, please punish me. Meng Tian immediately said, What's there to punish? I've handed the first army to you, so naturally you can deal with it. As for how you use the army, it's all up to you. Yin Chuan shook his head. Yes, thank you, Sage King. Meng Tian smiled. Yin Chuan looked at the two and said, If only see, I'll leave it to you to fuse with the true dragon weave. Yes. Ifeng and Li Si answered. Lu Buwei, great perfection has unified the myriad ghost weave. This is a day worthy of celebration. Announce to the world that great perfection will begin the 5th examination. Whether it's true dragon weave or any other weave, as long as they have the ability, they can participate. The examination will be held 9 months from now, on the 9th day of the 9th month. You will be fully in charge of it, Yin Chuan said. This official obeys. Lu Buwei answered. The examination? The imperial examination. Yin Chuan, aren't you worried about the ancestral immortals attacking? Goku asked with a trace of surprise. Yin Chuan looked at Goku and smiled. No one can stop great perfection. Goku was slightly taken aback. Sage King of great perfection, please set up the immortal slaying sword formation to prevent any disturbances during the examination. Besides, Skirich said that he would lend me the immortal slaying sword formation for a year. A year? The end of the examination will coincide with the end of a year. Yin Chuan said. A year? Goku was puzzled, but finally nodded. All right. However, my control over the immortal slaying sword formation is limited. There might be too many ancestral immortals this time. I might not be able to hold them off for too long. Don't worry, we can hold them off. Yin Chuan smiled faintly. Goku frowned. Hold them off? If he wasn't confident, how could he? Goku didn't ask any further. He merely nodded. He would do his best. If he couldn't hold them off, it had nothing to do with him. 3 days later, Meng Tian had also finished her ancestral immortal tribulation. Yin Chuan's edict was quickly announced to the world. The 5th world examination? Ever since the emergence of the primordial dragon vein, true dragon dominion had become the focus of the outer East continent. Apart from those who went back to report, the rest of the outer East continent scouts were extremely diligent. A month ago, Wang Jian and Jin Diyu had killed 2 ancestral immortals. Not long ago, Meng Tian had killed an ancestral immortal. Now, Yin Chuan and Giguzi had returned. None of the scouts dared to be careless. Anyone with half a brain knew that the primordial dragon vein was a double-edged sword. It was beneficial to great perfection, but also harmful. Soon, the experts of the various Outer East continent would arrive. With so many ancestral immortals here, great perfection would be in for a bloodbath. However, who would have thought that great perfection would be holding the examination at this time? At this time, countless scouts were at a loss. Great perfection was already at the brink of death. How could it still be interested in the examination? As time passed, experts from various Outer East domains arrived one after another. However, with the previous 3 ancestral immortals serving as a warning, no one dared to take the lead. The various experts arrived without fanfare, but they didn't deliberately hide it either. One by one, they appeared. The experts also understood that Xianyang was in a precarious situation. Xianyang upper study. Yesterday, Sacred King Barbarian Dragon settled down 300,000 miles north of Great Perfection. Sect leader Tianmin settled down 320,000 miles east of Great Perfection. Sect leader Gue Yin settled down 290,000 miles west of Great Perfection. Lu Gang respectfully reported to Yin Chuan. Lu Gang, gather information on the wandering cultivators and find the ancestral immortals and Tao gods. Hand the information to Zhang Yi and have Zhang Yi persuade the wandering cultivators to surrender. Gather as many as you can. Yin Chuan looked at Lu Gang and Zhang. Understood. The two answered. Yin Chuan tapped his finger on the table and looked at Wang Jian. Wang Jian, you will be in charge of the martial examination. This subject obeys. Desolation Melt. Yin Chuan looked at Desolation Melt, who had come from the netherworld. This subject obeys. Desolation Melt said solemnly. You will be in charge of the written examination. Yin Chuan said. This subject obeys. Desolation Melt said agitatedly. Desolation Melt was the commander of Great Perfection's 8th Legion and the descendant of a sage. In the past, he had volunteered to be the commander of the 8th Legion. Now that he had entered the world of the living, he realized that so many things had happened in great perfection in a short period of time. Desolation Melt was not afraid. Instead, he was excited. This was the first time Desolation Melt had seen such a grand expansion. At the same time, he was glad that he had stayed in great perfection. He had made the right choice. Time passed day by day. Skyblade Dojo. At this moment, the Skyblade Dojo welcomed 10 arrogant-looking men. The 10 of them looked at Song Tianzong with cold eyes and a murderous intent. 10 God Kings, I was forced to do this. I have already sent a message to the Violet God Kings and the Azure God Kings. I believe everyone knows that my brother was fooled and acted rashly. Everyone, it was Yin Chuan who killed them. It has nothing to do with us. I can bring everyone to Xianying to avenge the Azure and Violet God Kings. Song Tianzong said. After Song Tianzong said that, the 10's expressions relaxed. Yin Chuan killed the Azure and Violet God Kings. However, the Palace Master told us not to do anything. Why? One of the God Kings asked with an unsightly expression. No, it has always been us killing people. No one can kill us. We have to take revenge. Otherwise, this will be our outcome in the future. Another God King said. The God Kings fell silent. However, the Palace Master, this is the last time. Let's report this to the Palace Master. We must get the Palace Master's approval. Right? We must get the Palace Master's approval. What is great perfection? My absolute palace has risen for 100,000 years. We have never been humiliated like this before. The God Kings were furious. As they spoke, everyone looked at Song Tianzong. God Kings, Song Tianzong, have never thought of targeting you. Song Tianzong said with a bitter smile. One of the God Kings narrowed his eyes and said, all right, this time we choose to believe you. However, you have to show your sincerity. When we attack Xianying, you will come with us. Me? Song Tianzong's expression changed. What's wrong? You are not willing? That God King said with a sullen expression. Go. Of course I will go. Song Tianzong immediately said. The 10 great God Kings were satisfied. The Great Perfection examination proceeded like a raging fire. Under Lu Buwei's control, batch after batch of examinees were transported to Xianying by the ancient immortals. They waited for the day of the Great Perfection examination. All around, the various ambitious and ruthless people had strange looks in their eyes. Yin Chuan was too arrogant. The various ambitious and ruthless people came and did not deliberately hide their tracks. This was to tell Yin Chuan that they were here to seize his primordial dragon vein. However, Yin Chuan was actually indifferent. He actually started the Great Perfection examination at this juncture. The various ambitious and ruthless people wished that they could ask Yin Chuan what he was thinking. However, they endured it in the end. No one wanted to be the first to stand out. At the Absolute Palace's headquarters, the 10 great God Kings stood in front of a large hall with extremely unsightly expressions. Before them was an azure-clothed servant. The Palace Master is in seclusion. Do not disturb him, the azure-clothed servant said. Still in seclusion, a God King asked anxiously. Everyone was anxious. We can't wait any longer. The Palace Master is in seclusion. We will go ourselves. As long as we take revenge for the Azure and Violet God Kings. So what if we are punished by the Palace Master when we return? Who will go with me? A God King said with determination. I'll go. I'll go too. I'll go. The group of God Kings shouted together. All right. In that case, let's go to Xianying together and destroy Yin Chuan along with Xianying. The God King roared. All right. Destroy Xianying. The deaths of the Violet and Azure God Kings were not meaningless. Everyone, no one can be careless in this trip to Xianying. Gather the Tao gods and ancient immortals and head to Xianying together. All right, September 9th. The Immortal Extermination Sword Formation was placed outside Xianyang. The various ambitious and ruthless people were scattered around the mountain peaks, watching Xianyang from afar. Within Xianyang, a huge square was opened. On it stood 5 million examinees. At this moment, they were looking respectfully at Yin Chuan, who was sitting on the dragon throne not far away. The civil and military officials stood on both sides. Yin Chuan looked at the 5 million examinees and said in a deep voice, "Martial examinees, follow Wang Jian into my universe in my palm. Literary examinees, Hua Wuling, the chief examiner, please name questions." The world examination had officially begun. Chapter 1179. September 9th, Xianyang. With Yin Chuan's command, Wang Jian led the 2 million candidates to Yin Chuan's universe in the palm. Desolation waved his hand, and countless desks appeared before the remaining 3 million candidates. There were brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones on them. Desolation stepped forward and looked at the 3 million candidates. In each of the major cities, everyone has gone through the initial selection process. The Saint King has personally come to the scene. He hopes that everyone can eliminate all distracting thoughts and write beautiful essays. Today's test topic is saints. Desolation Hua said in a clear voice. As he spoke, he used a spell to form the word sage. Yin Chuan looked at Desolation Hua in surprise. He handed the question to Desolation Hua and did not interfere. Saints? Yin Chuan aside, the 3 million candidates also began to think about the question. They were brewing their thoughts. Some candidates were grinding ink while thinking. Some examinees, however, quickly came up with an idea. They grabbed their brushes and officially started writing. The test topic was sage. Ambitious and ruthless people stood at the peaks of the various mountains. It had been a few days since they had arrived. At this moment, the group of ambitious and ruthless people were getting impatient from waiting. No one wanted to take the lead. Greatjin already had a certain level of strength. The first person to take the lead would only cause both sides to suffer, and the others would benefit. But if they didn't take the lead, would they just keep waiting? Would Greatjin even start the exam? This was clearly looking down on the ambitious and ruthless people. There was even a hint of humiliation in it. You still have the heart to take the exam when the enemy is right in front of you? Wasn't this a slap to the faces of the ambitious and ruthless people? Finally, one of the ambitious and ruthless people soared into the sky. A group of subordinates followed behind him. Sage King Barbarian Dragon, Third Firmament Ancestral Immortal, and his subordinates. Giguzi said, "Oh." Yin Chuan looked at Sage King Barbarian Dragon in the distance. "Yin Chuan, Meng Tian killed one of my subordinates. Hand him over." Sage King Barbarian Dragon shouted. Yin Chuan smiled coldly and said, "A puny little barbarian dragon, Holy King, also wants to be impudent in front of us? If you can break the Immortal Extermination Sword Formation, then come and tell me." After saying that, Yin Chuan ignored the barbarian dragon Holy King. The barbarian dragon Holy King's eyes widened. Originally, he wanted to lure the great perfection powerhouses into battle, and then lead the battlefield to the mountains where the ambitious and ruthless people were staying. He wanted to drag everyone into the battle, but he didn't expect that Yin Chuan wouldn't participate in the battle at all. Immortal slaying sword formation? The barbarian dragon Holy King's eyes turned serious. However, they didn't charge in recklessly. Instead, they remained silent for a while before turning their heads and saying, "Everyone, I, Man Long, am not being reckless. I am just throwing a brick to attract jade. Xianyang is no longer the same as it was in the past. It will be difficult for my side to break through. If you want to reap the benefits of the fishermen, I don't know how long you will have to wait. Waiting like this is ultimately not a solution. Everyone, please act together. Who will obtain the primordial dragon vein in the end will be decided by the will of the heavens. How about it?" After the barbarian dragon Holy King finished speaking, the ambitious and ruthless people frowned. He wanted to drag everyone into the battle. Although they were here to fight for the primordial dragon vein, no one said it out loud. There was still a layer of cloth covering their faces. Now, the barbarian dragon, Holy King, was tearing down the cloth covering their faces. Many people were unhappy. In the distance, Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. "Go and invite the Empress over," Yin Chuan said to a guard. Yes, that guard acknowledged and left. The ministers of the Great Perfection Empire looked at Yin Chuan in confusion. They didn't know what the Holy King wanted to do. Zizi was quickly invited over. "What's wrong?" Zizi asked. "Have a seat and watch," said Yin Chuan. Zizi nodded and looked outside. Outside, under the barbarian dragon Holy King's persuasion, 3 other ambitious and ruthless people finally appeared. The barbarian dragon Holy King and the 3 ambitious and ruthless people merged with the heavenly Daos, and the 4 heavenly Daos instantly connected to the world outside Xianying. A storm was brewing outside Xianying. The 4 ambitious and ruthless people were eyeing the center of Xianying covetously. "Let's each take one of the immortal exterminating swords," shouted the barbarian dragon Holy King. "All right," the 3 ambitious and ruthless people answered. The 4 ambitious and ruthless people were all ancestral immortals. Naturally, they weren't afraid of a sword formation. They flew towards the 4 directions of Xianying. Each of them faced a divine sword that was stabbed into the ground. The 4 factions besieged Xianying. For a moment, the other ambitious and ruthless people widened their eyes in anticipation of the result. However, what made them unhappy was that Yin Chuan sat firmly on the throne as if he didn't care about the 4 ambitious and ruthless people at all. The immortal exterminating swords pierced through the heavens and the earth. They were stabbed into the 4 corners of the primordial dragon vein's head like heavenly pillars, emitting a ruthless aura. "Attack!" shouted the barbarian dragon Holy King. The 4 ambitious and ruthless people attacked the immortal exterminating swords at almost the same time. Boom! A huge collision occurred. Outside the sword formation, the earth quaked and mountains shook. Boundless violent sword energy instantly exploded. For a moment, the 4 ambitious and ruthless people bore the brunt of the attack. Many of their subordinates were instantly injured by the sword energy. Under the strong light, the 4 ambitious and ruthless people's attacks couldn't shake the immortal exterminating swords at all. They only caused the swords to tremble slightly. The barbarian dragon Holy King. The other 3 ambitious and ruthless people. The 4 experts were also speechless. The immortal exterminating swords? What a powerful treasure. Even the 4 ancestral immortals couldn't break through it. However, the 4 swords still trembled just now. Clearly, they were still somewhat shaken. "Everyone, the 4 of us aren't enough to break through this formation. Please help us break through the immortal exterminating swords formation. The swords will belong to whoever obtains them," shouted the barbarian dragon Holy King. The 4 ambitious and ruthless people were restless. None of them were fools. The primordial dragon vein might be hard to obtain, but the immortal exterminating swords might not be that hard to obtain. Moreover, there were 4 swords. As long as they made a move, there was a high chance that they could obtain them. Whoosh! Whoosh! Another 2 ambitious and ruthless people stepped out. "Again, break through the immortal exterminating swords formation," said the barbarian dragon Holy King with a joyful expression. "All right." The other 5 ambitious and ruthless people shouted at the same time. Each of them merged with the heavenly Tao again and ordered their subordinates to back off. They were about to attack again. Yin Chuan sat on the dragon throne and looked around coldly with narrowed eyes. "Holy King, Sun Wukong's immortal exterminating swords formation might be the limit," said Mournful Transformation worriedly. "It's fine," Yin Chuan said calmly without explaining. "Yes." Mournful Transformation nodded doubtfully. Just as the barbarian dragon Holy King was about to attack again, suddenly, a powerful aura came from the south. Rumble! Numerous heavenly Daos from the south were moving towards Xianying. The aura and the number made the barbarian dragon, Holy King, and the others who were about to attack change their expressions. "How can this be?" someone exclaimed. Soon, the heavenly Daos from the south arrived. There were more than 2,000 of them. They stood in the south of Xianyang and were filled with killing intent. The 10 people in the lead were dressed in luxurious robes. More than 100 people behind them supported the heavenly Daos. 100 heavenly Daos connected heaven and earth. People from Absolute Palace. Someone immediately recognized them. "Surround Xianyang City for me. Today, no one in Xianyang can escape. All of you must die." The leader of the black-robed people said in a deep voice. "Roar!" A long roar sounded. The disciples of Absolute Palace quickly surrounded Xianyang City. In an instant, the barbarian dragon, Holy King, and the other 6 were squeezed out. At this moment, the 6 great heroes were also looking at this scene in astonishment. Did they suddenly become outsiders? Absolute Palace is moving in full force. Barbarian dragon, Holy King said in surprise. "Hiss!" Many experts sucked in a breath of cold air. The controllers of the 100 heavenly Daos were all Dao gods. 100 Dao gods? Absolute Palace's foundation was actually so strong. Among the Dao gods, there were actually ancestral immortals. Not a few ancestral immortals, but dozens. Each of them released their own heavenly Daos. The moment the heavenly Daos were released, the terrifying aura continued to stack. Boom, boom, boom. The original 100 heavenly Daos increased to 380 in a short while. 380 heavenly Daos surrounded Xianyang. The huge scene immediately shocked the surrounding experts. Nearly 400 heavenly Daos? 30 ancestral immortals? 100 Dao gods? Barbarian dragon Holy King's face twitched. 380 heavenly Daos, nearly 400 heavenly Daos. Just the scene alone made the various experts speechless. When they came, they were already very aggressive. Compared to Absolute Palace's scene, how could they be considered anything? The heavenly Daos that connected heaven and earth surrounded Xianyang and the immortal slaying sword formation in the center. Although the immortal slaying sword formation was strong, there were too many ancestral immortals and Dao gods here. The previous 4 ancestral immortals were enough to shake the immortal slaying sword formation. Now, there were 30 of them. Within Xianyang, although the common people believe in Yin Xuan, the scene was too shocking. Some of them still showed fear. It was even more so in the examination hall. What should we do? If they kill everyone, what's the point of this examination? After the examination, I'll die. I don't want to die. The examinees were in a panic. Desolation Flower took a deep breath and said, "The examinees are forbidden to make noise in the examination hall. Men, chase the noisy examinees out of the hall. The rest can continue with the examination." The examinees were shocked. They turned to Yin Xuan, but found that Yin Xuan's expression was still calm. Immediately, some of the examinees calmed down. If they were going to die, then there was nothing they could do. If the Sage King could chase away the experts, then many examinees with good temperament began to write again. Yin Xuan looked at a man in a black robe in the south. "Black Deity King?" Yin Xuan said calmly. Yin Xuan, you killed my Absolute Palace's disciple. Today is the day you die. Do you have any last words? Black Deity King said coldly. "I'm just curious about the person behind you. Why does he look so familiar?" Yin Xuan said with a smile. Black Deity King turned his head and saw Song Tianzong standing behind him with a dozen ancient immortals. "Song Tianzong, what are you doing?" Black Deity King said coldly. Song Tianzong smiled bitterly and said, "With the help of the deity kings, destroying Xianyang is a piece of cake." You still want to hide at this time? Black Deity King snorted coldly. Song Tianzong's face turned ugly, but he nodded in the end. As he stepped forward, Song Tianzong merged with the heavenly Dao. The 2 Dao gods behind him also released their own heavenly Dao. Boom! Boom! Another 20 heavenly Dao appeared. Xianyang was surrounded by 400 heavenly Dao in the blink of an eye. In a valley in the west of Xianyang, the Dragon Emperor and 2 dragon kings from the East Sea Dragon Palace looked at this scene with their mouths agape. It's over. Dejun will be destroyed this time. 400 heavenly Tao, 400? When Dejun was still in the sealed world, as long as there was a Tao god who could control the heavenly Tao, they could sweep through Jinlong territory. 1 heavenly Tao could defeat all Jinlong territory. But now 400? One of the Dragon Kings said with a conflicted expression, "It's not just 400. There are many forces of the outer East continent hidden around Jinlong territory. They are all targeting Dejun. If they release the heavenly Tao, including Absolute Palace, there will be 800. The Dragon Emperor said in a low voice. Dejun Holy Court versus 800 heavenly Tao. Was there a need to guess the result? Was there a second result? A storm was brewing outside Xianyang. Chapter 1180. 400 heavenly Tao besieged Xianyang City. The aura of the heavenly Tao was majestic. When 400 heavenly Tao auras spread out, many cultivators felt as though the sky was falling. Fortunately, Xianyang's array was exquisite and blocked the aura from all directions. The Immortal Extermination Sword Array protected Xianyang City. Yinchuan looked at Black God King and Song Tianzong in the distance. He did not look anxious, as though these 400 heavenly Tao were nothing. The Great World Examination continued. Song Tianzong, Yinchuan said in a deep voice. In the distance, Heavenly Saber Song Tianzong's expression changed slightly, but he still hid it. Yinchuan, I know what you want to say. You still want to frame me at this time? You want me to fight with the 10 Divine Kings? Ha ha, stop dreaming. In the past, you were the one who forced me. I have already told the 10 Divine Kings everything. Song Tianzong immediately shouted before Yinchuan could. Yinchuan smiled faintly and said, Is that so? Unfortunately, that's not what I want to say. I have someone here who has something to say to you. And Song Tianzong's expression sank. Behind Yinchuan, among the civil and military officials, there was a person wrapped in a black robe. He even used a hat to cover his face. Yinchuan waved his hand lightly. The black-robed figure walked out. Who is it? Song Tianzong asked in a deep voice. The 10 Divine Kings also looked curiously at this moment. Song Tianzong's surrender had made the Divine Kings somewhat suspicious. Was the truth about to be revealed? The Divine Kings watched patiently. At this moment, they were not in a hurry. Xianyang was already a trapped beast that could not escape from their charge. In front of Yinchuan, the black-robed figure slowly lifted his hat. In the distance, Song Tianzong's expression changed greatly. Tianren? Song Tianren? Song Tianzong exclaimed. The 10 Divine Kings' expressions also changed. Song Tianren? Song Tianzong's younger brother? Why is he standing in Xianyang? Big brother, Song Tianren said with a bitter smile. Yinchuan? You are despicable. You actually capture my younger brother to threaten me? Song Tianzong exclaimed. No, big brother, I did it willingly. I begged Yin Di to let me appear here. Song Tianren shouted. Willingly? Song Tianzong asked, puzzled. Taking a step forward, Song Tianren flew out of Xianyang towards Song Tianzong and the Black God King. Seeing Song Tianren fly out, Song Tianzong sighed inwardly. However, he then frowned even more deeply. How was he going to explain this to Zhugong? Song Tianzong, do you brothers want to avoid offending both sides? Black God King coldly said. Black God King, there must be a misunderstanding here. Song Tianzong immediately shouted. Misunderstanding? Oomph. Black God King coldly said. Song Tianzong looked at his younger brother. What happened? Big brother, It was originally us who wanted to besiege Zhugong. After Yin Chuan destroyed the purple-green weave, he even handed it over to us. Yin Chuan has done his utmost benevolence and duty. Why is it that Big Brother has to go back on his word and help Zhugong besiege Xianyang? Song Tianren shouted. In the surroundings, the 10 Divine Kings narrowed their eyes and looked coldly at Song Tianren. You bastard! What do you know? What benefits did Yin Chuan give you? What did he give you to help him so loyally? Song Tianzong immediately berated. Shaking his head, Song Tianren smiled bitterly. Yanchuan did not give me any benefits. Big Brother refused to listen to what I said, so I could only use my actions to help you. Help me? This counts as helping me? Tianren, stop messing around. Quickly come back. Song Tianzong said anxiously. No, I'm not messing around. Big Brother's current personality is actually all because of me. Big Brother, as a younger brother, I understand. Big Brother's saber heart has been broken. Big Brother is no longer as arrogant as before. Big Brother has become afraid of death. Why is he afraid of death? It's not because of Big Brother himself, but because Big Brother didn't care about life and death in the past. Why is he afraid of death? It's because of me. Big Brother is worried that after he dies, I will be bullied. Song Tianren said bitterly. Hearing his younger brother's words, Song Tianren's original anger immediately dissipated. He sighed softly. Because of me, Big Brother is unable to regain his Dao heart and condense his saber heart. Big Brother, your talent is better than mine, much better than mine. My path of cultivation can be said to have been completely under your protection. That was how I got to where I am today. Even when I killed the ancestral immortal back then, it was also you who killed him until he was on his last breath. Big Brother, Tianren has always been proud of Big Brother in this life. Song Tianren's eyes slowly moistened. Song Tianzong's lips trembled slightly, and his nose turned sour. Emotions flashed in his eyes. Before father and mother died, they entrusted you to me. You are my only family in this world. How can I not take care of you? It's good that you are sensible. Song Tianzong sighed softly. Big Brother, the azure purple weave is nothing. Even losing the heavenly saber weave is nothing. Big Brother, Tianren owes you too much in this life. As long as you can regain your Dao heart and condense your saber heart. So what if you can give up everything? The world is so big. Why must we be limited to this place? Even if we cannot block Absolute Palace's counterattack, it is not impossible for us to leave this place. Big Brother, I do not wish for you to go back on your word because of me. Big Brother, in my heart, you will always be that indomitable and ambitious person. You will never compromise. Song Tianren cried out. Song Tianzong clenched his teeth, revealing a pained expression. My Dao heart is broken, and my saber heart is scattered. It is useless. You are Big Brother's hope. As long as you can become strong, that will be enough. Song Tianzong said in pain. Song Tianren revealed a bitter smile. I will never be able to compare to Big Brother. Big Brother, it is Tianren who is dragging you down. The Black Deity King watched coldly from his side. What deep brotherly love. Song Tianzong, so you have been lying to us all this time? Huh? Song Tianzong frowned and looked at the Black Deity King. At this moment, Song Tianzong did not want to reprimand his younger brother. He looked at the Black Deity King sullenly, not knowing how to explain. Good, good, good. Your Heavenly Saber Dojo is really bold. Indeed, the deaths of the Purple Deity King and the Azure Deity King are related to you. The Black Deity King said coldly. Black Deity King, on that day, I informed them in advance. I did not. Song Tianzong said somewhat anxiously. Enough. I don't want to hear your explanation. I will give you two options. You can enter the Immortal Punishing Sword formation first and work with us from the inside. Then, we will let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, we will consider you a part of the deaths of the Purple Deity King and the Azure Deity King. The Black Deity King said with a sullen expression. You, Song Tianzong immediately flushed red. Enter the Immortal Punishing Sword formation and work with them from the inside. This was obviously sending him to his death. Don't worry, there are so many of us. The Immortal Punishing Sword formation is nothing. After you enter, we will attack at the same time. You will be fine. The Black Deity King sneered. Enter? Was Zhu Gong trying to get rid of him after he had outlived his usefulness? No, they wanted to use Dejan to kill him. Then, Zhu Gong would be able to take over the Heavenly Saber Weave more easily. Zhu Gong did not have good intentions from the beginning, Song Tianzong was so angry that his body trembled. Are you going in or not? Umph. The Black Deity King looked coldly at Song Tianzong and turned to look at Song Tianren. Seeing the Black Deity King look at his younger brother, Song Tianzong's expression changed. Okay, I will go in. I hope you don't go back on your words. The Black Deity King looked coldly at him. All disciples of the Heavenly Saber Dojo, listen up. If something happens to me, Song Tianren will be the leader of the Heavenly Saber Dojo? Song Tianzong said. Master. A look of anxiety appeared on the faces of the disciples. Big brother, don't. Song Tianren immediately shouted. Song Tianzong smiled and said, It's okay. When I enter, Zhu Gong will attack. No. Song Tianren roared. As Song Tianren spoke, he looked at the Black Deity King. Black Deity King, I was the one who ambushed you that day. If you have anything, come at me. Song Tianren roared. As Song Tianren spoke, he swung his saber at the Black Deity King. Don't! Song Tianzong exclaimed. Umph! You are courting death. The Black Deity King snorted coldly. Suddenly, the Black Deity King extended a finger, and a strand of black light shot out, instantly shooting towards Song Tianren's forehead. Song Tianren did not block it. In fact, the earlier saber strike was fake. At this moment, Song Tianren looked at Song Tianzong. I remember that Big Brother once said that a man does not seek to live with heaven and earth, but to die a worthy death. I already owe Big Brother too much. I hope that I can help Big Brother condense his saber heart. Song Tianren said with moist eyes. Without any resistance, the black light instantly reached Song Tianren's forehead. Boom! Song Tianren's head suddenly exploded. Vice Sect Master, the Heavenly Saber Dojo, disciples exclaimed. Countless ambitious and ruthless people in the surroundings were dumbfounded. Is this person crazy? Is he courting death? In Xianyang, many of Great Zhan's officials saw this scene and sucked in a breath of cold air. This pair of brothers is too. The Black Deity King did not expect that his finger strike would instantly explode an ancestral immortal's head. Is this person crazy? Song Tianzong stood in midair in a daze as he watched the head of the brother he had been protecting explode in front of him. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. Song Tianzong's entire body was trembling. I already owe Big Brother too much. I hope that I can help Big Brother condense his saber heart. I hope that I can help Big Brother condense his saber heart. I hope that I can help Big Brother condense his saber heart. The last sentence kept echoing in Song Tianzong's mind, and his head buzzed. Son, we can't avoid this great famine. Yesterday, to feed you, your father cut off the meat on his leg and gave it to you. Your father is gone, and your mother is dying. If you're hungry, eat us. Remember, you must take care of little brother until he grows up. You must. There is no water here. If we die, release our blood and store it in a gourd. Otherwise, it will solidify. You must live on. Take good care of little brother. Big brother, we're father and mother. You said that father and mother left. Will they return? Big brother, I can't cultivate anymore. It's fine as long as I am as strong as you. Just protect me. I don't want to cultivate anymore. Big brother, my talent is not as good as yours. Don't worry about me. Eat this vermilion fruit. Eat it and protect me. Song Tianzong's head buzzed, and his scalp went numb. Song Tianren's headless corpse fell from midair. A few disciples quickly picked it up. Little brother is dead? Tianren is dead? Song Tianzong's eyes suddenly turned bloodshot. A stifling aura surged from his entire body. Overwhelming hatred brewed in Song Tianzong's heart. Roar! Song Tianzong raised his head and roared. As he roared, surging saber chi gathered around Song Tianzong. The surging saber chi surrounded Song Tianzong and gradually formed a huge pillar that reached the sky. This saber-shaped pillar pierced the 9 heavens. An extremely sharp aura surged out. Saber heart. The scattered saber heart quickly gathered together with this saber-shaped pillar. Fear of death. At this moment, Song Tianzong no longer had any fear of death. All he had was boundless hatred. Revenge. Revenge for his little brother. Lunatic. The Black Deity King said coldly as he looked at Song Tianren's headless corpse. Song Tianzong looked at the Black Deity King, his eyes filled with hatred. What? A coward like you still wants revenge? TSK. The Black Deity King said coldly. I want your life. Song Tianzong's face was completely distorted. He slashed down with his saber. The huge, saber-shaped pillar that reached the sky also slashed at the Black Deity King in a frenzy. Chapter 1181. I'll kill you. Boom. Song Tianzong's face contorted. His saber unleashed a ferocious saber aura. This time, it was a completely different concept compared to the last time in Xianyang. The saber aura was unstoppable. Rumble. Song Tianzong slashed at Black God King without any regard for his life. Bastard. Black God King's face sank. He brandished his sword and attacked. In an instant, the entire south was engulfed by saber and sword aura. The other God Kings' faces changed. Some of them wanted to rush over. Something's wrong. Don't move. A white-clothed God King suddenly shouted. White God King, what's wrong? The other God Kings were confused. Something's wrong. We're here to destroy Xianyang. We're here to destroy Xianyang. White God King shouted. When White God King shouted, everyone reacted. Something's wrong. It's as if there's a mysterious force that's pulling our actions. Is it Yin Chuan? Everyone looked at Yin Chuan. However, they saw Yin Chuan looking at them indifferently. He was not worried at all. The faces of the God Kings immediately sank as they looked at the ambitious and ruthless people hidden in the surroundings. Song Tianzong had already escaped his control and was blocking the Black God King. Moreover, was the scene just now deliberately arranged by Yin Chuan? If so, this Yin Chuan was too terrifying. He could make an ancestral immortal willingly die. Would Yin Chuan have other plans? Were there any other ambitious and ruthless people who had been bewitched by Yin Chuan? In the distance, Yin Chuan sat on the dragon throne. Bai Qi stood beside him. Bai Qi, what do you think of this Song Tianzong? Yin Chuan asked indifferently. He's loyal. Although he has changed his mind, it's all for his younger brother. Moreover, he doesn't have much of a relationship with Dajin. It's not considered treachery. My saber heart is slowly forming. Furthermore, after this incident, my saber heart will evolve and my saber Dao will improve even more. Bai Qi said in a deep voice. Since that is the case, I will leave this Song Tianzong to you. As for Song Tianren, leave it to Inhen Tian to search for him. Soon, there should be news of Song Tianren's soul in the netherworld, Yin Chuan said. Don't worry, Holy King. Bai Qi nodded. Bai Qi looked into the distance with satisfaction. Hatred sharpened Song Tianzong's saber, making it sharper and sharper. Under the immense hatred, Song Tianzong's saber techniques seemed to be undergoing an intense breakthrough. In the distance, the 9 great divine kings were slightly anxious. Black Divine King, how is it? White Divine King called out. Don't worry. Song Tianzong is just crazy. His cultivation base is inferior to mine. Don't worry. Destroy Xianyang first. Everything can wait until we take revenge for the Purple God King and Azure God King. Amidst the storm of saber energy and sword energy, the Black God King said in a clear voice. The remaining experts nodded in agreement. The White Divine King looked at the Immortal slaying sword formation. Yin Chuan, no matter how many schemes you have, they are useless today. Immortal slaying sword formation? So what? Attack! White Divine King shouted. Roar! A loud roar came from the 300-odd heavenly Dao. The roar was so loud that it instantly spread out in all directions. The surrounding ambitious and ruthless people all focused their attention. Suddenly, the 350 heavenly Dao burst out with dazzling light and crashed into the Immortal slaying sword formation. Boom! The 350 heavenly Dao burst out with great force at the same time. The sky had already turned dark, and it seemed like the entire sky was collapsing inwards. The ground shook violently, and countless rocks flew into the air, shooting in all directions. The group of ambitious and ruthless people quickly retreated. The 350 heavenly Tao crashed into the immortal slaying sword formation. Suddenly, the immortal slaying sword formation shook violently. The expression of Sun Wukong, who was controlling the immortal slaying sword formation, changed. Rumble. The immortal slaying sword formation shook violently. Under the pressure of the 350 heavenly Tao, it seemed like it would instantly collapse. However, despite the shaking, it did not collapse. The surrounding experts narrowed their eyes. What a powerful immortal slaying sword formation! Holy King Barbarian Dragon exclaimed. The Dragon Emperor also narrowed his eyes. That's not right. Even the 350 heavenly Tao can't break this formation. White Divine King's face darkened when he realized that the immortal slaying sword formation could not be broken after one collision. Everyone, use more force. The immortal slaying sword formation is already shaking in the wind and rain. It no longer has the strength to resist. Just use a little more force, and the immortal slaying sword formation will be completely broken. White Divine King roared. Roar! The group of experts roared. Sun Wukong was slightly anxious. He turned to look at Yin Chuan and said, Yin Di, the immortal slaying sword formation has reached its limit. It might not be able to hold on any longer. In the distance, Yin Chuan was not anxious. Instead, he suddenly laughed. You can, right, Primaton Tian? Yin Chuan's eyes glinted as he said. Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow, revealing a look of surprise. Primaton Tian? Yin Chuan looked at the four immortal slaying swords and said again, the immortal slaying sword formation was only broken by the Grand Supreme, Primeval, Zhuanti, and Jin. It was broken by the four sages. It's fine if it was broken by the four sages. But Primaton Tian, do you think that this group of people is qualified to break your immortal slaying sword formation? After Yin Chuan finished speaking, Sun Wukong in the distance revealed a look of surprise. Primaton Tian, suddenly, a burst of laughter came from the immortal slaying sword formation. Ha 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 ha! The loud laughter spread in all directions. Outside Xianyang and Xianyang, there was this grand laughter everywhere. The aura of the immortal slaying sword formation suddenly erupted. The sword chi instantly condensed several times. For a moment, the sword chi seemed to have turned into a real sword. It was extremely sharp, and the sword chi exploded in all directions. Inside, countless sword chi gathered towards the center. Not far from Sun Wukong, the sword chi condensed and slowly condensed into a blurry figure. It was a man in a black robe. The man's face was filled with arrogance. His long hair was draped behind his back and fluttered slightly. He looked extremely wild and unruly. The body that was completely condensed by sword chi slowly solidified. An extremely domineering aura rushed out. A projection? A physical projection. The Dragon Emperor in the distance changed his expression. What a terrifying aura. Dragon Emperor, why do I have a feeling of fear when I look at him? The Dragon King at the side said, in surprise. The immortal slaying sword formation gradually stabilized. The surrounding disciples of Zhugong had a drastic change in expression. Break the formation. Quickly break the formation. This projection is condensed by the sword chi of the immortal slaying sword formation. Once the immortal slaying sword formation is broken, this projection will collapse. Quick, everyone, use your full strength. The White Divine King exclaimed. Roar! The group of experts immediately roared. The 350 heavenly Taos suddenly burst out with dazzling brilliance. All the ancestral immortals and Tao gods almost burst out with all their strength at the same time and violently charged towards the immortal slaying sword formation. The sword chi projection of Prime Tong Tian gradually condensed. Seeing the 300 heavenly Taos charging towards him, Prime Tong Tian revealed a cold smile. You overestimate yourselves. Prime Tong Tian snorted coldly. With a snort, the immortal slaying sword formation suddenly expanded outwards. In an instant, billions of sword energy shot out in all directions and charged towards the 350 heavenly Daos. 350 heavenly Daos versus the immortal slaying sword formation presided by Prime Tongtian. Hong. The space between heaven and earth surged and distorted, forming a huge spatial vortex that seemed to swallow everything in all directions. Under the huge impact, 100 heavenly Daos suddenly collapsed. The remaining heavenly Daos even retreated. All the Dao gods were sent flying. In midair, they vomited blood and were shocked. Although the ancestral immortals were not that miserable, they did not have it easy either. Their respective heavenly Daos were knocked back by the impact. Outside the immortal slaying sword formation, the wind raged. Sand and stones flew everywhere. Space and earth were in chaos. In the distance, the Dragon Emperor revealed a look of shock. Who is Prime Tongtian? How can a sword chi projection be so ferocious? The Dragon Emperor said in surprise. Standing in the void of the immortal slaying sword formation, Prime Tongtian looked coldly at the ancestral immortals around him. Sword chi surrounded him, making him look like an undefeatable god. Domineering. Greetings, Prime Tongtian. Sun Wukong immediately said respectfully. Not far away, in Xianyang, Yinchuan looked at Prime Tongtian in the sky and smiled. Prime Tongtian's style is not inferior to back then. Ha ha ha, but he knows me best. Prime Tongtian looked at Yinchuan and laughed heartily. Outside the immortal slaying sword formation, the God Kings were shocked. Prime Tongtian, this is the person our palace master did not want us to provoke? This is him? White God King looked at sect leader Tongtian with an ugly expression. His eyes were filled with uncertainty as he said, Heroes of the 4 territories. Although this projection is strong, it relies on the fairy slaying sword formation. Everyone, follow me to break the fairy slaying sword formation. I will not take the 4 fairy slaying swords. I will let you divide them among yourselves. Follow me to break the fairy slaying sword formation. White God King shouted with an unyielding tone. The disciples of Zhu Gong naturally supported him. However, the heroes of the 4 territories frowned. Some of them were afraid. However, more people were eager to give it a try. That was because the immortal slaying sword formation had revealed its strength. It was an ancestral immortal artifact, and a top-tier one at that. Many people were envious. Roar! Suddenly, 6 ancestral immortals stepped out, as if they were going to break the immortal slaying sword formation with the experts of Zhugong. Within the immortal slaying sword formation, Prime Tongtian's eyes turned cold. He turned to look at White God King. With a glance, a ferocious will flashed in his eyes. The impact of the will shook White God King's soul. He was in a daze. How is this possible? White God King exclaimed. However, Prime Tongtian snorted coldly. Prime Tongtian reached out his hand and grabbed the immortal ending sword. Bang! The immortal slaying sword formation was instantly broken. However, Prime Tongtian's projection did not disperse. What? Impossible! White God King exclaimed. If the projection only relied on the immortal slaying sword formation, it would be fine. But now, it did not rely on the immortal slaying sword formation. What should they do? Noisy God, holding the immortal ending sword, Prime Tongtian slashed down from the sky. With a slash, the black immortal ending sword seemed to have dyed the whole world black. It brought with it a huge sharpness and an unstoppable force. It slashed down from the sky towards the White Divine King. As it slashed down, there seemed to be a huge force that sealed the void, causing the White Divine King to be unable to move. No, White God King exclaimed. Senior, please show mercy. Suddenly, a Jiaohu sound came from the void. However, how could Prime Tongtian allow others to stop him? Boom! The heavenly sword instantly cleaved the sky into 2 halves. A huge spatial crack appeared in the void from above, cleaving White Divine King into 2 halves. The aftermath of the attack rushed to the ground. Boom! On the ground, a huge trench that was 30,000 miles long appeared. The mountains on both sides of the trench exploded. The surrounding experts, including the Tao gods and ancestral immortals, were blown away by the aftermath of the sword. The sky was filled with people. The power of the sword was unparalleled. Countless heroes in the surroundings were almost all shocked. The ancestral immortals who had just appeared to attack the immortal slaying sword formation fled into the forest below in fear. The immortal slaying sword formation was withdrawn, but no one dared to take a step forward. With the sword in hand, Prime Tong Tian looked around coldly. The heroes in the surroundings were all speechless at this moment. No one dared to say a word. Damn it! How could a person be so strong to such a monstrous extent? White God King was slashed in half and fell from the sky. The absolute power of the immortal slaying sword could even slash the soul. No one could save those who were killed by Prime Tong Tian. At this moment, the faces of the heroes in Zhu Palace twitched. Revenge? Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure shot over from afar and instantly appeared in front of everyone. The remaining disciples of Zhu Palace were all ecstatic. Palace Master! The divine kings were overjoyed. The Palace Master of Zhu Palace had come personally. The Palace Master had come. The fear from before had dissipated by more than half. All the disciples of Zhu Palace quickly flew towards the Palace Master. They all stood behind him. Even Black God King, who was fighting with Song Tianzong in the distance, did not dare to continue fighting. He quickly flew behind the Palace Master. Where do you think you're going? Song Tianzong's eyes were bloodshot. At this moment, he was only staring at Black God King. How could he care about Prime Tong Tian? Clang! Suddenly, a blade blocked in front of Song Tianzong. It was Bai Qi who had appeared on the battlefield. Get out of the way! Song Tianzong roared. If you want to save Song Tianren, shut up! Bai Qi shouted coldly. Buzz! Song Tianzong quivered. Save? Could his brother still be saved? Could he still be saved? Song Tianzong seemed to have grabbed onto a life-saving straw. His eyes were filled with eagerness. Bai Qi turned around and left. Song Tianzong looked at Black God King with hatred. Without hesitation, he followed Bai Qi down. The one who had shouted senior, "Please show mercy," was the Palace Master of Zhu Palace. The Palace Master of Zhu Palace wore a sinister mask and looked at Prime Tong Tian. Senior, I did not discipline them well. Please be magnanimous. The Palace Master of Zhu Palace said extremely politely. Prime Tong Tian's expression changed slightly as he looked at the Palace Master of Zhu Palace. So it's you? Discipline your people well. Prime Tong Tian said in a deep voice. Yes, I will teach them well when I return. Thank you for your magnanimity. The Palace Master of Zhu Palace said respectfully. Go, Prime Tong Tian said. The Palace Master of Zhu Palace bowed respectfully to Prime Tong Tian. Let's go, the Palace Master of Zhu Palace said. Although the divine kings were unwilling, no one dared to say anything at this time. Ancestral immortal? They were all ancestral immortals. Why was the difference so great? The ambitious and ruthless people also did not dare to say anything. Prime Tong Tian's sword had proven everything. Even the powerful Palace Master of Zhu Palace of the Outer East Continent could only bow to him as a junior. Who would dare to be impudent in front of Prime Tong Tian? Chapter 1182. The Prime of Tong Tian swept his gaze across all the ambitious and ruthless people. None of them dared to stand out. After looking around, Tong Tian suddenly looked in the direction of Xianyang. Looking over, many of the officials in Xianyang narrowed their eyes. Yin Chuan, however, smiled. When Tong Tian looked at Yin Chuan, there was a black light in his eyes. In the black light, the world Tong Tian saw was different from others. Yin Chuan was still the same Yin Chuan, sitting on the dragon throne. Tong Tian could vaguely see an emerald green color. Behind Yin Chuan, there seemed to be a giant tree full of vitality. The tree was like a canopy covering Yin Chuan. Cypress, tree, heavenly scripture? No, the heavenly scripture was born from the Great Thousand World. It's useless outside the Great Thousand World. But Tong Tian revealed a look of surprise. Whoosh! Tong Tian appeared in front of Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan stood up slowly. Yin Chuan stood up. Tong Tian saw that the giant tree behind Yin Chuan suddenly disappeared. Tong Tian looked at Yin Chuan with a complicated expression. It's been a long time. Congratulations. Yin Chuan said with a smile. By no, Yin Chuan and Gue Guzi. It's been a long time. Tong Tian nodded. This is not the place to talk. Let's go in. Yin Chuan said with a smile. Tong Tian nodded. Yin Chuan waved his hand and countless stars suddenly flew out of his palm and danced in the air of the examination hall. Tong Tian, this way please. Gue Guzi said with a smile. Tong Tian nodded and followed Gue Guzi to the palace. Many of the great Zhun candidates looked at the sect leader in bewilderment. Tong Tian's shocking sword strike shocked everyone. It seemed that such a peerless figure was good friends with the Holy King. Good friends? What was there to worry about? The group of heroes outside? Didn't they see that they didn't even dare to fart in front of Tong Tian? All of a sudden, the fear that they had felt earlier vanished without a trace. Instead, they looked at the test paper excitedly. Desolation Flower looked at Tong Tian, who was standing in a hall, and took a deep breath. Surprise flashed in his eyes. Tong Tian's sword strike was too terrifying. Could the Holy King do it? Yes. Holy King. Holy King. Holy King. And Holy King. Kuhua looked at sect leader Tong Tian in dismay, feeling uneasy. Of course, no one else. The Holy King. Previously, when the Immortal slaying sword formation was laid out, there were still people who dared to take the risk. Although all the warlords were domineering in their own territories, they were not on the same level in front of the prime of Tong Tian. Great Zhun? Yin Chuan was close to Tong Tian. How could a person like Tong Tian, who could be friends with him, be a person that could be easily bullied? Bastard! Which spy collected the information on Great Zhun? Is Great Zhun just a weak country? Bastard! The angry rebukes of the ambitious and ruthless characters could be heard from all directions. The Dragon Emperor looked at Tong Tian with a complicated expression. Great Zhun Holy Dynasty? Who are they? The Dragon Emperor was confused. Yin Chuan looked around. Then, he looked at a valley in the distance. Bai Qi. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Here. Bai Qi flew over. Not far away, Song Tianzong was waiting with a frown. Song Tianzong clenched his fists. Bai Qi had said that his brother could be saved. He had to wait. He had to wait patiently. Yin Chuan looked at the Barbarian Dragon Holy King and said to Bai Qi, Barbarian Dragon Holy King, take him down. Yes, sir, Bai Qi replied. The Barbarian Dragon Holy King glared at Bai Qi. Sending an official to take me down? Yin Chuan doesn't care about me at all? Bastard! The Barbarian Dragon Holy King said angrily. Kill anyone who dares to stop me. Yin Chuan shouted coldly. Yes, Bai Qi replied. Bai Qi took a step forward and soared into the sky. He held a saber in his hand and dragged it through the air. As he dragged it through the air, the saber turned blood red and blood-colored lotuses bloomed from it. Evil Qi soared into the sky. Are you trying to make an example out of him? ZZ asked, puzzled. Yin Chuan nodded and said, That's right. Naturally, no one will help the Barbarian Dragon Holy King now. He was the first to come and destroy Xianyang. Since he dared to come out, he should have known that he would be captured. Now that Bai Qi is making a move, he won't be able to escape. Capture? Not kill. How are you going to deal with him? ZZ asked curiously. Killing might not be the best way to deal with him. Just like last time, use the Book of Life and Death and turn him into the beast path. Barbarian Dragon Holy King. Since he's called the Barbarian Dragon Holy King, I'll grant him his wish. Turn him into a dragon and let him pull my chariot. Yin Chuan said. ZZ suddenly laughed. What's wrong? Yin Chuan asked, puzzled. Nothing. I'm just laughing at the Barbarian Dragon Holy King. If he knew that a Holy King would be captured to pull my chariot, he wouldn't have dared to come to Xianyang. ZZ laughed. Ha ha. Yin Chuan laughed as well. After giving ZZ some instructions, Yin Chuan left the venue and followed Gue Guzi and the sect leader into a palace not far away. Sun Wukong looked around with a solemn expression before he waited outside the palace. Inside the palace, the doors were tightly shut. Yin Chuan, the sect leader, and Gue Guzi sat at a jade table. Gue Guzi poured 3 cups of tea for them. The sect leader looked curiously at Gue Guzi and then at Yin Chuan. It seems like too many things have happened in the great thousand world, the sect leader said with melancholy. Gue Guzi and Yin Chuan were on equal footing in the past. Now, they were one king and one minister. Indeed, in the end, the great thousand world is safe and a person who has transcended was born. Yin Chuan nodded. It's a pity that it's not Pan Gu, Hong Jun, Fushi, or Mingi. The sect leader nodded. Who can guarantee that it's fated? The last period of the great thousand world was the most glorious era. The heroes of the world fought for the heaven's will, and tens of thousands of heroes climbed to the peak. That was the peak era of the great thousand world, and it will never be replicated. Huh, it seems like I missed that era. The sect leader laughed. Why did you miss that era? There are 4 worlds in the nothingness. We were originally from the great thousand world. The 4 worlds competed with each other. We fought for the great thousand world together. Why did you stay in the weakest world? Yin Chuan asked in confusion. In the void, there are indeed only these 4 worlds and nothing else. However, do you know that our weakest world has another name? It's just that this world is too weak and has been forgotten by everyone. The sect leader took a deep breath and said, Oh, Yin Chuan showed a trace of doubt. This world has another name. It's called the first world. The sect leader took a deep breath and said, The first world? Gue Guzi raised his eyebrows. Infinity gives birth to Tai Chi. Infinity is nothingness. It means nothing. The Tai Chi that is born in nothing is something. That is to say, there are 4 of our current tangible worlds. This world was the first to be born, and our great thousand world was actually the 4th to be born. The sect leader said, 4 worlds. This world is the first world. Our great thousand world is the 4th world. Yin Chuan's expression changed slightly. Yes, Hong Jun found it. Later, he told me, and I faked my death to enter this world. Over the years, I also found out that this world was actually not the weakest at the beginning. When the 4 worlds were just formed, this world looked down on the 4 worlds. However, later on, something happened, and it became the weakest world. The sect leader took a deep breath and said, What happened? Yin Chuan asked curiously. I don't know. The sect leader shook his head. Even you didn't manage to find anything. It seems like when you said that this world was at its peak, the experts of this world did indeed have monstrous means to erase all traces of the past. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes, but there are still some loopholes. But, you will find out in the future. The sect leader shook his head and didn't want to say more. Yin Chuan nodded. Then he thought for a while and said, In the void, only 4 worlds were born. Only 4. Why are there only 4? I came to this world not long ago, so I haven't done much research. You have been here for more than 1,000,000 years. You should know something about it, right? After saying that, Yin Chuan stared at the sect leader. The sect leader frowned and suddenly fell silent. It seemed that he didn't want to say anything. After a long silence, the sect leader looked at Yin Chuan seriously and took a deep breath. I have a guess, but it's too unbelievable. I'm not sure. Oh, are the 4 worlds really related? Yin Chuan's expression changed. The sect leader looked serious for a while, and then said, Kill the 3 corpses. Whoosh. The teacup in Gigu Zi's hand suddenly shook. His eyes widened in surprise. What? Yin Chuan's pupils suddenly shrank. Shock flashed through his eyes. The hall instantly fell into silence. Kill the 3 corpses? The 3 of them seemed to have realized something. Suddenly, no one talked about it anymore. I'm leaving too. I saw your great heaven of void arcane art last time. The sect leader said, After this battle, we don't owe each other anything. Yin Chuan said with a smile. No, I still owe you something. The sect leader said. Wong. The sect leader stretched out his hand, and 3 sword-shaped light balls appeared in his palm. This is the killing sword intent of the 4 immortal slaying swords. It's to make up for what I owe you. Now, we don't owe each other anything. the sect leader said solemnly. Seeing the sect leader's insistence, Yin Chuan nodded. He stretched out his hand and took the 3 sword-shaped light balls. They were prepared for God, Jade Emperor, and the Grand Emperor. Quang. The door of the hall suddenly opened. In the outside world, the battle was still going on. The sect leader took a glance and stopped paying attention. Instead, he looked at Sun Wukong, who was not far away. Take the 4 immortal slaying swords and go. The Great Jun doesn't need protection anymore. The sect leader said. Yes. Sun Wukong replied. Quang. The sect leader's projected body suddenly collapsed, leaving behind the 4 immortal slaying swords. Goodbye, Emperor Yin. Sun Wukong said directly. Okay. Yin Chuan nodded. Whoosh! Sun Wukong took the 4 immortal slaying swords and quickly flew out of Xianyang City. Chapter 1183. After Sun Wukong left with the 4 swords, Yin Chuan and Gue Guzi turned to look at the battlefield in the distance. In the middle of the battlefield, blood-colored lotuses filled the void. Soaring killing intent dyed the southern sky red. Da Jun and the other generals blocked the barbarian dragon, Holy King's subordinates. Bai Qi's expression was ferocious as he slashed at the barbarian dragon, Holy King's heavenly Tao. Boom! The vast heavenly Tao shattered with a loud boom. The barbarian dragon, Holy King's expression changed. However, Bai Qi's blade was too fast, and the blood lotuses sealed the space. The blade arrived before the barbarian dragon, Holy King, in an instant. Break! Bai Qi shouted loudly. The barbarian dragon, Holy King's imperial sword broke, and the blade reached the barbarian dragon, Holy King's neck. Shit! The barbarian dragon, Holy King, screamed at the last moment. It's over, it's too late. The barbarian dragon, Holy King's heart was filled with sorrow. I wasn't the only one who attacked Xianyang. Why are they targeting me? Where are the others? Why aren't they helping me? The 3 formidable characters who had helped the barbarian dragon, Holy King, earlier had already gone into hiding. No one came to help. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The blade collided with the neck. However, the barbarian dragon, Holy King's head didn't fly off. Bai Qi's blade turned and slammed into the barbarian dragon, Holy King's neck. Buzz! The huge collision caused the barbarian dragon, Holy King's soul to tremble. The Book of Life and Death is divided into 6 paths. The path of beast belongs to the dragon race, the barbarian dragon. ZZ's voice rang out. The Book of Life and Death floated in front of ZZ. As ZZ spoke, she waved her hand, and the Book of Life and Death shot towards the barbarian dragon, Holy King. Boom! The black chi rushed into the barbarian dragon, Holy King's body. Kaka. The barbarian dragon, Holy King's body suddenly expanded. In the blink of an eye, his clothes were torn apart, and his head and body changed shape. Gradually, he turned into 1,000 zhang long yellow dragon. Holy King! The barbarian dragon Holy Hall's officials cried out in shock. Countless people looked into the distance in confusion. What was going on? Although the barbarian dragon, Holy King's name was Barbarian Dragon, he was still a human. How could a human turn into a dragon? From a human to a beast? All the ambitious and ruthless people looked at ZZ and their expressions changed. Which bastard collected this information? Who exactly are the dangerous people in the holy court of Great Jin? Why isn't there any information about them? Angry voices rang out from all directions. Countless scouts felt extremely wronged at this moment. Fuck, how was I supposed to know that the Great Jin Empire was hiding so many freaks? In the past, he had never seen them as powerful. How did each and every one of them amaze the world with a single brilliant feat? No, this was not amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. It was frightening the world with a single brilliant feat. That Bai Qi who came out of nowhere was actually a ruthless character who could suppress the barbarian dragon Holy King. The prime of Tong Tian and the Queen? How would I know that there were so many monsters in the Great Jin Empire? The barbarian dragon Holy King who was knocked dizzy quickly regained his senses. But how did he become like this? Roar! The barbarian dragon, Holy King, shouted in panic. Boom! Bai Chi's blade fiercely struck the Torvosaurus head. Shut up. It's your fortune to be able to pull the Saint King's carriage. Bai Chi shouted. Pull a cart? The Torvosaurus was instantly ashamed and resentful. It quickly twisted and turned. He wanted to rush out. Are you itching for a beating? Boom! 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 Bai Chi raised his saber and started beating the Torvosaurus. In an instant, dust rose everywhere, and strong winds blew. Sand and stones flew everywhere, and the sky darkened. The barbarian dragon, Holy King, was not used to his dragon form. It was simply Bai Chi beating the barbarian dragon, Holy King, one-sidedly. Roar! Roar! Bai Chi beat the Torvosaurus to his heart's content. The surrounding experts were speechless because they all knew that Yin Chuan was killing the chicken to warn the monkey. Bai Chi beating the barbarian dragon Holy King was actually a warning to them. Whoever dared to offend Xianyang will be the next barbarian dragon Holy King. How many more unknowns did the great Jin Empire have? No one knew. However, the current situation had left every single individual force speechless. Yin Chuan had not even personally made a move, yet the situation was already like this. Would their own individual forces be able to withstand it? Group attack? At the beginning, there was still the atmosphere of a group attack. Now, everyone's morale was gone. How could they form an alliance? Moreover, each of them had their own thoughts. There was no way they could form an alliance. They could only watch as Bai Chi beat the barbarian dragon Holy King, as if he was slapping his own face. The experts were speechless. Not far from Skyward Palace, Yin Chuan's dragon carriage. The seven fiends and Dragon Fifth stared. Ancestral Immortal? General Bai is beating an ancestral immortal. The seven fiends exclaimed. Roar! Dragon Fifth was also at a loss as he coughed. The seven fiends looked at Dragon Fifth and said, Do you see that? Now you know how wise I am. You wanted to resist back then, but look at that ancestral immortal. Why did you resist? This time, Dragon Fifth did not refute. Tell me, what is the background of our Saint King? Also, if we follow him, will we have a chance of becoming ancestral immortals in the future? The seven fiends' eyes lit up. Roar! That's right. So what if he's an ancestral immortal? He's still pulling the Holy King's carriage. The seven fiends nodded with a strange expression. Far away, in a valley, the Dragon Emperor watched Bai Chi beating the barbarian dragon Holy King and was speechless. Let's go back. Okay. The Dragon Kings no longer had any sense of superiority. Looking at the barbarian dragon Holy King in the distance, they felt very upset. The Dragon Emperor left. Some of the experts also left. Staying here would only bring shame to themselves. They all left. The barbarian dragon Holy King, who was beaten up by Bai Chi, felt extremely sullen. What a bunch of disloyal fellows. The experts outside all left. In Xianyang, the Great World Examination was also coming to an end. The theory examinees put down their brushes. The countless stars that Yin Chuan placed in the sky returned to Yin Chuan's palm. Looking at the universe in his palm, Yin Chuan took a deep breath and said, Wang Jian is about to end. In the examination hall, the papers shone brightly, showing the excellence of this batch of examinees. After waiting for a while, in the south, Bai Chi's battle was also coming to an end. The barbarian dragon, Holy King, seemed to have lost its bones. Bai Chi sealed its cultivation and twisted it over. Boom! Holy King, I did not let you down. Bai Chi said happily. Yin Chuan smiled and nodded. Lu Gang, Yin Chuan shouted. Here! Lu Gang immediately went forward. Take him away, Yin Chuan said. Lu Gang immediately understood what he meant. Take him away and torture him? Yes. In the distance, the barbarian dragon Holy King's subordinates were all captured. Boom! Suddenly, Wang Jian brought 2 million examinees and flew out of the universe in his palm. Holy King, the combat examination examinees have finished. We are waiting for the final ranking. Wang Jian said. Get someone to sort out the results. Yin Chuan said. Yes. Desolation Hua quickly went forward and said, Holy King, all theory examinees, stop writing. Sort out the results. Yin Chuan ordered. Yes. Yin Chuan looked at the 5 million examinees and said, The 5th Great World Examination has ended. All examinees, wait in Xianyang. Yes. Long live the Holy King. The 5 million examinees said respectfully. At the same time, there was also a kind of worship. After the battle, just now, everyone's hearts calmed down. Rumble. In the distance, dark clouds suddenly appeared. Yin Chuan frowned and looked over. Dog God? Gue Guzi said in surprise. Dog God is going through the ancestral immortal tribulation? The white deity king, who was killed by Tong Tian, was lucky enough to be an ancestral immortal. Lu Bue said in surprise. So it's because of heavenly kindness and great merit. Yin Chuan said thoughtfully. Gue Guzi nodded and said, Indeed, Goddess Ji Chun was kind to heaven and earth in the past. Dog God followed Goddess Ji Chun and naturally received a large amount of heavenly kindness and great merit. The ancestral immortal position will be given to people with heavenly kindness and great merit. He couldn't become an ancestral immortal for a long time because of the spiritual perception realm. Yin Chuan nodded. Bai Diqian, go and keep an eye on him, just in case. Yin Chuan shouted. Yes. Bai Diqian, who was not far away, replied. At this moment, Song Tianzong, who was not far away, could no longer endure and quickly flew over. Yin Di, Song Tianzong said with a complicated expression. Secmaster Song, have I, Dejun, done you wrong? Yin Chuan said coldly. Indeed, I was possessed. All my mistakes were caused by me. As long as Yin Di can save my younger brother, I can give up everything as long as my younger brother can live. Song Tianzong said sorrowfully. Secmaster, you can't do that. The nearby disciples immediately exclaimed. Yin Chuan looked at Song Tianzong and sighed softly. It's not impossible for him to live. However, if he lives, he has to be reincarnated. Song Tianren can still cultivate the ghost Tao. The ghost Tao? My younger brother's soul didn't scatter? He really turned into a ghost? Song Tianzong said in pleasant surprise. A beam of light quickly flew over from the distance. It was Dejun's 5th Legion's commander, Enrich. Sage King, I did not let you down. Enrich said with a smile. He waved his hand, and a green soul suddenly appeared in front of him. Big brother, have you condensed your saber heart? The green soul rushed over anxiously. Tianren. Song Tianzong felt a lump in his throat. Did you condense it? Song Tianren's soul asked anxiously. Yes. Song Tianzong nodded with bloodshot eyes. That's great. Big brother, my death was worth it. Song Tianren said happily. Song Tianzong looked at his younger brother. He wanted to scold him for being brainless. However, when he saw his younger brother's happy expression, he could not bear to scold him. Tianren, don't worry. No matter what form you take, Big Brother will always protect you. I will never let you get hurt again. Song Tianzong swore. Song Tianzong, from today on, you will be under Bai Qi's command. Listen to Bai Qi's orders. Yin Chuan directly ordered, not giving Song Tianzong any chance to object. At the side, Song Tianren frowned. He wanted to say something, but Song Tianzong immediately bowed respectfully and said, Yes, Sage King. With this bow, the Heavenly Saber Dojo's sea of beneficence suddenly crumbled. Boom! Surging beneficence quickly gathered into Zhen's Xianyang domain. The Heavenly Saber Weave's disciples all looked at the sky in horror. What's going on? Did something happen to the sect master? Countless disciples panicked. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.